The Counterfeit Heart. Chapter 1: The Forger's Hand. The air hung thick with the scent of old paper, printer's ink, and the faint, metallic tang of fear. Nadia Khalil's tiny apartment, nestled in a rapidly gentrifying pocket of the East Village, was a paradox. Outside, the city roared, a symphony of car horns, sirens, and chattering voices, a relentless pulse that never slept. Inside, a hushed, almost reverent quiet reigned, broken only by the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of Nadia's fingers on the keys of her antique typewriter, a counterpoint to the urban chaos beyond her window. This small, cramped space was her sanctuary, her workshop, her prison. The walls, painted a faded yellow, were lined with shelves overflowing with specialized inks, antique stamps, and meticulously organized stacks of blank documents, the raw materials of her precarious existence. A vintage printing press, a hulking beast of metal and gears, hummed softly in the corner, a testament to her dedication and skill. Its mechanical heart beat in time with her own, a rhythm that pulsed with the very lifeblood of her double life. Nadia, a master forger, lived a life balanced precariously on the edge of a knife. By day, she was a ghost, a shadow moving through the bustling city streets, her presence barely registered amidst the throngs of commuters and tourists. By night, she transformed into a meticulous artisan, crafting elaborate fake identities for the city's criminal underworld, each one a masterpiece of deception, meticulously crafted to withstand the scrutiny of even the most experienced investigators. The work demanded focus, precision, and a nerve of steel. A single misplaced stroke, a smudged line, a slightly off-kilter typeface could mean exposure, imprisonment, or worse. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her, heavy and relentless. She wasn't just forging documents, she was forging lives, destinies, entire identities, and the lives of her family hung in the balance. Every forged passport, driver's license, or birth certificate was a gamble, a dangerous dance on the precipice of disaster. Her family, her reason for existing in this dangerous world, lived in the same building, a few floors above her workshop. They were recent immigrants, clutching on to the hope of a better life in America. Their simple dreams, a decent education for her younger brother, a stable life for her parents, were far from easy in this demanding metropolis. Nadia's artistry was their lifeline, a constant source of tension and anxiety, but also a quiet promise that held them together. The apartment itself was a reflection of her dual life, a carefully curated illusion of normalcy. Neatly stacked books concealed hidden compartments filled with specialized tools and materials. Innocuous family photos on the mantelpiece masked the true nature of her work. The city's vibrant energy, a source of both inspiration and threat, permeated every corner of her small space. The sounds of life outside, laughter, arguments, distant music, served as a constant reminder of her risky profession, an unspoken tension that clung to her like a second skin. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of the typewriter continued, punctuated by the occasional sigh, or the quick, sharp intake of breath. Each forged document was a story, a carefully constructed narrative that represented someone else's desperate bid for a new identity. Nadia wasn't merely creating fake documents. She was playing God, bestowing new lives, rewriting destinies, often for individuals who lived in morally ambiguous spaces, often in the gray areas of the law. This reality burdened her. The responsibility, the fear, the constant awareness of the potential consequences, all of this played a part in shaping her life, her personality, and her constant vigilance. The weight of her secret was a physical burden, a pressure that never let up. Nadia's work was a careful dance on a tightrope, a delicate balancing act between the demands of her clients and the unwavering need to protect her family. She rarely slept more than a few hours at a stretch, her mind constantly racing, analyzing risks, planning her next move. The city outside her window continued its relentless, vibrant existence, oblivious to the precarious existence she carefully cultivated within its unforgiving walls. The city that never slept was a mirror to her own restless, watchful state. She was a creature of the night, a phantom flitting through the shadows, her existence a constant testament to the dangerous game she played. She would often sit by the window, a mug of strong coffee warming her hands, and watch the city lights twinkle, a million tiny sparks of hope and despair intertwined. It was a mesmerizing spectacle, filled with the promise of dreams realized and dreams shattered, and Nadia felt strangely connected to this vast, pulsating entity, this city that provided both her livelihood and her constant threat. She was a part of it, inextricably woven into its fabric, a forger of identities, a master of deception, a woman living a double life in the heart of the city that never slept. The city embraced her, protected her in its anonymity, while simultaneously threatening to expose her at any given moment. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of the typewriter continued, a steady, hypnotic beat that echoed the pulse of the city, the pulse of her own life, a life on the edge, always teetering on the brink. One evening, as the city lights began to blur into a hazy glow, a sharp rap on the door startled her. Her heart pounded against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the quiet rhythm of her work. She knew instinctively that it was not a friendly visit. She placed a protective hand on a hidden drawer beneath her typewriter, her fingers lightly tracing the shape of a small, intricately carved ivory letter opener, a hidden weapon in plain sight. This was her life, a constant balancing act, a precarious game played in the shadows of a city that held both its beauty and its brutal truth. The air in the back room hung thick with the smell of stale beer, cheap whiskey, and desperation. It was a far cry from the sterile, controlled environment of Nadia's workshop. The dimly lit space, tucked away in the bowels of a Queen's bar known for its shady clientele, felt claustrophobic, the walls closing in on her like a tightening noose. Ricky, the broker, Malone sat opposite her, a silhouette against the flickering neon sign outside, his face partially obscured by shadow. Even in the dim light, Nadia could sense the shift in his usual swagger, a subtle tremor in his usual self-assured demeanor that sent a shiver down her spine. He didn't speak for a long moment, simply swirling the amber liquid in his glass, the ice clinking softly against the thick walls. The silence was punctuated only by the muffled sounds of laughter and conversation filtering in from the main bar area, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. The air crackled with unspoken expectations, the weight of an unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Nadia knew this game, understood its rules, and instinctively recognized the change in her client. Something was amiss. Finally, Malone broke the silence, his voice a low growl that seemed to vibrate through the floor. "Nadia," he began, his tone devoid of his usual casual arrogance, replaced by a sharper, more calculating edge. "I need a favor. A big one." He pushed a manila envelope across the sticky table towards her, the cheap paper crinkling under the weight of its contents. Nadia didn't touch it immediately, her gaze fixed on Malone's face, searching for clues, trying to decipher the hidden meaning behind his words, the subtle changes in his body language. She observed the way his fingers fidgeted nervously with the rim of his glass, the slight twitch in his left eye, betraying the carefully constructed mask of nonchalance. Experience had taught her that the smallest details could often reveal the most crucial information. "This isn't a simple forgery," Malone continued, his voice barely a whisper. "This is different." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. Nadia waited, her expression carefully neutral, her inner turmoil masked by an outward calm. The years spent navigating the treacherous waters of the criminal underworld had honed her ability to maintain a poker face, a skill crucial to her survival. He leaned forward, his breath hot on her face. I need 5 identities. Clean. Impeccable. They need to be able to withstand the most thorough investigation. Think senators, judges, the kind of people who wouldn't even be suspected. Nadia's mind raced, calculating the risks. 5 identities was a significant undertaking, a monumental task that would require weeks, maybe even months, of painstaking work. And the vagueness of his request was unsettling. No details about the individuals, no background information, just a demand for perfection. It was a red flag, a clear indication that this operation was far more dangerous than anything she'd undertaken before. What's the job? She asked, her voice calm, controlled, betraying nothing of her internal alarm. Malone hesitated, a flicker of something akin to fear crossing his features. It was fleeting, gone almost as soon as it appeared, replaced by his usual mask of ruthlessness. Let's just say it's lucrative, he replied, his eyes darting around the room, as if expecting someone to be listening. And extremely sensitive. The wrong people get wind of this, and, well, let's just say it wouldn't be pretty. He paused, adding with a chilling smile, for anyone involved. Nadia remained silent, her expression unreadable. The ambiguity was deliberate, designed to keep her on edge, to keep her guessing. She understood the game, she'd played it before. The payment would be substantial, enough to alleviate some of the ever-present financial worries that constantly gnawed at her, enough to secure her family's future. But the risk, the potential consequences, they were immeasurable. What's the payment? She asked, her voice betraying no hint of apprehension. Malone named a sum that made her heart skip a beat. It was more than she'd ever been offered before, enough to change her life, to secure her family's future. It was tempting, incredibly tempting. But the knot of unease in her stomach remained, a persistent reminder of the dangers inherent in accepting such a proposition. She studied Malone, her eyes probing his, searching for any signs of deception. She noticed the way he unconsciously shifted in his seat, the slight tremor in his hands, the way his gaze kept flitting towards the entrance, as if anticipating an intrusion. These subtle clues, gleaned through years of experience, were more telling than any direct statement he could make. I need time, Nadia finally said, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions raging within. A substantial amount of time. This isn't a quick job. 5 identities, each flawless, will take significant effort. Malone seemed to consider this, then nodded slowly. I can give you a week. But no more. This is time sensitive. And this is critical. Failure is not an option. His eyes hardened, a cold glint in their depths, reinforcing the gravity of the situation. He slid another envelope across the table, this one thinner, containing the initial advance. Nadia accepted the money without a word, the crisp bills feeling strangely cold against her fingertips. She knew she was playing with fire, walking a tightrope over a chasm of uncertainty. But her family's future hung in the balance. She could barely afford to take a deep breath, let alone refuse. She was a forger, a master of deception, and she was about to forge a path into a world far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. The weight of the responsibility pressed down on her, heavier than any stack of forged documents she'd ever created. This time, the consequences could be catastrophic. The week stretched before her, a daunting expanse of time filled with the constant hum of danger and the weight of a decision that could change everything. The city outside, usually a vibrant tapestry of life, now seemed to blur into a threatening storm, mirroring the tempest brewing within her. The week stretched before Nadia like a taut, unforgiving wire. Each day was a relentless march toward a deadline that felt less like a professional obligation and more like a countdown to an execution. Sleep was a luxury she couldn't afford, her nights filled with the frantic scratching of her pen, the whirring of her specialized printer, the constant hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack of her existence. The 5 identities demanded by Malone were a labyrinthine puzzle, each persona requiring meticulous attention to detail, a labyrinth of fabricated histories, fabricated relationships, and fabricated lives. She worked in a feverish haze, her small, meticulously organized apartment transformed into a clandestine workshop. Stacks of official-looking documents, blank certificates, and half-finished profiles cluttered every surface. The air was thick with the scent of ink and the faint metallic tang of fear. She moved with a nervous energy, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her mind racing, weaving a complex web of lies that had to be both believable and undetectable. The pressure was immense, the stakes impossibly high. One slip, one minor inconsistency, could unravel everything, exposing her, and potentially her family, to unimaginable consequences. In the midst of this whirlwind of activity, a seemingly insignificant event occurred that would irrevocably alter the course of her life. She was on her way to deliver a forged document, a routine task, almost mundane by her standards, to a contact in Times Square. The heart of the city pulsed around her, a chaotic symphony of honking taxis, chattering crowds, and the flashing lights of 1,000 billboards vying for attention. The air thrummed with a frenetic energy that was both exhilarating and unsettling. She moved through the throng of tourists and locals, her senses on high alert, her eyes constantly scanning for any sign of trouble. She was a ghost, a shadow moving through the city's pulsating veins, unseen, unnoticed. The delivery went as planned, a quick exchange in a dimly lit alleyway, a silent nod of acknowledgement, and then she melted back into the city's anonymity. As she emerged from the alley, the dazzling lights of Times Square momentarily blinded her. She paused, her eyes adjusting to the sudden glare, and that's when she saw him. He was standing near a hot dog stand, his back to her, his attention focused on something across the street. He was tall, his shoulders broad and imposing, his dark hair neatly combed back from his face. Even from a distance, Nadia recognized the subtle set of his jaw, the alertness in his posture, the quiet confidence that radiated from him. It was an air she recognized intimately from her own profession, a quiet intensity that suggested a sharp mind and an even sharper eye for detail. As he turned, their eyes met. For a fleeting moment, their gazes locked, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. She saw him clearly then, his face sharp and angular, his eyes a piercing blue that seemed to see through her, past the carefully constructed facade she presented to the world. He was impeccably dressed in a well-tailored suit, but there was an almost imperceptible hardness in his demeanor, the subtle tension around his mouth that revealed his profession. He was a cop, and a good one at that. The recognition was instantaneous, a mutual understanding that transcended words, a silent recognition of shared skills, a silent wariness of opposing sides. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that he was looking at her not as a pedestrian in the throng of Times Square but as something more. He was assessing her, evaluating her, the way she assessed her own clients. He sensed her skills, her capabilities, her hidden profession. They exchanged only a fleeting glance, a moment of intense scrutiny before the city's rush pulled them apart. He turned his attention back to the street, and she continued on her way. But the encounter lingered, a persistent electric hum in her mind. The silent acknowledgement, the unspoken tension, the brief meeting of their gazes, it was more than a simple chance encounter. It was a collision of worlds, a silent confrontation in the heart of the city. The weight of Malone's task hung heavy upon her, But now, a new layer of unease had settled over her. This unexpected encounter had created a ripple in the already turbulent waters of her life. The man, the police officer, had seen her, sensed her. Or had he? Maybe it was merely her paranoia, her ingrained habit of seeing threats where none existed. But the feeling lingered, a disquieting certainty that had nothing to do with the impending deadline and everything to do with the future she could no longer accurately predict. The next few days were a blur of work, the constant pressure of Malone's deadline driving her forward. She completed the forgeries, each identity a masterpiece of deception, impeccably crafted, each detail meticulously researched and flawlessly executed. The risk was enormous, but the reward, financial security for her family, felt almost worth it. Almost. The ghost of the detective's gaze still haunted her, a silent reminder of the precariousness of her life, the tightrope she walked between freedom and incarceration. The day of the delivery arrived, a day that felt more like a sentence than a simple business transaction. She met Malone in the same dimly lit bar, the same air of desperation hanging heavy in the air. He seemed restless, his eyes darting nervously around the room. He took the documents, his fingers lingering on the smooth paper, his gaze intense. He didn't say much, only acknowledging the transaction with a curt nod and a final, unsettling payment. As she left the bar, Nadia felt a strange sense of relief, mingled with a deep, unsettling foreboding. The task was done, the immediate danger seemed to have subsided. Yet, the unexpected encounter with the detective continued to linger in her mind, a constant, low hum of anxiety that refused to be silenced. The city lights blurred into a kaleidoscope of uncertainty, and she realized she couldn't simply shake this uneasy feeling. Her life, it seemed, had irrevocably changed, and not just because of the high-stakes job. The police officer, his silent gaze, was a new variable in her meticulously calculated equation, a wild card that threatened to topple her fragile world. And in the heart of the city that never sleeps, where shadows dance with light, she knew her double life had just become a lot more complicated. The game, it seemed, had just begun. The encounter in Times Square had etched itself onto Nadia's memory, a persistent, unwelcome guest in her otherwise meticulously organized mind. It wasn't just the sharp intensity of his gaze, the unspoken acknowledgement of their shared understanding of the city's underbelly, but something deeper, a subtle hum of recognition that resonated far beyond a simple chance meeting. He was a ghost in the machine, just as she was, existing in the gray area between the law and its transgression. Days bled into nights, the forgeries for Malone a constant pressure, but the detective's image, a persistent phantom, continued to distract her. She found herself replaying their brief encounter countless times, analyzing every detail, searching for a clue to his intentions, trying to decipher if he had truly recognized her, or if she was letting her paranoia, her acutely developed sense of threat, lead her astray. One rainy evening, while escaping the relentless rhythm of her printing press, Nadia found herself drawn to a hidden bar in the East Village. It was a place she'd often passed by, a dimly lit speakeasy tucked away down a narrow alleyway. The air hung heavy with the scent of stale beer, cheap whiskey, and the lingering aroma of cigarette smoke. It was a place where secrets whispered in the shadows, a perfect backdrop for a clandestine meeting. Or so she thought. The bar was nearly empty, the handful of patrons scattered across the dimly lit space, engrossed in their own quiet worlds. Nadia settled into a secluded booth, her senses alert, her gaze scanning the room. She was halfway through a glass of cheap Merlot when she spotted him. Detective Tom Rivera. He was sitting alone at the bar, a glass of scotch in his hand, his back to her, his gaze fixed on something outside the window. The moment their eyes met, the air crackled with an unspoken energy. It wasn't hostility, not exactly. It was something more complex, a strange mixture of attraction and apprehension. A silent acknowledgement of their shared secret, a delicate dance on the edge of a dangerous precipice. He approached her table, his movements fluid and controlled, his gaze intense. He didn't speak at first, simply sat across from her, his eyes studying her as if he were trying to solve a complex equation. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken questions, with the weight of their opposing worlds. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and measured. "Nadia Khalil," he said, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down her spine. The way he said her name, so casually, so intimately, sent a jolt through her. It was as if he had known her all her life, yet, at the same time, it felt completely wrong, shocking, exhilarating. She met his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. "Detective Rivera," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. The game had begun. A game far more dangerous, and far more enticing, than the ones she had played before. Their conversations became a dangerous dance, a clandestine affair unfolding in the shadows of the city. Their meetings were brief, stolen moments amidst the backdrop of the city's pulse, their shared secret a bond that deepened with each stolen glance, each whispered word. They met in the deserted printing dens of Midtown Manhattan, the rhythmic whir of old machinery a hushed soundtrack to their forbidden attraction. They shared quiet drinks in dimly lit bars in Brooklyn, their laughter a dangerous symphony in the quiet corners of the city. Each rendezvous was a carefully orchestrated risk, a thrilling gamble. The city itself became their accomplice, offering a sanctuary within its labyrinthine streets, its hidden alleys and shadowy corners. In these secret spaces, they shed the masks they wore in public, revealing the vulnerabilities hidden beneath their carefully constructed facades. Nadia learned about Tom, his unwavering dedication to his job, his sharp intellect, his quiet sense of humor. She saw the man beneath the uniform, the man who wrestled with his conscience, who was just as much a prisoner of his duty as she was of her circumstances. Tom, in turn, discovered a different Nadia, the woman behind the forger, a woman driven by love and loyalty, a woman capable of both immense deception and incredible kindness. He learned of her family, her struggles, her sacrifices. He saw the compassion that belied the ruthlessness of her profession. The meetings became their solace, a refuge from the dangers of their daily lives. They talked for hours about everything and nothing, about art, music, philosophy, and their hopes and fears for the future. They shared stories, revealing pieces of their pasts, laying bare their hearts and souls. Their connection grew deeper, transcending their opposing worlds, defying logic and defying risk. It was a dangerous, intoxicating attraction, a fragile flame flickering precariously in the face of a storm. Each meeting was fraught with tension, a silent war waged between the pull of their forbidden feelings and the knowledge that their relationship was a dangerous game. A single misstep, a careless word, could unravel everything, exposing them both to catastrophic consequences. The thrill of it, the danger, became addictive, pulling them deeper into a whirlpool of passion and peril. They knew it was wrong, yet they couldn't resist the pull of their forbidden attraction, the intoxicating dance on the edge of a knife. The city, their constant backdrop, provided a canvas for their secret romance. The city that never sleeps became a silent witness to their clandestine meetings, the shared spaces where their hearts dared to connect, despite the immense risk. Their love story was a hidden melody playing softly beneath the harsh realities of their dual lives. But even amidst the thrill, the undeniable chemistry, a growing sense of unease began to permeate their meetings. Malone's suspicion, Nadia's precarious position, and the ever-present threat of exposure loomed large, casting a long, ominous shadow over their burgeoning relationship. The weight of their secret, The ever-present danger threatened to consume them, testing the limits of their fragile love. The city, once a silent accomplice, began to feel like a suffocating cage, mirroring the tightening noose around their secret romance. The rhythmic clatter of the printing press was a constant companion, a relentless metronome marking the passage of time in Nadia's cramped apartment. Each forged document was a step further into the treacherous labyrinth she'd built for herself, a necessary evil to keep her family afloat. The scent of ink, a familiar perfume of her clandestine life, mingled with the aroma of her mother's simmering tagine, a stark contrast between the world she inhabited. The duality was exhausting, a tightrope walk across a chasm of deceit, with the weight of her family's hopes and dreams pressing down on her shoulders. Tom's presence in her life was both a solace and a torment. His touch, when they met in the shadows, was a stark contrast to the cold reality of her work. He represented a world she both desired and feared, a world of honesty and integrity that felt impossibly distant from her own. Yet his embrace held a warmth that melted away the chill of her solitary existence. Their stolen moments, whispered words against the city's backdrop of sirens and muffled conversations, were precious jewels she clung to in the darkness. She found herself craving the normalcy of his world, the simplicity of a life lived in the light. But that life was beyond reach, a tantalizing mirage on the horizon. The guilt gnawed at her. The forgeries, the lies, the constant deception, they were all necessary, or so she told herself. Her family was everything to her, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of sacrifice and love. Her immigrant parents, their dreams shattered by circumstances beyond their control, relied on her. Her younger brother, Omar, a gifted artist with eyes full of hope, counted on her to provide for their future. She couldn't afford to falter, couldn't allow herself to be consumed by the moral dilemmas swirling within her. Her loyalty to them was a shield, a justification for the compromises she made. But the constant threat, the ever-present fear of discovery, cast a long shadow over their stolen moments. Tom, with his unwavering integrity, was a stark contrast to the world she inhabited. He represented the very forces that could dismantle her carefully constructed life, expose her secrets, and shatter her family's stability. His presence was a constant reminder of the precariousness of her existence, the fragility of the tightrope she walked. She loved him, fiercely and desperately, but the fear of losing him, of losing everything, was a suffocating burden. One evening, huddled in their usual clandestine meeting spot, a hidden alcove in a forgotten corner of Central Park, Tom spoke her name. The way he said it, it was a quiet question, a tender probe into the depth of her world. "Nadia," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the rustle of leaves. "What if I found out?" He didn't need to finish the sentence. The question hung in the air between them, thick with unspoken implications. The question ripped through her carefully constructed defenses, exposing the raw vulnerability beneath. She felt a cold dread wash over her, the chilling realization that the risks were escalating, the odds growing exponentially. She wanted to tell him everything, to lay bare the entirety of her dangerous existence, to finally allow herself to be seen completely. But the thought of the potential consequences, of the devastating ripple effect that would engulf her family, held her back. The silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the city. She could feel Tom's gaze, intense and probing, a silent search for the truth. The weight of her deception pressed down on her, a heavy cloak that threatened to smother her. She fumbled for words, her usual eloquence failing her, her carefully constructed facade wavering. "It's complicated," she whispered, the words barely audible against the sounds of the night. It was a pathetically weak response, but it was all she could muster. The truth was a vast, intricate tapestry woven with threads of necessity, loyalty, and fear. a truth she couldn't unravel without jeopardizing everything she held dear. He reached out, his fingers gently brushing against hers, a silent offering of solace. His touch sent shivers down her spine, a reminder of the intoxicating connection that bound them together. The warmth of his hand was a stark contrast to the chilling reality of her double life. "I know," he said, his voice soft, understanding. He didn't press her, didn't demand answers. His acceptance, his unspoken understanding, was a lifeline in the midst of the storm. Yet, it also amplified her guilt. She was living a lie, and he, unknowingly, was complicit in it. Their clandestine meetings became more fraught with tension, each encounter a gamble, each shared moment weighed down by the crushing weight of their shared secret. The city itself seemed to mirror her internal turmoil, the cacophony of its sounds a reflection of the chaos within her. She found herself staring at the glittering skyline, its imposing beauty juxtaposed with the darkness of her existence, a constant reminder of the stark contrast between her public persona and her private reality. She sought solace in the familiar rhythm of the printing press, the repetitive movements a temporary escape from the complexities of her life. The tactile satisfaction of the machinery was a tangible link to a world she understood, a world where she was in control. But even the hum of the machines couldn't drown out the persistent whispers of her conscience. Malone's shadow loomed larger, his suspicion a dark cloud hanging over her head. His paranoia was a constant threat, a chilling reminder of the potential consequences of her double life. She knew she had to tread carefully, to navigate this precarious path without attracting his notice. The lines blurred between her loyalty to Tom and her need to protect her family. The consequences of failure were far too dire to contemplate. The city, once a sanctuary, began to feel like a suffocating cage. The vibrant pulse of its streets, the constant energy, were now a relentless reminder of the precariousness of her situation. The anonymity of the city's vastness, once a shield, felt like a prison. Her daily life was a tapestry woven from lies and deception, each thread meticulously crafted to conceal her true identity. She longed for a life beyond the shadows, a world where she could be honest, where she could live without fear. She yearned for the simplicity of a life lived in the open, free from the constant weight of her secrets. But that world, she knew, was a distant dream. For now, she was trapped in the labyrinth of her own making, her destiny inextricably linked to the treacherous path she had chosen. Her only hope was to find a way to navigate this perilous path, to reconcile her divided loyalties, and to find a way to keep the fragile flame of her love alive, amidst the darkness and deceit that defined her existence. Chapter 2: Betrayal's Shadow. The biting November wind whipped around Nadia as she approached the derelict warehouse on the Brooklyn waterfront. The air hung heavy with the smell of salt and decay, a stark contrast to the usually vibrant energy of the city. Inside, the cavernous space echoed with the sounds of the wind whistling through broken panes and the distant rumble of passing trucks. It felt less like a meeting place and more like a tomb awaiting its next occupant. Ricky Malone sat at a scarred wooden table, his silhouette stark against the meager light filtering through a grimy window. The air thrummed with an unspoken tension, thick and suffocating. Malone didn't look up as she entered. He was a man built like a granite statue, his stillness radiating a palpable sense of menace. Years of illicit dealings had etched themselves onto his face, carving deep lines around his eyes and mouth, leaving behind a map of ruthless ambition and cold calculation. He was a predator, sensing weakness, and Nadia knew she was prey. "You're late," Malone finally said, his voice a low growl that seemed to vibrate from the very foundations of the building. His eyes, the color of glacial ice, fixed on her, piercing and unwavering. He didn't offer a greeting, no pleasantries, just a raw, unfiltered assessment of a man accustomed to wielding power. Nadia forced a calmness she didn't feel. "Traffic," she replied, her voice steady, betraying none of the fear that coiled in her stomach. She pulled up a chair opposite him, the worn wood groaning beneath her weight. The silence that followed was punctuated only by the mournful creak of the building and the incessant rhythm of the city's pulse. "Something feels off," Malone said, breaking the silence, his gaze never leaving hers. "A leak, maybe. Information getting out." He tapped a thick finger on the table, the sound sharp and insistent. "My business is built on discretion. A breach is unacceptable." Nadia's heart pounded against her ribs. She knew what he was implying. Tom. His investigation was a gaping hole in Malone's meticulously constructed world, a risk that could unravel everything he had built. The fear that had been a constant companion for months now intensified, a suffocating weight pressing down on her. "I assure you, Mr. Malone," Nadia said, her voice betraying a tremor she struggled to control, "my work is impeccable. I maintain absolute discretion." Her words were carefully chosen, designed to convey confidence even as panic threatened to overwhelm her. Malone leaned back in his chair, his gaze scrutinizing. He didn't speak, but the silence was far more threatening than any accusation. He was a man who understood the language of unspoken threats, and Nadia felt the weight of his suspicion pressing down on her like a physical force. He produced a photograph from his breast pocket, his movements slow and deliberate. It showed Tom, his back to the camera, standing outside Nadia's apartment building. The picture wasn't particularly incriminating, but the implication was clear. Malone was watching her, watching them. "I know about the detective," Malone said, his voice low and menacing. "The one with the pretty eyes and the even prettier lies." His words hung in the air, a chilling testament to his meticulous surveillance. The implication was clear. He suspected a connection between Nadia and Tom, a betrayal of his trust. Nadia's mind raced, searching for a plausible explanation, a way to navigate this treacherous situation. She needed to convince him, to assure him of her loyalty, while simultaneously safeguarding Tom. The task seemed impossible, a tightrope walk across a chasm of deceit. "He's a client," Nadia stammered, her voice barely a whisper. The lie felt like a betrayal, a crack in the carefully constructed facade she had maintained for so long. Malone's lips curled into a cynical smile, devoid of humor. "A client who spends an awful lot of time near your residence. A client who seems awfully interested in your profession." He paused, letting the weight of his words hang in the air. "I find coincidences suspicious." The cold seeped into her bones, a chilling reminder of the precariousness of her situation. The warehouse seemed to shrink around her, the walls closing in, amplifying the oppressive weight of Malone's suspicion. She was trapped, caught in a web of lies, with her loyalty to Tom and her survival hanging precariously in the balance. The city's sounds, once a comforting background hum, now felt like a symphony of impending doom. Malone slid a file across the table towards her. It contained details of a complex and lucrative forgery job, the creation of false identities for a group of international arms dealers. It was a job that would require her utmost skills, a job that would consume her completely. It was, she knew, a test of her loyalty, a test of her willingness to eliminate any threat to Malone's operation. "This needs to be perfect," Malone said, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Any slip-up, any deviation from the plan, and the consequences will be unpleasant." His eyes bore into hers, a chilling reminder of the brutality that lurked beneath his calm exterior. The weight of the task, the danger, the potential consequences pressed down on Nadia. she had to decide. To continue her deception, to protect Tom, even if it meant deeper entanglement in Malone's web. Or to risk everything by revealing the truth, a possibility that felt both terrifying and liberating. The choice was hers, a choice that would determine not only her future but the fate of those she loved. The echoing emptiness of the warehouse seemed to mock her indecision, a chilling testament to the perilous path she had chosen. The city outside, a symphony of sound, suddenly felt utterly silent, the weight of her decision pressing down with unbearable force. The air, thick with the scent of salt and decay, seemed to mirror the moral rot gnawing at her soul. The file lay on the table between them, a cold, hard testament to the impossible choice before her. Malone's eyes, those chips of glacial ice, watched her intently, waiting. The silence in the warehouse pressed down, thick and suffocating, a physical entity that amplified the turmoil raging within her. The city's sounds, the distant rumble of trucks, the mournful cry of the wind, faded into a dull roar, drowned out by the frantic rhythm of her own heartbeat. She picked up the file, her fingers tracing the smooth surface of the cover. The weight of the paper felt insignificant compared to the weight of her decision. To frame Tom, to betray the man she loved, to sacrifice him to protect her family. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, a cold dread that burrowed deep into her soul. Yet, the alternative, exposing herself, exposing her family to Malone's wrath, was a terrifying prospect, a potential abyss of violence and retribution she couldn't fathom confronting. The carefully crafted identities within the file represented not just names and numbers, but lives, carefully constructed facades built on layers of deception. She was an architect of illusions, a master forger, capable of shaping reality to fit her needs. And now, she was going to use that skill, her talent, to build a cage around the man she loved, a cage forged from lies and deceit. The irony wasn't lost on her. She, a creator of false realities, was about to create a false reality that would destroy the man she cared for. It was a cruel paradox, a twisted reflection of the life she had chosen, a life where morality was a fluid concept, bending to the dictates of survival. The hours stretched into an eternity, as Nadia painstakingly crafted the false evidence. Her nimble fingers danced across the keyboard, conjuring documents, emails, fabricated financial records, a meticulously constructed tapestry of deceit, designed to implicate Tom and Malone's operations. Each keystroke was a hammer blow to her conscience, each fabricated detail a betrayal of her love. The process was agonizingly slow, every detail demanding excruciating attention. She had to make it believable, flawless. Any flaw, any inconsistency, and Malone's suspicion would fall back on her, with devastating consequences. She was walking a tightrope, a delicate balance between ensuring her family's safety and risking her own life. As the night wore on, shadows danced in the warehouse, mirroring the darkness growing inside her. The air thickened with the scent of stale coffee and the metallic tang of fear. She was blurring the lines, becoming increasingly indistinguishable from the very criminals she served. Her reflection in the grimy window revealed a stranger, a woman haunted by the weight of her choices. Finally, the task was complete. The fabricated evidence was ready. A digital dossier, complete with forged signatures, altered timestamps, and meticulously crafted circumstantial evidence, all pointing undeniably towards Tom's involvement in Malone's illegal activities. It was a masterpiece of deception, a testament to her skill, but also a monument to her betrayal. She handed the file to Malone, her hands trembling slightly. He took it without a word, his gaze unwavering. He flipped through the pages, his lips pressed into a thin line, his expression unreadable. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the city's distant hum, a stark contrast to the storm raging within Nadia. Impeccable. Malone finally said, his voice devoid of emotion. The praise was a chilling confirmation of her success, a cold seal on her betrayal. She had done it. She had framed the man she loved. But the victory felt hollow, a Pyrrhic triumph achieved at an unbearable cost. The relief she had anticipated didn't come. Instead, a profound sense of emptiness settled over her, a heavy cloak of guilt and regret. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and fear. She watched the news, her heart pounding with each report of Tom's investigation, her mind racing with 1,000 possibilities, 1,000 terrifying scenarios. She lived on the edge of a knife, one wrong move, one misplaced piece of information, and everything she had done would unravel. The weight of her secret was unbearable. She could barely sleep, haunted by nightmares, visions of Tom in a prison cell, the accusing stare of his eyes burning into her soul. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of life and energy, now felt like a suffocating cage, each sound, each sight, a reminder of her betrayal. She found herself retreating, withdrawing from her family, from her friends. The deception had created a chasm between her and those she loved, a gulf of unspoken secrets and unspoken fears. The once close bond with her family was strained, her actions a heavy weight they didn't understand, couldn't comprehend. The city lights, once a beacon of hope, now seemed to mock her, highlighting the isolation, the loneliness she had created. The guilt gnawed at her, a constant, unrelenting companion. She had sacrificed her love for her family, but was it enough? Had she saved them, or simply delayed the inevitable? The uncertainty was as agonizing as the betrayal itself. She was trapped in a web of her own making, a labyrinth of lies and deceit, with no clear path to escape. She had played a dangerous game, a calculated risk, and the stakes were far higher than she had ever anticipated. The city that never sleeps, seemed to watch her, silent and judgmental, a witness to her fall from grace. The vibrant energy that once drew her in now felt like a suffocating blanket of betrayal and remorse. Her once clear path was now a labyrinth of moral ambiguities, where the lines between right and wrong had become hopelessly blurred. The sting of Malone's impeccable echoed in Tom's ears, a cruel mockery of justice. He sat in his sparsely furnished apartment, the city's relentless hum a counterpoint to the quiet rage simmering within him. Nadia's betrayal felt like a physical blow, a gut-wrenching punch that left him reeling. But even as the anger threatened to consume him, a flicker of understanding ignited. He knew Nadia. He knew the desperation that fueled her actions, the unwavering loyalty to her family that overshadowed everything else. She wasn't a traitor, she was a survivor, trapped in a web of her own making. This wasn't a betrayal, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. He reviewed the evidence against him, the meticulously forged documents, the fabricated emails. It was flawless, a masterpiece of deception, a testament to Nadia's talent. He couldn't deny the weight of the evidence, it was designed to be irrefutable. But the sheer precision, the almost artistic level of detail, suggested something more than just a simple frame-up. This felt orchestrated, calculated, a move in a much larger game. The question wasn't just who framed him, but why? And more importantly, who was pulling the strings? He thought back to their clandestine meetings, their stolen moments amidst the city's grit and glamour. He remembered the intensity in her eyes, the unspoken anxieties that flickered beneath the surface of her carefully constructed persona. He remembered the way she slipped into the shadows, a ghost in the urban labyrinth, always alert, always cautious, never betraying a hint of her true capabilities. He'd seen her resourcefulness, her cunning, her sharp intellect, qualities that extended far beyond the realm of forgery. The investigation had blinded him, focusing on Malone, the obvious antagonist. But now, he saw Nadia differently. She wasn't just a criminal, a pawn in Malone's game. She was a player herself, a shrewd strategist with an intimate understanding of the city's underbelly, its secrets, and its lies. She knew the rules of the game better than anyone, and she played him brilliantly. He needed to approach this differently. He couldn't fight her. He needed to understand her, to find a way to work with her. She wasn't an enemy, she was a potential ally, a key to unraveling the truth. The evidence she'd fabricated wasn't just a betrayal, but a message, a coded communication veiled within meticulously crafted lies. He had to decipher it. He started by retracing their steps, revisiting the places they'd met, the hidden printing dens, the dimly lit bars. He revisited the conversations, their stolen moments of intimacy, searching for clues, for hidden meanings. He spent hours poring over their messages, their seemingly innocuous exchanges, seeking patterns, hidden signals. Each location, each conversation, each digital trace, became a piece of a complex puzzle, a jigsaw of truth concealed beneath layers of deception. The warehouse where she'd forged the evidence became his focal point. He found security footage, grainy but revealing, that showed Malone and Nadia's interaction, capturing the subtle exchange of the file. But the footage also revealed something else, a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, a figure lurking in the background, unseen, unnoticed, yet undeniably present. It was a figure too quickly obscured, too fleeting to identify, yet it hinted at a deeper conspiracy, a network of players far beyond Malone and Nadia. He realized that the frame-up wasn't about convicting him. It was a diversion, a way to steer attention away from a bigger operation. The intricate nature of the forgery, the precision, the effort, implied a deeper, more elaborate plan, one that involved more than just Malone's syndicate. This wasn't just a betrayal. It was a calculated move, a chess piece in a game of deception far larger than he'd initially imagined. His investigation expanded, reaching beyond Malone's network, digging into other city crime syndicates. He connected with old informants, dusted off dormant leads, utilizing his resources in ways he never thought possible. He realized that Nadia, with her intimate knowledge of the underworld, was an essential piece of the puzzle, the key that unlocked certain doors. He spent sleepless nights tracking down obscure connections, chasing down whispers and rumors, sifting through mountains of data, piecing together a narrative that was at once horrifying and exhilarating. He unearthed a vast conspiracy, a web of deceit and corruption that stretched across the city's most powerful players, its influence reaching far beyond the criminal underworld. He began to see the bigger picture, a sprawling network of interconnected criminals, all operating under a common, yet hidden, agenda. He realized that Nadia's seemingly selfless act of framing him was in fact a strategic maneuver, a desperate attempt to shield herself and her family from an enemy far more dangerous than Malone. It was a calculated risk, a sacrifice designed to protect her loved ones from this greater threat, a hidden war waged in the shadows of New York City. The closer he got to the truth, the more dangerous it became. The city, once familiar and comfortable, now felt like a hostile landscape, every shadow concealing a potential enemy, every interaction fraught with risk. He found himself navigating a treacherous maze, surrounded by enemies both seen and unseen, constantly looking over his shoulder, questioning every encounter, every connection. Yet, amidst the uncertainty and danger, he found a strange sense of camaraderie with Nadia, an understanding born out of shared adversity and a mutual respect for their skills. He knew that their relationship was irrevocably altered, that their future was uncertain. But he also knew that they needed each other, that their combined intelligence, their shared knowledge of the city's underbelly, was their only chance to survive. The betrayals, the lies, the deception, had created a bond as strong as it was fragile, a strange alliance born in the heart of darkness. He had to reach her, not as a detective seeking justice, but as a partner seeking truth. He needed to prove to her that he understood, that he wasn't her enemy, and that together, they could face whatever lay ahead. The city lights still shone brightly, but now they illuminated a new and dangerous path, a path that led to a truth far more complex and treacherous than he ever could have imagined. And in that darkness, Nadia Khalil was his only light. The rain lashed against the grimy windows of Tom's apartment, mirroring the turmoil within him. He stared at the city sprawling beneath him, a concrete jungle teeming with secrets and lies, a city where betrayal was as commonplace as the yellow cabs clogging its streets. Nadia's betrayal, or rather, her desperate act of self-preservation, had forced a recalibration, a shift in his perspective. He needed her. Not as a suspect, but as an ally. An unlikely, and potentially explosive, ally. He knew Malone's operation was vast, its tentacles reaching into various corners of the city's underbelly. But Nadia possessed a unique insight, a granular knowledge of Malone's inner workings, his weaknesses, his blind spots, information gleaned from years of clandestine dealings. This wasn't just about clearing his name. It was about dismantling a network that threatened not only him, but also Nadia and her family. He picked up his phone, his thumb hovering over Nadia's number. He knew she wouldn't answer. She was probably in hiding, lying low, waiting for the storm to pass. But he had to try. He had to reach her. The call went straight to voicemail. He left a message, his voice devoid of accusation, laced with a fragile hope. "Nadia," he said, his voice low and measured. "It's Tom. I know what you did. I also know we need each other. Call me when you can." He ended the call, his heart pounding in his chest. He needed her cooperation, but how do you secure the cooperation of someone who framed you? Days bled into nights, a blur of frantic activity. He used every contact he had, every resource at his disposal to track Nadia down. He spoke to his former informants, some of whom had interacted with Nadia in the past, gathering snippets of information, piecing together her likely whereabouts. The city's labyrinthine network of informants, usually reluctant and guarded, revealed surprising cooperation. The sheer desperation of the situation, coupled with the realization that Malone was a threat to everyone, had created a unique sense of shared purpose, a desperate need to fight back. Finally, a lead. A small, insignificant detail, a discarded receipt from a bodega in a rundown section of Brooklyn, placed Nadia in the vicinity of her family's apartment building. He made his way to the address, his heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. The building was old, its brick facade crumbling, a stark contrast to the glittering skyscrapers that dominated the city's skyline. He found her sitting on the fire escape, her face pale, her eyes filled with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. Their reunion wasn't a tearful embrace or a heartfelt confession. It was a tense, uncomfortable silence broken only by the city's relentless hum. He didn't apologize. He didn't accuse. He simply laid out the facts, the evidence he'd gathered, the larger conspiracy he'd uncovered. He showed her the security footage from the warehouse, highlighting the figure in the background, a figure they both recognized as one of Malone's most trusted enforcers, a man known for his brutality and unwavering loyalty. "He's not working alone, Nadia," Tom said, his voice low. "There's someone bigger pulling the strings. Someone we both need to expose." Nadia remained silent, her gaze fixed on the distant lights of the city. The weight of their shared predicament was palpable, a heavy blanket draped across their shoulders. She finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "Malone is just a puppet," she admitted. "He's expendable. But the one pulling the strings, he's different. He's ruthless. The uneasy alliance was forged not through trust, but through necessity. They knew each other too well to fall into platitudes or false reassurances. They were united by a shared danger, a common enemy that loomed over them, a threat that could obliterate their lives. Their plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal. They would use Malone's own greed against him, turning his obsession with power and money into a tool for his downfall. Their strategy involved a meticulously planned infiltration of Malone's operation. Nadia would use her skills to fabricate a lucrative, but fake, business deal, a tempting bait designed to lure Malone into a trap. Tom, meanwhile, would infiltrate the police department's internal affairs division, using his knowledge to plant false leads, misleading Malone's superiors and keeping him off balance. Their combined efforts would create a chaotic diversion, allowing them to collect the evidence they needed to bring down Malone and the puppet master behind him. The plan involved countless risks, demanding an unwavering trust that neither of them truly possessed. They had to rely on each other implicitly, a trust built on shared vulnerability and mutual respect, rather than genuine affection. They knew a single misstep could be fatal, a betrayal, even unintentional, could mean their demise. The line between ally and enemy remained dangerously thin. Days turned into weeks as they executed their plan with precision and relentless dedication. Nadia, a chameleon in the shadows, moved through the city's criminal underbelly, weaving a web of deceit so intricate, so complex, that even Malone would struggle to detect its flaws. Tom navigated the treacherous waters of internal affairs, manipulating information, planting false leads, creating a smokescreen that obscured their true intentions. Their conversations were terse, their interactions professional, avoiding the emotional baggage of their betrayed romance. Yet, beneath the surface, a grudging respect began to flourish. They were both masters of deception, each recognizing the other's brilliance. The tension between them was palpable, a silent acknowledgement of the past, a constant reminder of the trust that had been broken and the fragile alliance they now maintained. It was a dance on the edge of a precipice, each step measured, each move calculated, every word weighed with caution. The city itself seemed to conspire with their delicate operation, its labyrinthine streets and shadowy alleys providing both cover and a sense of foreboding. The closer they got to their goal, the more dangerous the game became. Their unlikely alliance, born in the ashes of betrayal, was now their only hope for survival. The stakes were impossibly high, the path ahead treacherous, but they were determined, driven by a shared need for redemption and a desperate desire to expose the truth, no matter the cost. The city held its breath, unaware of the intricate game unfolding beneath its glittering surface. The first step was deceptively simple, a forged document. Nadia, in her dimly lit Brooklyn apartment, hunched over her work table, the scent of linseed oil and printer ink heavy in the air. She wasn't just forging a signature, she was crafting a narrative, a meticulously constructed lie that would unravel Malone's empire. The document purported to be a contract for the sale of a rare and highly valuable collection of antique maps, a collection that, in reality, didn't exist. But the details were painstakingly realistic, down to the watermark on the paper and the subtle imperfections in the ink, hallmarks of her extraordinary skill. It was a masterpiece of deception, a work of art designed to ensnare Malone's avarice. The contract was the bait, but the hook was far more intricate. Hidden within the seemingly innocuous clauses were coded messages, subtle deviations from standard legal terminology, cryptic symbols only Tom and Nadia could decipher. These messages contained the location of a secondary rendezvous point, a derelict warehouse on the waterfront, and a specific time. The warehouse, strategically chosen, was within surveillance range of a discreet NYPD camera, hidden amongst the scaffolding of a nearby construction site. The camera was a crucial part of their plan, offering irrefutable visual evidence to back up their carefully constructed narrative. This meticulously planned operation wasn't just about the forged document. It was about controlling the narrative, guiding Malone's actions, and leading him to a meticulously laid trap. Each detail, each seemingly insignificant element, was vital to the intricate web of deception they were spinning. The city itself became a collaborator, its labyrinthine streets providing a cloak of anonymity, its shadowy alleys offering both concealment and the perfect backdrop for their dangerous game. Tom, meanwhile, was busy orchestrating a different kind of deception. He was working within the NYPD's internal affairs, planting false leads that would distract Malone and his superiors, keeping them off balance, and buying them the time they desperately needed. He was subtly manipulating information, diverting investigations, creating a smokescreen so dense that Malone wouldn't even glimpse their true intentions. It was a delicate dance, a high-stakes game of cat and mouse, where a single wrong move could unravel everything. He navigated the political landscape of the department, maneuvering around bureaucratic obstacles, using his knowledge of the system to their advantage. He cultivated a sense of uncertainty and paranoia within Malone's ranks, sowing seeds of distrust that would blossom into chaos when the time was right. The next step involved a carefully orchestrated break-in at one of Malone's properties, a heavily guarded building in Lower Manhattan, a testament to Malone's paranoia and wealth. Nadia, using her contacts, secured a set of blueprints, meticulously studying the security system. The building was an imposing structure, a fortress of steel and concrete, its perimeter fortified with state-of-the-art security measures. But Nadia, with her intimate knowledge of the city's underworld, found a weakness, a vulnerability exploited through a network of corrupt security personnel, individuals who were more interested in their paychecks than the integrity of their jobs. She skillfully infiltrated their ranks, weaving her way into their confidence, feeding them carefully crafted misinformation that would justify their inaction on the night of the heist. The night of the heist arrived, a cold November night, the air thick with anticipation and tension. The city hummed with its usual nocturnal energy, oblivious to the daring plan unfolding beneath its glittering facade. Nadia, dressed in dark clothing, her face obscured by shadow, moved like a ghost, effortlessly navigating the building's labyrinthine corridors. Her movements were precise, her actions swift and silent, a testament to years of experience navigating the city's hidden underworld. Her heart pounded in her chest, a drumbeat accompanying the city's nocturnal rhythm. She planted a series of fake clues, strategically placed to mislead any investigation. These carefully crafted artifacts would create a plausible scenario for a break-in gone wrong, shifting the blame away from Tom and onto a convenient patsy, a disgruntled former employee who had been secretly recording Malone's activities. This secondary plotline served as a critical diversion, further complicating the investigation and buying Tom and Nadia the crucial time they needed to secure their evidence and complete their plan. Meanwhile, Tom was positioned at the secondary rendezvous point, the derelict warehouse, waiting for the signal. He was armed, but his weapon was not a gun, but meticulously gathered evidence, photographs, documents, recordings, all strategically placed to support their narrative. The warehouse served as both a staging ground for the evidence and a strategic location for the final confrontation. The break-in, though meticulously staged, was fraught with tension. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind, felt amplified in the stillness of the night. Nadia's every move was calculated, every action designed to leave a specific trail of evidence, a trail that would lead Malone and the authorities down a predetermined path. The success of their plan hinged on her precision, her ability to manipulate the narrative, and create a series of interconnected lies that would unravel only when they intended. As Nadia completed her part of the operation, she signaled Tom, The message relayed through a series of carefully crafted codes transmitted through a seemingly innocent text message. The coded message, a testament to their shared understanding and their ability to communicate even under the most extreme pressure, was the final piece of their intricately woven puzzle. The city lights, a kaleidoscope of brilliance and shadow, served as a silent witness to their daring act. The night was a symphony of deception and calculated risks. The tension was almost unbearable, a silent pressure that threatened to shatter their carefully constructed illusion. The following days were a blur of activity. Tom carefully planted the evidence he had gathered in the warehouse, ensuring its discovery would incriminate Malone and lead investigators away from their involvement. He utilized his knowledge of police procedures, understanding the nuances of evidence collection, planting and concealing elements in such a way that any investigation would lead them down the path they intended. The unfolding drama, meticulously staged, was beginning to play out as planned. Malone, alerted by the apparent break-in, arrived at the scene, his face a mask of furious confusion. He was utterly oblivious to the carefully laid trap, the elaborate web of deception that had been woven around him. His frustration and anger were palpable, and the ensuing chaos played into Tom and Nadia's hands, distracting Malone and creating further opportunities for them to solidify their plan. As the investigation unfolded, the truth, disguised as fiction, began to reveal itself. The authorities, misled by the fabricated evidence, were focused on the wrong suspect, oblivious to the true mastermind behind the operation. This diversionary tactic, a critical element of Tom and Nadia's plan, allowed them to collect further incriminating evidence, strengthening their position and gradually exposing the broader conspiracy. The city, a backdrop to this high-stakes drama, remained blissfully unaware of the intricate game unfolding beneath its surface, a game where betrayal and trust were intertwined, where the lines between reality and fabrication blurred. The heist, a staged performance of controlled chaos, was a success. But the real work, exposing the puppet master pulling Malone's strings, was just beginning. Chapter 3: The City's Game. The garment district pulsed with a frenetic energy, a chaotic symphony of honking taxis, shouting vendors, and the rhythmic whir of sewing machines. This was their battlefield, a maze of narrow streets and towering buildings, a perfect cover for their operation. Nadia, disguised in a worn denim jacket and oversized sunglasses, blended seamlessly into the throng of workers and shoppers. Tom, dressed in plain clothes, maintained a discreet distance, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, his hand resting lightly on the concealed holster at his hip. Their plan was audacious, a delicate dance on the razor's edge of legality and betrayal. It hinged on precision, timing, and a healthy dose of luck. Their target was a seemingly innocuous storefront, a small, unassuming shop nestled amongst a sea of bustling businesses. To the casual observer, it appeared to be just another garment retailer, its window displaying a mundane array of dresses and suits. But to Nadia and Tom, it was the linchpin of their operation, a carefully chosen location strategically placed to facilitate their plan. The shop was, in reality, a front for one of Malone's less legitimate operations, a money laundering scheme using the seemingly legitimate sales of clothing as a cover. The meticulous records of these transactions were stored in a hidden vault within the building. Access to this vault was the key. Nadia, using her network of informants, had secured a copy of the shop's blueprints, identifying a rarely used service entrance tucked away in a dimly lit alley. This was their point of entry, a clandestine route that would lead them directly to their objective, bypassing the main security systems. The risk was substantial. Any deviation from their meticulously crafted plan could lead to disaster. But they had anticipated every contingency. The plan was simple, yet intricate. Nadia would disable the security cameras and access the vault while Tom, positioned across the street, would provide a diversion, drawing attention away from their activities. The diversion was not to be aggressive, it was subtle, calculated, a carefully orchestrated series of minor incidents that would cause a localized disruption, drawing the shop's attention away from the service entrance and into the chaos they'd create. The city itself would be their accomplice, providing a cover of noise and distraction. The chosen time was late afternoon, just as the workday was winding down. The streets were still busy, but the intensity had lessened, offering a window of opportunity amidst the controlled chaos. The air was thick with the aroma of exhaust fumes and street food, a potent cocktail of urban life that masked the smell of fear and anxiety that clung to Nadia and Tom. As the appointed hour approached, Nadia slipped into the alley, her steps silent and purposeful. The service entrance was as she remembered it, a dark, unassuming door, barely visible amidst a cluster of overflowing garbage bins. With practiced ease, she bypassed the rudimentary security measures, her tools, a combination of sophisticated technology and old-fashioned lock-picking skills, working in perfect harmony. Inside, the building was a labyrinth of cramped corridors and cluttered storage rooms, the air heavy with the smell of fabric and dust. She navigated the maze with the confidence of someone intimately familiar with the shadows, her movements precise and economical. She found the vault without incident, the door disguised as a simple storage closet. Inside, meticulously organized files documented Malone's illegal activities, irrefutable proof of his crimes. Meanwhile, Tom, across the street, orchestrated his diversion. A series of cleverly staged accidents, a stage fight between two street vendors, a minor traffic accident, and a sudden power outage, kept the shop's staff occupied, their attention diverted away from the alleyway. The city's inherent chaos served as the perfect cover for their operation. Nadia's heart pounded in her chest as she worked. She knew that Malone wouldn't take this lying down, he'd have eyes and ears everywhere. The task wasn't just about finding the evidence, it was about extracting it without leaving a trace of their involvement. She worked quickly, skillfully replicating the documents and replacing them with expertly forged copies that shifted the blame to a seemingly credible, yet non-existent, business associate. The details were flawless, the inconsistencies non-existent. Once the crucial documents were replaced, Nadia slipped out as quietly as she had entered, leaving no trace of her presence. She rejoined Tom, who was already making his way to their prearranged meeting point, a nondescript cafe a few blocks away. The cafe was crowded and noisy, a perfect hiding place for two people intent on disappearing. They sat opposite each other, exchanging a look that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. The operation was a success. They had not just obtained the evidence, they had carefully woven a narrative, a story that would implicate Malone without implicating themselves. The city, with its bustling energy and chaotic pulse, had been both their shield and their accomplice. But their victory was bittersweet. The game was far from over. Malone was cunning, ruthless, and he wouldn't give up easily. The documents they had planted were just the first domino in a much larger, more dangerous game. They had just won a battle. The war, however, was yet to be fought. The city, a silent witness to their daring act, remained oblivious to the high-stakes game unfolding beneath its glittering facade. The consequences of their actions, both anticipated and unforeseen, lay ahead. The thrill of success was quickly replaced by a chilling sense of foreboding, a grim reminder of the dangerous path they had chosen. Their actions had not just incriminated Malone, they had irrevocably altered the trajectory of their lives, forever entwining their destinies with the city's treacherous underbelly. Their escape, as planned, was flawless, but the question remained, how long would their carefully constructed illusion withstand Malone's wrath? The city held its breath, unaware of the storm that was brewing. The quiet hum of the cafe, a stark contrast to the city's roar outside, did little to soothe the tension coiled between Nadia and Tom. The success of their operation was a fragile victory, a temporary reprieve in a war with no clear end. Malone, a man who built his empire on deceit and violence, wouldn't accept defeat gracefully. Their carefully constructed web of lies was only as strong as its weakest thread, and Nadia knew, with a chilling certainty, that Malone would be relentlessly searching for that thread. The next few days were a blur of anxious waiting. Nadia meticulously checked her usual communication channels, anticipating a response from Malone, a sign of his retaliation. She maintained her facade, a seamless blend of normalcy in her daily life, while secretly preparing for the inevitable backlash. Tom, meanwhile, worked tirelessly, feeding information to his superiors, carefully crafting a narrative that would implicate Malone without revealing their collaboration. The delicate balance they had created between their opposing roles was a tightrope walk. One wrong step could send them tumbling into the abyss. The first sign of Malone's counterattack came subtly, a ripple in the normally placid waters of their clandestine operation. A seemingly insignificant detail, a minor discrepancy in a seemingly unrelated case, brought a surge of unease. It was a subtle shift, a carefully placed piece in a larger game, designed to create doubt and uncertainty. Nadia's network of informants started whispering anxieties, whispers of Malone's growing frustration, of his increasing desperation. His usual calm demeanor seemed to have crumbled, replaced by a volatile rage that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened criminals. Malone's desperation manifested in a flurry of activity. His extensive network of informants, a web of loyalists and indebted individuals, went into overdrive, scouring the city for any sign of betrayal. He leveraged his considerable financial resources, deploying a team of private investigators, each with their own specialized skill set, to unearth the truth. The city, a sprawling metropolis teeming with millions, became a hunting ground, with Tom and Nadia as the prey. The investigation spread beyond the city's borders, extending its tentacles into neighboring states. Malone, fearing the tightening net of the NYPD investigation, sought refuge and support elsewhere, moving his operations to less scrutinized territories. He was a master of disguise, a chameleon shifting his form to evade capture. His trail vanished into a labyrinth of shell corporations and offshore accounts, obscuring his movements and making tracking him an arduous, almost impossible task. Tom found himself embroiled in a complex web of international finance, chasing shadows across continents, trying to piece together Malone's fragmented network. The investigation was no longer confined to the city's gritty streets. It had evolved into a global game of cat and mouse, spanning multiple jurisdictions and demanding an international level of coordination. The stakes were higher than ever, and the risks were exponentially amplified. Nadia, meanwhile, found herself juggling her responsibilities to her family with the looming threat of Malone's vengeance. The constant pressure gnawed at her, weighing heavily on her already strained nerves. Sleep became a luxury she could barely afford, replaced by restless nights filled with anxiety and paranoia. The city, her refuge and her battleground, now felt like a suffocating cage closing in on her from all sides. She found herself constantly looking over her shoulder, expecting Malone's wrath to descend upon her at any moment. The city that once offered anonymity now felt like a transparent glass, exposing her vulnerability to Malone's relentless pursuit. Despite the escalating danger, Nadia refused to yield. Her loyalty to Tom, her family, and her own fierce independence propelled her forward. She knew that giving in would not only endanger her loved ones but would also betray the trust placed in her. The weight of the responsibility rested heavily on her shoulders, a burden she carried with stoic determination. As the net tightened around Malone, his retaliatory measures escalated. He unleashed a series of carefully orchestrated events, seemingly unrelated incidents that subtly disrupted the city's rhythm, creating chaos and diversion. These were not random acts of violence, they were calculated moves, designed to unsettle Tom and Nadia, to wear down their resolve, and to sow seeds of doubt among the NYPD. The game became a terrifying dance of deception, with each player trying to outwit the other, using the city itself as a pawn in their deadly game. The city, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, continued its relentless rhythm, oblivious to the dangerous game playing out beneath its surface. The glittering lights of skyscrapers masked a brutal reality, a city where loyalty was a commodity, and betrayal a necessity for survival. Nadia and Tom's love, forged in the shadows of the city, was being tested in ways neither of them could have ever anticipated. The city's game was far from over, and the stakes were about to rise even higher. Their precarious alliance, built on mutual trust and shared danger, would be tested to its very limits, as the city held its breath, waiting for the inevitable showdown. The web of deceit they had both woven and were now entangled within was about to unravel, threatening to engulf them both in its deadly embrace. The following weeks were a carefully choreographed dance of deception, a silent ballet played out against the vibrant yet unforgiving backdrop of New York City. Nadia, a master of disguise, moved through her familiar haunts, the bustling Chinatown markets, the dimly lit printing dens of the Lower East Side, the smoky backrooms of Brooklyn bars, each location a potential stage for her next move. She maintained her facade of a successful forger, her interactions with Malone seemingly unchanged, a carefully crafted performance that masked the turmoil beneath. Tom, meanwhile, worked tirelessly within the NYPD, feeding Malone precisely the information he desired, carefully calibrated to steer the investigation in the right direction. He played the role of a dedicated officer, wholly absorbed in his work, his passion and dedication a convincing mask for his calculated actions. He spent countless hours poring over financial records, tracing Malone's complex web of shell corporations, subtly manipulating the flow of information to lead Malone down a path of his own making. He had access to a vast amount of information about Malone's networks which Nadia didn't have, but Nadia possessed unique insights into Malone's thinking, his habits, the intricate nuances of his criminal network. Their strengths complemented each other, forming a synergy that was both terrifyingly effective and breathtakingly dangerous. Their plan was intricate, a complex web of interconnected events, each one carefully designed to support the other, a carefully woven tapestry of lies designed to ultimately expose the truth. It required impeccable timing, flawless execution, and an almost supernatural level of trust. One misstep, one moment of hesitation, could unravel the entire operation, sending them tumbling into the abyss. The first phase involved setting up a series of seemingly unrelated events, a minor financial irregularity, a whispered rumor among Malone's associates, a seemingly insignificant discrepancy in a seemingly unrelated case. These were not random. They were carefully placed pieces in a much larger game, designed to sow seeds of doubt, to create cracks in Malone's seemingly impenetrable fortress. These minor disruptions, so subtle they could be easily dismissed, created a growing sense of unease among Malone's inner circle, the whispers of discontent growing louder with each passing day. The next phase relied heavily on Nadia's skills. She meticulously forged documents, creating a trail of false leads that pointed away from herself and Tom, skillfully diverting Malone's attention while subtly strengthening their case against him. She played the role of the loyal and indispensable associate, diligently providing Malone with the information he craved, while subtly manipulating the data to support their investigation. The process was both taxing and dangerous. Every forged document, every carefully crafted lie, was a gamble, a risk that could have catastrophic consequences. But Nadia thrived under pressure. She was a master of her craft, and her nerves remained steady, her hand unwavering. As their plan progressed, the city became their stage, a sprawling metropolis where they moved like phantoms, their movements a blur of clandestine meetings and coded messages. They utilized the city's hidden alleys and back streets as their escape routes, using the anonymity of the urban jungle as their protection. The city, with its pulsing energy and constant movement, became a silent witness to their daring game of cat and mouse. They met in deserted warehouses, empty subway stations, the quiet corners of forgotten libraries, places where the city's heartbeat was muffled, where their whispered conversations would not carry on the night's winds. Tom, using his official capacity, gained access to resources Nadia could only dream of. He expertly maneuvered through the bureaucratic labyrinth of the NYPD, acquiring information that helped solidify their plan, providing evidence that strengthened their case and helped them anticipate Malone's every move. He worked tirelessly, pushing himself to his limits, fueled by a mixture of professional ambition and personal attachment to Nadia. Their bond deepened with each carefully executed move, a mixture of love, trust, and shared danger binding them together. The climax of their plan approached, the tension becoming almost palpable. Malone's paranoia reached fever pitch as the net around him tightened. His erratic behavior became more pronounced, his business dealings turned chaotic, his communication patterns shifted, hinting at his growing desperation. The city's hidden corners that had once provided sanctuary now seemed to close in on him, amplifying the pressure that was mounting on him. Nadia's family, blissfully unaware of the dangerous game she was playing, lived their lives in tranquil unawareness, a stark contrast to the turbulent world Nadia inhabited. The thought of jeopardizing their safety fueled Nadia's determination, intensifying her focus and driving her onward. She knew that failure was not an option. The consequences were too dire, the stakes too high. The final move was audacious, a daring scheme that involved a staged heist, a carefully planned operation designed to expose Malone's extensive criminal network. The heist was elaborate, requiring a meticulous approach and flawless coordination between Nadia and Tom. It was a risky gamble, a delicate balancing act that could easily unravel if not executed to perfection. The city, with its network of hidden pathways and secret entrances, was the perfect setting for this meticulously planned heist. As the final pieces of their plan fell into place, the city held its breath, anticipating the inevitable showdown. The tension was electric, the air thick with anticipation. Nadia and Tom, bound by a shared purpose and a dangerous love affair, stood poised on the edge of a precipice, ready to face the consequences of their audacious gamble. The fate of their lives, and the city's underworld, rested on the delicate balance they had so painstakingly constructed. The city's game, a brutal dance of betrayal and deception, was about to reach its dramatic crescendo. The fate of Nadia, Tom, and the city hung precariously in the balance, as the shadows of the night prepared to give way to the dawn of a new era. The penthouse apartment hummed with a low, almost imperceptible energy, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the city sprawling beneath. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking panorama of Central Park, a vibrant emerald carpet spread out against the backdrop of the glittering Manhattan skyline. But tonight, the breathtaking view was lost on most of those present, their attention riveted on the poker table dominating the room. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of expensive cigars and the unspoken threat of violence. This wasn't a casual game of poker, this was a meticulously orchestrated showdown. Ricky, the broker Malone, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, sat across from Nadia and Tom. Malone, usually impeccably dressed, looked disheveled, his tailored suit rumpled, his tie loosened, betraying the pressure mounting within him. His eyes, usually sharp and calculating, were now wild, darting nervously around the room, betraying the fear that gnawed at his carefully constructed composure. He knew the game was up. The subtle shifts in his network, the whispers of dissent among his associates, the growing sense of unease, he couldn't ignore it any longer. The net was tightening, and he was the trapped bird. Nadia, playing the role of a cool, collected professional, sat opposite him, her expression carefully neutral. Her outward calm, however, masked a churning tempest of anxiety. The weight of the situation pressed down on her, a heavy burden she carried with practiced grace. Each card she handled was a calculated move, a piece in a dangerous game where the stakes were life and death. Her heart pounded against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the backdrop of the luxurious setting. She had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times, but nothing could fully prepare her for the raw intensity of the confrontation. Tom, seated beside Nadia, played the role of a concerned yet observant bystander. He watched Malone with a keen eye, his gaze sharp and calculating, his mind racing, analyzing every twitch, every subtle shift in the man's demeanor. He had access to intelligence on Malone's operation. He knew the extent of the man's reach, his ruthlessness, his capacity for violence. But even he felt a tremor of apprehension, a subtle unease that was as much a product of the high-stakes game as it was his awareness of Malone's unpredictable nature. He was playing a double game, part observer, part protector, and all the while meticulously maintaining his cover. The poker chips clattered on the polished mahogany table, a rhythmic counterpoint to the ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner, each tick a reminder of the relentless march of time, the dwindling moments before the inevitable confrontation. The luxurious penthouse, a symbol of Malone's ill-gotten gains, was ironically a cage from which he could not escape. The city lights twinkling outside served as a silent, indifferent witness to the high-stakes drama unfolding within. The game progressed, each hand dealt with a deadly precision. Malone's bets were erratic, a mixture of desperation and bravado. He attempted to bluff, to intimidate, but Nadia and Tom remained unyielding. They played with a measured calm, their responses calculated, their moves deliberate, each card played as a carefully considered step towards their ultimate objective. The tension in the room thickened with each passing hand. The silence, broken only by the occasional clink of chips, the shuffling of cards, and the low hum of the city outside, was more oppressive than any shouted confrontation. Every glance, every subtle shift in posture, was laden with unspoken threats and veiled intentions. The atmosphere was electric, charged with the potential for violence. Malone, sensing his dwindling options, made a final, desperate play, a high-stakes bet that pushed the game to its breaking point. It was a bluff, a last-ditch attempt to regain control, to escape the web of deception that Nadia and Tom had so meticulously constructed. Nadia, with a flicker of defiance in her eyes, called his bluff. She revealed her hand, a carefully selected combination of cards that proved her superior position. The city lights, reflecting in her dark eyes, mirrored the cold precision of her calculation. Tom remained steadfast, his expression unreadable. The truth was out in the open, laid bare like cards on a table, revealing Malone's operation in all its illegal glory. Malone's face fell. His carefully constructed facade crumbled, replaced by a raw, primal fear. The weight of his crimes, the inevitable consequences of his actions, crashed down upon him. He was exposed. His world, once a carefully constructed labyrinth of power and deceit, had collapsed, leaving him vulnerable, trapped, and utterly defeated. The game was over. The showdown didn't involve gunfire or physical violence. It was a war waged with intellect, with calculated risks, and with the cold, hard certainty of exposed truth. The city lights, silent witnesses to the events, continued to glitter, indifferent to the drama unfolding in the luxurious penthouse high above. The victory was bittersweet. Malone's arrest was a triumph, a culmination of meticulous planning and daring execution. But the cost had been high. Nadia had risked everything: her life, her family, her freedom, all for love, loyalty, and the thrill of the city's dangerous game. As the police sirens wailed in the distance, echoing the city's response to Malone's downfall, Nadia knew that her own precarious position remained. The city, with its relentless energy and unforgiving nature, had dealt its cards. Now she had to play her hand. The game, though won, was far from over. The city's intricate game would continue to unfold, each night a new chapter in the relentless dance of shadows and light, betrayal and love, crime and justice, all playing out against the backdrop of the most vibrant, unforgiving city in the world. The consequences of their actions would ripple outward, far beyond the confines of that luxurious penthouse, casting long shadows over their lives and the lives of those they touched. The city's game, in all its chaotic glory, had claimed another victim, and yet, somehow, Nadia and Tom were still standing. The city, the ever-present, silent judge, observed. The aftermath hung heavy in the air, a silence broken only by the rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock, a stark counterpoint to the recently frenzied energy of the room. Malone, his face ashen, his eyes devoid of their usual arrogance, was led away by a phalanx of uniformed officers, his expensive suit now crumpled and stained, a pathetic emblem of his fallen empire. The city, indifferent to his demise, continued its relentless hum outside, oblivious to the drama that had unfolded within the opulent confines of the penthouse. Nadia watched him go, a strange mixture of triumph and apprehension churning within her. The victory felt hollow, tainted by the knowledge of the sacrifices it demanded. The meticulously crafted plan, the calculated risks, the dangerous dance with destiny, it had all paid off, yet the taste of success was bitter, laced with the impending reality of her own precarious situation. The meticulously constructed facade that she had carefully maintained for so long was about to crumble. Tom, his hand resting gently on hers, felt the tremor running through her. He knew what she was thinking, the unspoken fear that hung between them, thicker than the cigar smoke that still lingered in the air. The partnership, the dangerous liaison born out of necessity and forged in the crucible of shared danger, was nearing its inevitable end. Their victory was a Pyrrhic one, a triumph bought with a price far too high. The subsequent days were a blur of frantic activity. Legal wrangling, official statements, the relentless scrutiny of the media, the machinery of justice ground slowly but inexorably onward, leaving Nadia in its wake, a pawn in a game she had only partly controlled. The authorities were pleased, naturally, a major criminal ring dismantled, a significant victory in the seemingly endless war on crime. But Nadia knew that their satisfaction came at a cost. The same anonymity that had shielded her for so long now loomed as a menacing threat, a chilling reminder of her own vulnerability. The plan, hatched during countless clandestine meetings in dimly lit bars and hidden printing dens, had called for a swift and clean break. Once Malone was apprehended, Nadia would disappear, melt back into the anonymity of the city, leaving behind the forged identities, the assumed personas, and the dangerous game that defined her existence. It was a desperate, reckless move, a gamble made with the chilling understanding that she might never see Tom again. Yet, it was the only choice, the only way to protect herself and her family from the long reach of Malone's associates, the vengeful underbelly of the criminal network she had helped to dismantle. The parting was swift, almost brutal in its finality. A quiet rendezvous in a deserted corner of Central Park, the city's vibrant energy a stark contrast to the quiet despair that consumed them. There were no tearful goodbyes, no grand pronouncements of eternal love. Just a shared glance, laden with unspoken emotions, a lingering touch, a promise whispered in the darkness, a promise of remembrance, of enduring love, tempered with the cold, harsh reality of their circumstances. Then, a silent parting, two lives diverging, two paths separating into the labyrinthine streets of the city. The anonymity of New York, once her shield, now became her prison. She traded her expensive penthouse for a cramped apartment in a less desirable neighborhood, a stark contrast to the life she had once led. The city, a sprawling metropolis of millions, became both sanctuary and cage, offering both the possibility of concealment and the constant threat of exposure. She lived a life of quiet desperation, careful, cautious, always looking over her shoulder, always alert to the potential threat that lurked just around the corner. The memories of Tom, etched deep within her heart, became her solace and her torment. The stolen moments of intimacy, the shared laughter, the perilous dance of their clandestine romance. They were the fuel that kept her going, the anchor that prevented her from drifting into the depths of despair. Yet they were also a constant reminder of what she had lost, of the price she had paid for their shared victory. The city never sleeps, and neither did Nadia. She continued her quiet, anonymous existence, a ghost in the urban landscape, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. She forged documents, but only for the ordinary, the mundane. No more dangerous games, no more high-stakes schemes. The adrenaline-fueled thrill of the chase was replaced by the quiet rhythm of survival, a low-level hum that permeated her days. The city's anonymity offered a form of protection, a deceptive shield against the prying eyes of those who might still seek retribution. But it also exacted a heavy toll, a slow erosion of her soul, a constant gnawing sense of isolation. The memories of her past life, her partnership with Tom, became increasingly vivid, painful reminders of a world she could no longer inhabit. The city's relentless pulse continued, oblivious to her quiet struggle, its rhythm a constant reminder of the lives she left behind and the price she had paid to ensure her survival. The victory was hers, but it was a victory tinged with profound loss, a bittersweet triumph etched against the relentless backdrop of the city that never sleeps. The city's game continued, but for Nadia, the high-stakes game was over. Her role had changed, and in its place was a new, quiet survival. Chapter 4: Aftermath and Escape. The escape was meticulously planned, a choreography of calculated movements and deceptive maneuvers honed over years of navigating the city's underbelly. She'd spent weeks studying bus routes, mapping out less frequented subway lines, and identifying blind spots in the city's ever-watchful surveillance network. Her apartment, once a haven, now felt like a prison cell, its familiar walls closing in, suffocating her with the weight of her past. The city, once her canvas, her accomplice, now felt like an adversary, its vibrant energy a relentless reminder of her precarious situation. She began by methodically dismantling her life, piece by piece. Her forging equipment, the specialized inks, the antique printing press, the meticulously collected paper samples, were carefully packed away, not discarded, but preserved, remnants of a life she had to leave behind, yet couldn't entirely erase. These weren't merely tools, they were extensions of her identity, tangible markers of her past, her skills, her ingenuity. The act of packing them felt like a ritualistic farewell, a grieving process for a life that had been both thrilling and terrifying. Her savings, accumulated through years of risky endeavors, were secured in a hidden compartment within a battered suitcase. It wasn't a fortune, but enough to provide a modest buffer, a small cushion against the uncertainties of her new life. She had carefully avoided using bank accounts, preferring the anonymity of cash, a strategy that had served her well in the past and would be crucial now, in her flight from the city. The note to Tom was the hardest part. She sat at her small kitchen table, the city lights painting streaks across the window, and penned a message, her hand trembling slightly as she formed each word. It wasn't a love letter, not a declaration of undying devotion. It was a simple goodbye, a quiet acknowledgement of their shared history, of the sacrifices they both had made. She wished him well, a silent prayer for his safety and happiness, knowing that her own future was uncertain, shrouded in the shadows of anonymity. She slipped the note into an unmarked envelope, her heart heavy with unspoken emotions. With the note tucked away, she proceeded to erase any trace of her existence. She meticulously cleaned the apartment, removing any lingering evidence of her activities, carefully wiping down surfaces, discarding anything that might link her to her past life. She even repainted the walls, a symbolic cleansing, a desperate attempt to wash away the lingering memories. The process was painstaking, exhausting, yet crucial to her survival. Every detail was critical. Her life hung in the balance, dependent on her ability to disappear completely. Under the cloak of night, she left the apartment, carrying only the battered suitcase containing her meager belongings and her future. The city streets were eerily quiet, the late-night hum muted as she blended into the shadows, a ghost slipping through the urban labyrinth. She navigated the city's arteries, using the intricate web of public transportation, always alert, always vigilant, her senses heightened, attuned to the slightest anomaly. Her escape was a meticulously orchestrated ballet of evasion, a dance between her and the city, a silent struggle for survival. Each bus ride, each subway transfer, was a gamble, a calculated risk. She avoided looking directly at anyone, her gaze drifting between the flickering advertisements and the indifferent faces of fellow passengers. She spoke only when absolutely necessary, her voice a low murmur, her presence an almost imperceptible whisper in the city's cacophony. She was a ghost, a phantom, moving through the city's veins without leaving a trace. She chose a route that led her away from the familiar haunts of her past life, towards the outskirts of the city, a gradual transition from the vibrant chaos of Manhattan to the quieter suburbs of New Jersey. She didn't know where she was going, not exactly. She only knew that she needed to disappear, to leave behind the life that had defined her, the life that had threatened to consume her. As the city lights receded, and the sprawling urban landscape yielded to the quieter expanse of the New Jersey countryside, a sense of relief washed over her, a fragile hope flickering in the darkness. The anonymity of the city had been both her shield and her prison. The open spaces of the countryside offered a new kind of anonymity, a different kind of freedom. She eventually reached a small town, nestled amidst rolling hills and quiet villages. It was a world away from the frenetic pulse of New York City, a stark contrast to the life she had led. It was a new beginning, albeit a tentative one. The fear remained, a persistent shadow, but it was tempered by a burgeoning sense of hope, a belief that she might find solace and peace in this new anonymity. She found a small room in a boarding house, a modest dwelling far removed from the luxury she once enjoyed. It wasn't comfortable, but it was safe, a haven where she could rebuild her life, piece by piece. She took on odd jobs, utilizing her skills subtly, never revealing her true capabilities. She became a part of the community, a quiet observer, always watchful, never revealing her past. The memories of Tom, of their perilous romance, of their shared victories and defeats, remained vivid, etched deep within her heart. They were a source of both comfort and sorrow, a bittersweet reminder of a life she had left behind, of a love she had sacrificed for the sake of survival. But there was a new kind of freedom in her anonymity, a newfound peace in her solitude. She had escaped the clutches of her past, and in the quiet solitude of her new life, she found a chance to rebuild, to heal, to create a future for herself and her family, a future free from the shadows of the city that never sleeps. The price of freedom had been high, But in this quiet town, amidst rolling hills and serene landscapes, she felt a glimmer of hope, a faint promise of a life lived in the light, a life beyond the reach of the city's unrelenting game. The escape was complete, the price paid, but the quiet hope of a new life began to blossom. The train rattled westward, each click and clack a metronome marking the distance between her and the life she'd left behind. The city's relentless energy, once a familiar hum, was fading, replaced by the quiet rhythm of the countryside. The landscape outside the window shifted from towering skyscrapers to rolling hills, from crowded streets to sprawling fields. It was a visual representation of the internal shift occurring within her, a shedding of the city's grime and the weight of her secrets. New Jersey unfurled before her, a tapestry of green and brown, a stark contrast to the concrete jungle she had escaped. She arrived in Millbridge, a town so small it barely registered on most maps. It possessed a charm that was both quaint and unsettling, a quietude that felt both peaceful and unnervingly empty. The air was cleaner, sharper, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark difference from the exhaust fumes and garbage smells that had perpetually clung to her clothes in the city. She checked into the Maplewood Inn, a modest boarding house with creaking floors and slightly faded wallpaper. Her room was small, containing little more than a bed, a rickety desk, and a tiny window that offered a view of a sprawling field. But it was hers, a space free from the fear that had become her constant companion. The initial days were a blur of mundane tasks. She spent hours walking the town's quiet streets, observing the rhythm of daily life, the elderly woman tending her garden, the children playing in the park, the shopkeeper sweeping the sidewalk in front of his store. These simple actions, so commonplace in Millbridge, felt almost foreign to her, a stark contrast to the fast-paced, high-stakes life she'd known. She felt like an anthropologist studying a new tribe, observing their customs, their rhythms, their unspoken rules. She found work at the local library, a surprisingly peaceful haven. Her skills in forgery, once employed to craft deceptive identities, were now channeled into meticulously repairing damaged books. The delicate task of mending torn pages, of meticulously reinforcing brittle spines, proved to be unexpectedly therapeutic. The quiet concentration required allowed her to distance herself from the ever-present anxieties that had plagued her in the city. She found a strange comfort in the meticulous work, the slow, deliberate process, a stark contrast to the hurried urgency of her previous life. Her evenings were spent learning the town's rhythms. She joined a small book club, where the discussions were less about literary analysis and more about shared experiences, about the quiet joys and sorrows of small-town life. She discovered a hidden talent for baking, surprising herself with the delicate cakes and pies she crafted, contributing to the weekly potlucks and community events. She learned the names of the local farmers, the friendly butcher, the woman who ran the quaint tea shop on Main Street. She was slowly building a new network of connections, a new family, a new sense of belonging. The past, however, refused to remain buried. The memories of Tom haunted her, not as a source of pain or guilt, but as a reminder of a love that had defied all odds, a love that had been sacrificed for the sake of survival. She sometimes found herself staring at the old photos she'd saved, tracing the lines of his face, remembering the warmth of his touch, the shared laughter, the dangerous exhilaration of their shared secret. These memories were a bittersweet reminder of a life she had left behind, a life that had been both thrilling and terrifying. The anonymity of Millbridge, while initially a comfort, sometimes felt like a cage. She missed the vibrant energy of New York, the anonymity of a city where no one truly knows you. But this new anonymity was different. It was the anonymity of being accepted, of belonging. It was a silence that held a different kind of peace. One rainy afternoon, while shelving books, she came across a tattered copy of The Great Gatsby. its pages worn and its spine cracked. As she mended the book, the story resonated with her own experiences. Gatsby's pursuit of an unattainable dream, his desperate attempts to recreate the past, mirrored her own struggle to reconcile her past with her present. She saw herself in Gatsby's relentless pursuit of a love that was lost, a love that she had willingly sacrificed for a greater good. The mending of the book became a metaphor for her own life. Each repaired page, each reinforced binding, represented a step towards healing, a progress towards a new wholeness. It was a reminder that even the most damaged things can be restored, that even the most broken hearts can find a way to mend. The act of restoring a classic novel became a therapeutic exercise, a way to heal both the physical object and her own internal wounds. The quiet life in Millbridge wasn't without its challenges. There were moments when she felt the familiar tug of her old life, the temptation to return to the thrilling, dangerous world she'd left behind. But these moments were fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the newfound peace she found in her quiet existence. One day, a letter arrived addressed simply to Nadia. It contained a single photograph, a picture of her and Tom taken during one of their clandestine meetings in the city. There were no words, only the image, a poignant reminder of a love that had been lost, a life that had been left behind. The picture elicited a complex mix of emotions, sadness, regret, but also a profound sense of gratitude. She had escaped the shadows of her past, found peace and solace in a life free from the city's relentless game. The image became a symbol, not of loss but of survival, of the resilience of the human spirit. She carefully placed the photograph in a drawer, tucking it away among her most precious possessions. It was a reminder of a life lived on the edge, a reminder of the sacrifices she had made, but also a testament to her strength, her courage, and her capacity to create a new life for herself, a life beyond the reach of the city's unrelenting game. Millbridge wasn't the vibrant, exciting life she had once known, but it was her life, and it was good. The quiet hope of a new beginning had blossomed into a quiet peace, a quiet strength, a quiet happiness. And that, she realized, was a kind of freedom she hadn't known existed. The chipped mug warmed his hands, the lukewarm coffee doing little to thaw the chill that settled deep in his bones. The city outside his window, usually a chaotic symphony of sirens and honking horns, felt muted, almost distant. The rhythmic pulse of New York, once a constant companion, now felt strangely absent, replaced by a quiet hum of introspection. Tom stared out at the pre-dawn gloom, the gray light mirroring the grayness that had settled in his heart. He'd cleared his name, the internal affairs investigation concluding with a resounding exoneration. Justice had been served, yet a hollow ache remained. The victory felt hollow, bittersweet, tinged with the lingering ghost of Nadia. He thought of her often, the memory of her face, sharp, intelligent eyes, a subtle curve of her lips, a constant presence. The clandestine meetings, the whispered conversations in dimly lit bars, the thrilling danger of their shared secret, all now existed as fragmented snapshots in the album of his memory. Each recollection was a sharp stab of longing, a reminder of a love that had blossomed in the most unlikely of circumstances, only to be sacrificed on the altar of survival. He understood her choices, the agonizing calculations she'd made to protect her family, the weight of responsibility she carried. He'd seen the fear in her eyes, the quiet desperation that had fueled her actions, the agonizing choice between love and loyalty. He'd seen the subtle shift in her demeanor as she transitioned from the vulnerable, passionate woman he'd fallen in love with into the hardened, calculating forger, capable of crafting intricate deceptions that even he, a seasoned detective, had been fooled by. The escape had been meticulously planned, a symphony of calculated risks and daring maneuvers. The staged heist, the forged evidence, the meticulously crafted alibi. It had all unfolded with a precision that was both terrifying and breathtaking. He recalled her deftness, the way her fingers danced across the printing press, the way her mind worked, piecing together intricate designs, the intricate web of lies that had shielded them from Ricky Malone's wrath. It was a dangerous game, a dance on the precipice of disaster, and she'd been the choreographer, orchestrating their movements with a grace and skill that bordered on the supernatural. And yet, amidst the chaos, their love had persisted, a fragile flame flickering in the face of overwhelming odds. Their final parting had been a silent farewell, an unspoken agreement to protect each other, a mutual sacrifice for the sake of survival. There had been no dramatic outbursts, no tearful pronouncements, only a lingering glance, a shared understanding that transcended words. It was a goodbye laced with the bittersweet tang of unspoken regrets, and the profound knowledge that they had both done what they had to do. Their love story, as tumultuous and brief as it was, had been etched into the annals of his heart, a testament to a love that defied logic, reason, and the relentless demands of their opposing worlds. He picked up his coffee, the warmth a feeble attempt to dispel the lingering coldness. His apartment, meticulously clean and sparsely furnished, felt empty, reflecting the void in his heart. The photographs he'd kept, surreptitious shots taken during their stolen moments together, were hidden away in a drawer, each image a poignant reminder of a love lost, a life left behind. He looked at them sometimes, tracing the contours of her face, the way the light caught the glint in her eyes, the curve of her smile. Each image was a whisper of a past that seemed both impossibly real and impossibly distant, a bittersweet echo of a love that had been both intoxicating and terrifying. He'd attempted to move on, to re-engage with his life, to pick up the pieces. The work had been a welcome distraction, the relentless investigation of other cases a necessary antidote to the haunting memories of his own involvement with Nadia and her world. The city had returned to its familiar clamor, its energy a dull roar in the background of his existence. He had reconnected with old friends, made tentative steps toward new relationships, yet nothing seemed to fill the void that Nadia's absence had created. It wasn't just her absence he mourned. It was the absence of that thrilling, intoxicating feeling of shared danger, that heady blend of fear and exhilaration they had experienced, that intoxicating chemistry that had transcended their opposing worlds. He considered contacting her, reaching out across the vast expanse that separated them. But he knew it was impossible, a reckless act of self-indulgence. Her new life in Millbridge, while peaceful and quiet, was also a fragile sanctuary, a refuge built on anonymity and silence. To disturb that peace, to reintroduce the chaos of their past into her present, would be an unforgivable betrayal, an act of selfishness that he couldn't bring himself to commit. He had to accept that some losses were irreparable, some wounds too deep to be healed, some loves too dangerous to be sustained. He had to accept that their story had ended, not with a dramatic conclusion, but with a quiet, poignant understanding, a shared acceptance of sacrifice, a bittersweet recognition of a love that had burned bright, but too fiercely, too quickly to last. The sunrise finally broke through the pre-dawn gloom, casting a pale light across the city. The familiar sounds of New York began to reassert themselves, the city awakening to another day. Tom remained seated by the window, the warm coffee long since cold, the chill in his bones still present. He watched the city stir, its relentless energy a stark contrast to the quiet solitude of his heart. He knew that life would go on, that he would continue, that the city would continue to pulse with its frenetic energy. But a part of him would always remain in the past, tethered to the memory of Nadia, the memory of their dangerous love, a memory that would remain a bittersweet and poignant reminder of a love lost, a sacrifice made, a life forever changed. He finished his coffee, the empty mug a reflection of the emptiness in his heart, and rose to face a new day, a new case, a new reality, forever haunted by the ghost of a love that was both dangerous and magnificent, and forever lost. The arrest of Ricky, the broker, Malone wasn't the dramatic showdown of Hollywood fantasies. There were no drawn guns, no desperate chases across rooftops. Instead, it was a quiet, almost anticlimactic event that unfolded in the pre-dawn hours, in a nondescript diner on the outskirts of Queens. Malone, disheveled and looking far older than his 40-odd years, sat nursing a lukewarm coffee, the weariness etched deep into his face. The uniformed officers who approached him weren't dressed in riot gear or tactical vests. They were plainclothes detectives, their movements as smooth and quiet as the rising sun. He didn't resist. Perhaps surrender had been a quiet calculation all along, a desperate attempt to minimize the impending damage. The unraveling of Malone's operation wasn't a spectacular collapse but a slow, methodical dismantling. His network, built on years of carefully cultivated relationships and coded messages, crumbled under the weight of meticulously gathered evidence meticulously forged by Nadia herself. The fabricated documents, the manipulated financial records, the cleverly planted clues, all the pieces of the puzzle Nadia had created, falling neatly into place, painting a damning picture of Malone's criminal enterprise. His henchmen, initially loyal, quickly began to turn, each seeking to minimize their own involvement, to distance themselves from the sinking ship. The system, which Malone had believed to be impervious, was now working against him, its gears grinding slowly but inexorably towards justice. The arrests followed in a cascade, each one a domino toppling another until the entire structure came crashing down. The trial was a relatively quick affair. Malone, facing overwhelming evidence and the betrayal of his closest associates, pleaded guilty. The sentencing hearing was equally subdued, no dramatic pleas for leniency, no outpouring of remorse. Malone simply accepted his fate, his face a mask of impassivity, his eyes revealing nothing of the turmoil churning within. He received a substantial prison sentence, his empire reduced to ashes. Yet, even with the legal victory secured, a lingering sense of unease persisted. The feeling of closure was elusive, a phantom limb, the absence of a true resolution haunting the aftermath. The city, however, seemed to display an indifference to the intricacies of Malone's downfall. The news barely registered on the surface of its constant activity, the relentless hum of its energy unaffected by the seismic shift in the criminal underworld. The streets continued their frantic dance, the sirens continued their wail, the taxis continued their yellow flash through the canyons of steel and glass. Life, in its relentless rhythm, continued to pulse, seemingly oblivious to the drama that had unfolded in the shadows. It was as if the city itself held its breath for a moment, and then exhaled, the events a mere tremor in its grand, seismic existence. The victory felt sterile, a procedural completion rather than a true reckoning. The dismantling of Malone's organization brought a momentary calm to the city's underbelly. However, the vacuum created by his absence was quickly filled. Other players, patiently waiting in the wings, seized the opportunity to expand their territories, to consolidate their power. The criminal world, much like nature, abhorred a vacuum. The city, a crucible for ambition and opportunity, seemed ever ready to nurture the next generation of ambitious criminals, the cycle of crime and punishment continuing its relentless turn. The city's inherent indifference to the legal victory served to highlight the deeper issue, the futility of attempting to completely eradicate the criminal element. It was an endless game of whack-a-mole, a Sisyphean task of fighting a hydra with multiple heads. Each head severed, replaced by more. The cost of justice, both in terms of resources and human lives, seemed disproportionately high compared to the ephemeral impact it ultimately had. It was a necessary evil, a grim recognition of the dark undercurrent that flowed beneath the polished veneer of the city. Tom Rivera, meanwhile, found himself wrestling with his own sense of unease. The exoneration had been a relief, but the triumph lacked the resounding satisfaction he'd expected. The shadow of Nadia hung over him, a persistent reminder of the complexities of their relationship, of the moral ambiguities they'd navigated. The weight of the past, the shared secrets, the precarious balance they'd maintained, all contributed to a sense of incompleteness. He'd saved his career, yet in doing so, lost something irreplaceable. He had the respect of his colleagues, the admiration of his superiors, but he was emotionally adrift. His apartment, though meticulously organized, felt more like a museum than a home. Every item was neatly placed, a reflection of his need for control, a desperate attempt to impose order on the chaotic memories that swirled within him. He tried to bury himself in work, to find solace in the investigative process, but the echoes of his relationship with Nadia continued to haunt him. He thought about her often, imagining her life in Millbridge, far from the cacophony of New York City. The thought of her peaceful existence was both a comfort and a source of profound sadness. It was a quiet life, a stark contrast to the thrill and danger they had shared. He wondered about the sacrifices she'd made, the choices she'd had to make to protect her family. He knew that contacting her was impossible, an act of recklessness that would jeopardize her fragile peace. The city continued to hum, oblivious to the turmoil within him, to the ongoing battle he waged with his own memories. The relentless energy of New York, once a source of excitement and shared adventure, now felt alien, a constant reminder of the life he'd lost, the love that had been sacrificed on the altar of survival. He found himself drawn to the quieter corners of the city, seeking solace in the anonymity of crowds. The vibrant energy that had once defined his life was now replaced by a quiet acceptance of his loss. He sought not to forget, but to find a way to integrate the bittersweet memories into the tapestry of his existence. He realized that the justice served wasn't just about Malone's conviction, or even about his own exoneration. It was a larger, more profound statement, reflecting the relentless struggle between order and chaos, between light and shadow, within the city's labyrinthine heart. It was a recognition that justice, even when served, leaves lingering questions, unresolved uncertainties, and a deep appreciation for the sacrifices made in its pursuit. The city itself, in its ceaseless energy and enduring resilience, continued to pulse, a testament to its ability to absorb and move beyond the chaos. Tom continued with his work, his life slowly healing, haunted but not defined by the memory of Nadia, a memory that would forever hold a place in the bittersweet narrative of his heart. The city that never sleeps, in all its brilliance and darkness, continued on its course, oblivious yet deeply marked by the lives that had been irrevocably altered within its concrete embrace. The justice served was undeniable, but the lasting consequences remained, a subtle shift in the balance of the city's hidden narrative. The months that followed were a blur of routine for Nadia. Millbridge, with its quiet streets and predictable rhythms, felt like a sanctuary after the tempestuous storm of New York. She found solace in the simplicity of her days, the gentle rhythm of her family's life, a stark contrast to the adrenaline-fueled existence she had left behind. The vibrant chaos of the city, once a source of both exhilaration and terror, now felt distant, a half-remembered dream. Her days were filled with the mundane, tending her small garden, preparing meals, spending time with her family. The fear that had been a constant companion for so long began to recede, replaced by a tentative peace. The weight of her secrets, the burden of her double life, seemed to lighten with each passing day. Yet, the memories lingered, vivid and poignant, a reminder of the life she had left behind, a life that held both danger and a love so intense it had redefined her very being. The quiet moments were the hardest. In the stillness of the night, the echoes of Tom's voice would resurface, a phantom touch against her skin, his scent a ghost in the air. She would trace the lines of his face in her mind, remembering the intensity in his eyes, the warmth of his touch. She'd hold his image close, cherishing it as a sacred relic from a life that could never be revisited. The thought of him, of their shared risks, their clandestine meetings, their desperate gamble to outwit Ricky Malone, brought a bittersweet ache to her heart. Their love story, a whirlwind of passion and danger, had left an indelible mark on her soul, a testament to a love that had blossomed in the most unlikely of circumstances. It was a love born from deceit, nurtured in shadows, and ultimately sacrificed on the altar of survival. She found comfort in her art, her nimble fingers finding solace in the delicate strokes of her brush, transferring her emotions onto canvas, painting landscapes of her new life, landscapes that mirrored the quiet strength she had found within herself. The act of creation was a form of therapy, a way to process her emotions, to capture the essence of her transformation, to express the serenity she had found in her new life, the serenity that coexisted with the enduring memory of a love that had burned so brightly. She never spoke of her past, not to her family, not to anyone. The silence surrounding her secret became a protective shield, a way to safeguard her new life, to ensure the fragile peace she had found would remain undisturbed. She had paid a heavy price for her freedom, a price measured in stolen moments, in unspoken words, in a love sacrificed for the sake of her family. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York, Tom continued his work. The city, once a stage for his clandestine romance with Nadia, now felt strangely empty without her. He walked the same streets they had walked together, but the vibrancy he once felt was gone, replaced by a quiet melancholy. The familiar sights triggered a cascade of memories: the hidden printing dens, the dimly lit bars, the late-night rendezvous, each place a poignant reminder of a love that had ended too soon, a love lost to the demands of circumstance and the relentless forces of a city that never slept. He often found himself drawn to the places that held significant memories of their relationship, searching for some semblance of closure, some echo of their shared past. He would sit at their favorite bar, nursing a drink, letting the familiar ambience wash over him, allowing the memories to surface, to relive their stolen moments. It was a painful process, a journey through the labyrinth of his own emotions. His work consumed him. He threw himself into his investigations, seeking distraction in the intricacies of his cases, attempting to silence the voices of the past. Yet, even in the midst of his professional successes, a sense of incompleteness lingered. He was a successful detective, respected and admired, but he was emotionally incomplete. He carried the weight of their shared secrets, the burden of their sacrificed love, the knowledge of the life they had built, only to have it crumble under the pressure of circumstances. He knew he would never forget Nadia. Her image, her laughter, the intensity of their shared passion was etched into his memory. Her sacrifice, her unwavering love, her resolute choice to prioritize her family's safety, these would forever serve as a testament to the depth and complexity of their unique love story. It was a love story played out against the backdrop of a city that never sleeps, a story of betrayal and redemption, a testament to the sacrifices one makes for the ones they love, a love that transcended the boundaries of their differing worlds. The city remained vibrant, its energy unchanged, oblivious to the quiet transformations unfolding within its inhabitants' lives. Nadia's and Tom's story became a whispered legend in the city's underbelly, a testament to a love that defied all odds, a love that bloomed in the darkest corners of the city, only to be extinguished by the harsh realities of their separate worlds. Their lives continued, irrevocably altered by their shared experience, a love that would forever echo in the shadows of the city that never sleeps. The city, in its grand indifference, continued its relentless pulse, leaving behind the quiet echoes of a love story that defied its unforgiving nature. The silence of the city was a fitting end to their story, a silence that held the weight of both loss and enduring memory. Their story, a secret shared only by the city's silent witnesses, continued to resonate through its hidden corners, a love story both thrilling and heartbreaking, a testament to the love that dared to bloom in the most unlikely of places. Chapter 5: Echoes of the Past. The city, despite its relentless rhythm, felt strangely subdued. The bravado of its usual boisterous energy was muted, replaced by a nervous tension that vibrated beneath the surface. This wasn't the usual New York hum. This was the aftershock, the unsettling silence following a powerful earthquake. Ricky Malone's empire, once a formidable force, lay in ruins, but its collapse hadn't brought peace. It had unleashed a chaotic scramble for power, a ruthless game of musical chairs played with loaded weapons and broken promises. The vacuum left by Malone's arrest wasn't a void, it was a fertile ground for ambition. Smaller players, previously overshadowed by Malone's imposing presence, emerged from the shadows, vying for control of his lucrative networks. The city's underbelly, usually a well-oiled machine of organized crime, was now a battlefield, a maelstrom of shifting alliances and bloody betrayals. Salvatore Sal Moretti, a former lieutenant of Malone's, believed he was the rightful heir. He was known for his brutal efficiency and ruthless ambition, qualities that had earned him Malone's respect and fear. His claim to the throne was based on his long-standing loyalty, a loyalty, however, that was now tainted by whispers of his own ambitious intentions. He'd started consolidating his power slowly, quietly, methodically absorbing smaller gangs, making strategic alliances, eliminating rivals with surgical precision. His rise was like a creeping vine, its tendrils slowly but surely engulfing the territory once ruled by Malone. Then there was Isabella, Izzy Diaz, a shrewd and ambitious woman who had skillfully navigated the treacherous waters of Malone's organization. Unlike Moretti, Izzy wasn't known for brute force. Her weapon was her intellect, her cunning strategy, and her network of informants. She was a master manipulator, able to weave her way through the complex web of relationships and betrayals, using her charm to secure alliances while simultaneously undermining her rivals. Her ambition was less overt than Moretti's, but just as deadly. She operated from the shadows, her moves subtle but effective, her aim to gradually dismantle Moretti's efforts and seize control herself. The ensuing conflict played out in a series of carefully orchestrated events, a string of carefully timed robberies, subtle acts of sabotage against Sal Moretti's operations, sudden disappearances of rival gang members, and the occasional, well-placed leak to the press. The city's newspapers buzzed with rumors of gang wars, though the details remained frustratingly vague. The NYPD, though aware of the growing unrest, found themselves struggling to make headway. The players were well connected, their operations carefully concealed, and their loyalties shifting faster than the city's weather. The city's atmosphere reflected the turmoil. A sense of unease hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension that was difficult to ignore. People kept their heads down, avoided eye contact, and moved with a cautious urgency. Even in the brightly lit streets, a sense of foreboding clung to the edges of the city's vibrant life. The city's heartbeat, once a powerful drum, was now irregular, its rhythm punctuated by the ominous silence that followed the crackle of gunfire or the sudden disappearance of another player in this deadly game. The impact on Nadia's quiet life in Millbridge was minimal, but it resonated in her memory. The echoes of the city's unrest reached her even in her peaceful sanctuary. News trickled in, fragmented and incomplete, fueling her concern for Tom, who was now immersed in a city struggling to contain the aftermath of Malone's downfall. The uncertainty gnawed at her, reminding her of the precariousness of their shared past. She found herself painting more frequently, pouring her anxiety onto canvas. Her landscapes, once calm and serene, became darker, more brooding, mirroring the volatile mood of the city she'd left behind. The once vibrant colors seemed muted, dulled by a sense of impending doom. The sharp lines of buildings, previously a symbol of strength, had now softened into shadowy, ambiguous shapes. She painted the city not as she remembered it, but as it felt now, haunted, tense, and fraught with danger. The fear was not for herself, but for Tom. She knew the risks he took, the dangers he faced. The city, in its callous indifference, had claimed another victim in Ricky Malone, but the fight for power continued. She imagined him navigating the treacherous undercurrent of the city's crime underworld, his usual efficiency challenged by the unpredictable shifts in alliances and betrayals. She imagined him caught in the crossfire of this new war. She felt a pang of guilt, a lingering sense of responsibility. She had contributed to Malone's downfall, but in doing so, she had inadvertently unleashed something far more dangerous, a chaotic scramble for power that could easily consume Tom. The fragile peace she had carved out in Millbridge felt increasingly fragile, threatened by the shadows of her past and the dangerous undercurrents that still simmered in the city she loved and feared. The news reports offered only snippets of information, vague accounts of escalating violence, cryptic references to escalating gang wars, and rumors of betrayals and disappearances. The details were scant, overshadowed by the city's relentless pursuit of its own rhythm. But Nadia knew that beneath the surface of the city's chaotic activity, a deeper game was unfolding, a game that Tom was now inescapably playing. The ghost of Malone still lingered, not just in the city's criminal underbelly, but in the silent anxieties of those who were left to grapple with the consequences of his actions. The city's silence, the silence that had once felt protective in the aftermath of Malone's arrest, now felt ominous. It was the silence before the storm, the calm before the chaos. Nadia knew, with a chilling certainty, that the storm was coming, and that Tom was in the eye of it. The city's indifferent rhythm pulsed on, oblivious to the personal tragedies and triumphs unfolding within its concrete walls, oblivious to the quiet fear that now gripped Nadia's heart, a fear that echoed the city's own uneasy silence. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken anxieties, a silence that spoke volumes about the lingering threat and the unpredictable nature of the city's criminal underworld, a silence that threatened to unravel the fragile peace she had so carefully constructed. The future, like the city itself, remained uncertain, a daunting expanse of possibilities, some promising, others terrifyingly bleak. And somewhere within that chaotic tapestry, Tom continued his work, a solitary figure navigating the treacherous waters of the city that never sleeps, a city forever marked by the ghost of Ricky Malone. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the faint aroma of paint, a comforting blend that had become the soundtrack to Nadia's new life. Millbridge, a small town nestled in the rolling hills of upstate New York, was a world away from the chaotic energy of the city. It was a quiet haven, a place where the relentless rhythm of sirens and shouting was replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. Here, she found a peace she hadn't known was possible. Her small apartment, filled with the comforting clutter of her life, was her sanctuary. Paintbrushes, tubes of vibrant colors, and canvases stood in cheerful disarray, evidence of her newfound passion. She painted landscapes, portraits, anything that captured the beauty of her new surroundings, a stark contrast to the shadowy, brooding images that had haunted her canvases in the city. The colors were bold, vibrant, reflecting the newfound hope that blossomed within her. But her artistic pursuits were not solely a means of self-expression. They were also a form of therapy, a way to process the trauma of her past, the anxieties that still lingered beneath the surface of her newfound tranquility. Each stroke of the brush was a small act of defiance, a testament to her resilience, a confirmation of her ability to rebuild her life from the ashes of her past. In the quiet solitude of her studio, she found solace, a place where she could confront her fears and emerge stronger, more confident, more determined. The legal assistance Nadia provided was far different from the work she once did in the city's criminal underbelly. Instead of crafting fake identities to aid criminals, she used her exceptional skills to help vulnerable members of her community. She learned of their plight via word of mouth, and through the local community center where she volunteered her time. Many immigrants, like herself, had been victims of fraud, exploitation, and discrimination. They were caught in a bureaucratic nightmare, struggling to navigate the complexities of the legal system, often with little or no support. Her work involved painstaking attention to detail, the same meticulous precision she had once employed in creating convincing forgeries. She meticulously examined documents, identified inconsistencies, and uncovered evidence of fraud. She helped them translate legal documents, prepare statements, and navigate the often daunting process of interacting with government agencies. She worked diligently and carefully to ensure that no stone was left unturned in the pursuit of justice. Her understanding of the darker side of identity and documentation proved invaluable. She could instantly recognize signs of manipulation, subtle alterations, and forged documents, things that would escape the notice of someone untrained in such matters. Her knowledge of the criminal underworld also allowed her to identify patterns and connections that helped her uncover intricate schemes involving identity theft, financial fraud, and human trafficking. She became an unexpected and highly effective ally to the local authorities and to the vulnerable members of her community, and she found a deep sense of purpose in this work. Her sharp eyes helped expose an elaborate ring of human traffickers who were exploiting undocumented workers in the local agricultural sector. Nadia's meticulous investigation, which involved painstakingly tracing financial records and communications, provided the crucial evidence that led to the arrest of several key members of the trafficking ring. The relief that followed was palpable, not just for herself, but for the countless victims whose lives had been devastated by this criminal activity. She also assisted a group of elderly immigrants who had been defrauded of their life savings by a ruthless investment advisor. Nadia's knowledge of fraudulent financial schemes and her precise analysis of complex financial documents allowed her to build a strong case against the advisor, leading to his prosecution and the recovery of a significant portion of the stolen funds. Each case was a victory, a testament to her newfound purpose. She found fulfillment in using her skills for good, in making a tangible difference in the lives of others. The sense of purpose she felt was far more profound, more satisfying than anything she had experienced in her previous life. It was a quiet, deep-seated satisfaction that filled a void in her soul that she had never known existed. This life, this quiet sanctuary in Millbridge, was a testament to her resilience, a symbol of her ability to transform her past into a source of strength and purpose. The town's small-town atmosphere allowed her to live a life away from the constant threat, the constant looking over her shoulder. Yet, there was a quiet awareness, a low hum of apprehension, that was always just beneath the surface of her peaceful existence. The echoes of her past life, though muted, still resonated. The quiet moments, filled with the gentle sounds of the countryside, could be suddenly disrupted by vivid memories, sudden flashbacks to the tense meetings in dimly lit bars, the chilling glances exchanged across crowded rooms, the fear that coiled in her stomach during those dangerous encounters with Ricky Malone. These memories often appeared in her dreams, swirling nightmares of dimly lit rooms, frantic chases, and the ever-present threat of betrayal. She would wake up in a cold sweat, her heart pounding, the echoes of the city's relentless rhythm pounding in her ears. The calm facade she presented to the world often crumbled during these moments, revealing the anxieties and fears she had suppressed for so long. She struggled to reconcile her peaceful present with her turbulent past, the image of her new life in Millbridge clashing with the harsh realities of the life she had left behind. Despite these lingering anxieties, Nadia knew she had made the right choice. Millbridge had given her a second chance, a chance to rebuild her life, to find purpose and peace. The constant threat she felt in the city was gone. It was replaced with a quiet, subtle sense of responsibility, a sense of duty to her new community, to the people she helped, and to the memories of the people she had left behind. She worked tirelessly, ensuring that everyone would receive the help that they desperately needed. She understood more deeply now the value of anonymity and the fragility of safety. It was a constant reminder of the price she paid for her past, a price she was determined to not let others pay. The quiet hum of the countryside had woven itself into her being, creating a layer of calm over the constant anxieties. The rolling hills and the gentle breeze served as a constant reminder of the peace she had found, a peace that felt both fragile and profound. Nadia's new life, while far removed from the dangers of her past, was a constant negotiation between her peaceful present and her turbulent past. She knew that the shadows of the city might linger, but they no longer held her captive. They were just echoes, distant whispers that did not diminish the strength and purpose she found in her quiet life in Millbridge. She painted on, finding solace in the vibrant colors that were a stark contrast to the shadows of her past, and in the knowledge that she had finally found a place where she could use her unique talents for good, for a greater purpose. The peace she had found was not the absence of struggle, but rather a hard-won victory over her past. It was a tranquility she was determined to protect, a sanctuary she had built with her own two hands and her own resilience. The future remained unwritten, but she held her brush and her hope tightly. The city was a different beast at night, a creature of shadows and secrets. Tom Rivera, his silhouette sharp against the neon glow of a Times Square billboard, felt the familiar hum of the city pulse through him. It was a rhythm he'd learned to understand, a language spoken in the clatter of taxicabs, the murmur of conversations, the distant wail of sirens. But the city's song had changed for him. Nadia's ghost lingered in the alleys and on the rain-slicked streets, a haunting reminder of the dangerous game he'd played, a game that had irrevocably altered his life. He wasn't the same man who had first met her, a hardened detective consumed by his work. Nadia had shaken him to his core, awakened a compassion he hadn't known he possessed. His apartment, usually a sanctuary of quiet solitude, felt hollow. The meticulously organized files and crime scene photos felt like mocking reminders of the cases he couldn't seem to completely resolve. The work piled up, a mountain of paperwork, interrogations, stakeouts. But the drive, the relentless pursuit of justice, hadn't diminished. If anything, Nadia's experience had intensified it. He channeled his pain, his frustration, into his work, using it as fuel to dismantle criminal networks, to prevent other innocent people from becoming victims of the same cruel machinations that had ensnared Nadia. His current investigation was a particularly complex one, a multi-layered web of financial fraud that stretched across several boroughs. It involved a network of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and sophisticated money laundering schemes. He had spent weeks piecing together the puzzle, poring over financial documents, tracking transactions, and meticulously building his case. The victims were mostly elderly immigrants, vulnerable individuals easily manipulated by the criminal's charm and promises of lucrative returns. The sense of betrayal was palpable, a quiet desperation that echoed the pain he'd witnessed in Nadia's eyes. He knew the stakes were high. Not just financially, but emotionally. These were people's life savings, their retirement plans, their hopes for a secure future. And he was determined to recover what he could, to bring the perpetrators to justice. His team, a collection of seasoned detectives, were as dedicated as he was, driven by a shared sense of purpose. They worked late into the night, fueled by strong coffee and the unwavering determination to expose the perpetrators. The hours blurred into a whirlwind of activity: interviews, surveillance, raids. They navigated through the city's labyrinthine underbelly, unmasking the layers of deception and fraud. Each piece of evidence, each confession, brought them closer to their goal, closer to delivering a measure of justice to those who had been wronged. But the work wasn't just about the arrests, the indictments, the convictions. It was about the quiet moments, the shared looks of relief on the faces of victims when they learned their savings would be partially recovered. It was the gratitude in their eyes, the weight of their burdens slightly lessened. Those were the moments that fueled Tom, that kept him going during the long nights and frustrating setbacks. They were a powerful antidote to the lingering sense of loss and guilt that still haunted him after his separation from Nadia. One evening, after a particularly grueling day, Tom found himself at a small, unassuming Italian restaurant in Little Italy. The aroma of garlic and oregano filled the air, a comforting warmth that momentarily eased the tension that had settled in his shoulders. He ordered a plate of pasta, the simple comfort of the food a small solace in the face of his overwhelming workload. As he ate, he observed the people around him, their conversations a tapestry of laughter and shared stories. He felt a twinge of envy, a quiet longing for the normalcy, the simplicity he knew he'd lost. He thought of Nadia, her quiet strength, her unwavering loyalty, even when it had come at a tremendous cost. He wondered about her life in Millbridge, the quiet haven she'd created for herself. He wondered if she ever thought of him, if she ever regretted the choices they had both been forced to make. He knew he would carry the weight of their shared experiences for the rest of his life. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. The investigation culminated in a series of coordinated raids across the city, resulting in the arrest of several key figures involved in the fraud scheme. The operation was a success, a testament to the hard work and dedication of the entire team. But the victory felt bittersweet. While justice had been served, it didn't erase the pain and suffering inflicted on the victims. It didn't bring back the trust that had been broken, the futures that had been shattered. In the aftermath of the raids, Tom found himself reflecting on his career, on his life. He'd always been driven by a sense of justice, a desire to protect the innocent. But Nadia had shown him the human cost of his relentless pursuit of justice. She had forced him to confront the ethical dilemmas inherent in his work, the blurred lines between right and wrong, the complexities of morality in a city teeming with shadows. He had learned that justice wasn't simply about arresting criminals and securing convictions. It was about empathy, understanding, and compassion. It was about recognizing the human element in every crime, the victims' stories, their pain, their resilience. It was about upholding the law while also recognizing the limits of the law. His pursuit of justice would never be the same. Nadia had changed him, fundamentally altered his perspective on the world, and on his role in it. He knew that the echoes of their shared past would continue to shape his future, driving him to fight harder, smarter, with a deeper understanding of the delicate balance between law and morality, between justice and compassion. He continued his work, not just as a detective, but as a man who had learned a profound lesson in the complexities of human nature and the enduring power of love in the face of adversity. He wouldn't forget Nadia, and he wouldn't let her sacrifice be in vain. He would continue to fight for justice, striving to make this city a safer, more just place, one case at a time. The city's rhythm continued relentless, but now, interwoven with a new purpose, a renewed determination to protect the vulnerable and fight for those who couldn't fight for themselves. The city was still a dangerous place, but Tom felt he was better equipped, better prepared, to navigate its treacherous currents. He was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The night held its secrets, but Tom was ready to uncover them, one at a time. The pursuit of justice was a marathon, not a sprint, and he was prepared to run it. The humid air hung heavy, thick with the scent of unfamiliar spices and the distant drone of unfamiliar languages. Nadia Khalil, her hands callous but steady, meticulously organized supplies in a makeshift clinic nestled in the heart of a small Guatemalan village. Years had passed since the whirlwind of New York City, the relentless pursuit of justice, the dangerous dance with Detective Tom Rivera. Years since she'd last felt the icy grip of fear, the exhilarating rush of adrenaline, the agonizing ache of betrayal. Millbridge, with its quiet rhythm and gentle pace, had become her sanctuary, a place where she could rebuild her life, piece by piece, away from the shadows that had once consumed her. But the work she was doing now, this quiet act of healing in a land ravaged by poverty and neglect, felt like a penance, a way to atone for the choices she'd made, for the life she'd once led. The clinic, a converted schoolhouse with peeling paint and leaky roofs, was a far cry from the sleek, high-tech laboratories where she once forged identities for the city's criminal underworld. Instead of intricate designs and counterfeit documents, her hands now tended to wounds, soothed fevered brows, and administered vaccines to children whose laughter echoed through the dilapidated rooms. The faces of these children, etched with a resilience far beyond their years, mirrored the strength she'd discovered within herself during her darkest hours. The simplicity of their lives, devoid of the complexity and moral ambiguity of her past, was both comforting and unsettling. She found a peculiar peace in the routine, a rhythm different from the frenetic pulse of New York, yet equally compelling. The sun rose and set over the verdant hills, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and purple. The days were filled with the quiet tasks of providing health care to the villagers, listening to their stories, their hopes, their fears. The nights were filled with the sounds of crickets chirping and the gentle sway of the palm trees in the breeze. It was a life far removed from the smoky bars and dimly lit printing dens of her past, a life where the only counterfeiting she engaged in was the occasional smile to disguise the lingering weight of her memories. One afternoon, while dispensing medicine, a familiar voice broke through the chatter of the village. "Nadia?" The word hung in the air, a whisper from a past she'd tried to bury deep within. She turned, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Standing before her, his face weathered and lined, but his eyes still holding that familiar intensity, was Tom Rivera. He looked older, more worn, the years etched onto his face, but the spark in his eyes was unmistakable. Years had passed, but the recognition was instantaneous, a silent acknowledgement of a shared past that neither of them could erase. The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with unspoken words and lingering emotions. They stood there, frozen in time, their gazes locked in a silent conversation that spanned years of betrayal, love, and loss. The air crackled with a palpable energy, a mixture of surprise, recognition, and a strange blend of relief and regret. The villagers, oblivious to the unspoken drama unfolding before them, continued with their daily routines, their lives unmarred by the complexities of their shared past. Tom's presence, unexpected and yet somehow inevitable, stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. The guilt she'd carried for so long, the weight of her decisions, threatened to overwhelm her. He had been a victim of her deception, a casualty of the dangerous game they'd played. Yet here he was, years later, in this remote corner of the world, his presence as unexpected as it was compelling. He approached her cautiously, his movements measured, as if he feared shattering the fragile truce that had settled between them. Nadia, he repeated softly, his voice a low rumble, etched with the echoes of 1,000 unspoken words. He didn't offer a handshake, a hug, or any outward display of affection. Instead, his gaze was unwavering, searching, as if he were trying to decipher the layers of her carefully constructed facade. The years had transformed him, leaving behind the polished facade of the seasoned detective she'd known. Nadia nodded, a single, almost imperceptible movement. The word was unnecessary. Their eyes spoke volumes, communicating years of shared history, of unspoken emotions, of a bond forged in the crucible of a dangerous game. The language they spoke was not of words, but of shared experiences, a silent understanding woven from moments of intimacy and betrayal, from risks taken and sacrifices made. It was a language only they could comprehend, a silent dialogue that transcended the barriers of time and distance. He spoke first, his voice raspy, revealing the passage of time and the weight of his experiences. I didn't expect to see you here." His words were simple, almost hesitant, devoid of the confident authority he'd once possessed. The years had softened him, replacing the sharp edges with a gentle vulnerability. His gaze lingered on her, searching for answers that only she could provide. "Neither did I," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. She struggled to find the right words, the right tone, to bridge the chasm that separated them. The past, with its intricate tapestry of deceit and affection, weighed heavily between them. They stood for what felt like an eternity, the silence filled with the unspoken words, the unanswered questions, the regret, the longing, the memories of their shared past. The memories of their clandestine meetings, fueled by a dangerous attraction that had blossomed into a passionate romance, despite their opposing worlds. Memories of late-night rendezvous in hidden Manhattan printing dens and dimly lit Brooklyn bars, their love story unfolding against the vibrant backdrop of the city that never sleeps. Tom shifted his weight, breaking the silence. How is your family?" he asked, his voice laced with a quiet concern. The question was simple, yet profound, touching upon the core of the sacrifices she had made. The question that lay beneath was whether he truly regretted their choices. The question of whether she ever thought about him. If she ever regretted the choices they were both forced to make. Nadia's gaze drifted towards the children playing in the distance, their carefree laughter a stark contrast to the weight of their shared past. "They are well," she replied, her voice choked with emotion. "They are safe. That's all that matters." The words were simple, but the unspoken implications were immense. Her family's safety had been the driving force behind her decisions, the justification for the sacrifices she'd made. It was a burden she would continue to carry. Tom nodded, his gaze lingering on her face, searching for clues to her inner turmoil. He saw the quiet strength in her eyes, the resilience that had enabled her to survive the darkness. He saw the scars of her past, but also the newfound peace she had found in her work. He saw a woman who had found her way back from the brink, and in that, he found a strange sense of relief. Their conversation was brief, fragmented, a series of carefully chosen words and meaningful pauses. They spoke of their work, of their lives, of the paths their lives had taken them. They spoke of the past, but not in detail. The memories were too heavy, too painful to fully revisit. But their shared gaze spoke volumes, revealing the depth of their connection, the strength of their bond, the lingering impact of their shared experiences. It was a silent acknowledgement of a relationship that could never truly be erased. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, Tom turned to leave. He extended a hand, a gesture of farewell, a silent acknowledgement of their unspoken farewell years ago. Nadia hesitated for a moment, then took his hand, her fingers lingering for a moment before pulling away. The brief touch, a silent echo of their past intimacy, was charged with unspoken emotions. They stood in silence for a moment, then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the gathering dusk. Nadia watched him go, her heart heavy with a mixture of relief and sadness. It was a bittersweet encounter, a chance meeting that had reopened old wounds, yet also offered a sense of closure. The past remained, a significant part of their lives, a shadow that would forever be cast upon their memories. But they had both moved on, rebuilding their lives in different ways. They had both found their peace, their purpose. The echoes of their past would linger, but they were finally free. The weight they carried now was not of the past, but of the present and the future. The future remained uncertain, but the past had finally been laid to rest, or at least, safely tucked away. The setting sun cast long shadows across the dusty road as Tom disappeared into the Guatemalan countryside. Nadia watched him go, a familiar ache settling in her chest. It wasn't the sharp, stabbing pain of betrayal or loss, but a dull, persistent throb, a reminder of what had been, what could have been, and what would never be. The years had softened the edges of their shared history, yet the memory of their intense, clandestine love affair remained vivid, a phantom limb that sometimes throbbed with a poignant nostalgia. She returned to the clinic, the rhythmic chirping of crickets a counterpoint to the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. The children, oblivious to the drama that had unfolded, continued their games, their innocent laughter a stark contrast to the weight of Nadia's memories. She found herself staring at her hands, calloused and scarred, hands that had once forged identities for the city's criminal underworld, hands that had now healed the wounds of the poor and vulnerable. The contrast was stark, a constant reminder of the chasm between her past and her present. The villagers, accustomed to seeing her quiet strength, offered little in the way of comfort or consolation. Their lives were a testament to resilience, their hardships a stark reminder of the fragility of existence. Nadia found solace in their simplicity, in their unwavering faith, in the rhythm of their daily lives. It was a stark contrast to the chaos she'd left behind in New York, but this quiet life wasn't devoid of its own challenges. The poverty and neglect were pervasive, a constant reminder of the injustices that permeated this part of the world. That night, under the canopy of a star-studded sky, Nadia sat on the clinic's porch, the cool night air a balm against the fever of her thoughts. She revisited the encounter with Tom, dissecting every word, every look, every unspoken gesture. His question about her family had resonated deeply, a testament to the enduring concern he held for her well-being. It was a stark contrast to the cold calculation that had once characterized their interactions, a testament to the changes wrought by time and experience. She thought about Ricky Malone, the ruthless broker who had once held her life in his hands. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. She had successfully navigated the treacherous waters of the criminal underworld, outwitting him and saving Tom in the process. Yet, she wondered, had she truly escaped his grasp? Would the shadows of her past ever truly disappear? The question lingered unanswered, a subtle reminder that the price of freedom was often a constant vigilance. The following days passed in a blur of routine. The clinic became a sanctuary, a refuge from the ghosts of her past. Yet the encounter with Tom had unsettled her equilibrium. It had stirred up emotions she thought she had successfully buried beneath layers of quiet resignation. The memories of their passionate encounters, the adrenaline-fueled risks, and the bittersweet parting, all of it resurfaced, potent and unsettling. Nadia found herself sketching in her journal, unconsciously replicating the intricate designs of the counterfeit documents she once created. The familiar strokes brought a fleeting sense of comfort, yet the act also served as a stark reminder of the life she had left behind. The artistry that had once served darkness now served a higher purpose, but the skill remained, an undeniable part of who she was. She began to write letters to her family in New York, detailing the minutiae of her life in Millbridge, the vibrant colors of the sunsets, the gentle sounds of the night, the simple joys of her everyday existence. In her letters, she carefully avoided mentioning her encounter with Tom, her silence a testament to the complexities of their shared past. She wanted to protect her family from the echoes of a life that could still come crashing down around them. One evening, while reviewing medical records, she found herself staring at a faded photograph, a picture of Tom taken during their time together in New York. The image evoked a rush of powerful emotions: love, betrayal, fear, and a lingering sense of regret. She wondered about his life, his work, and whether he had ever truly forgiven her for the deception she had perpetrated. The photo served as a catalyst, prompting her to revisit her past through the lens of forgiveness. She realized that her journey had been one of redemption, a slow, painstaking process of rebuilding her life. The guilt and the self-recrimination still existed, yet they no longer defined her. She had found purpose, a new path, and that offered solace. Tom's unexpected appearance was a confirmation of her progress, a quiet testament to the enduring resilience of the human spirit. The novel ends not with a definitive conclusion, but with a sense of open-endedness. Nadia's life in Millbridge continues, her work a testament to her newfound purpose. The echoes of her past still resonate, but they are now muted, absorbed into the tapestry of her present. The reader is left to contemplate the lasting impact of Nadia and Tom's story, their relationship, their choices, and the inevitable complexities of life and love. The question of whether their paths will ever cross again hangs in the air, unanswered, a poignant reminder that some stories never truly end. The ending leaves the reader to contemplate the lingering impact of their past, the possibilities of their future, and the enduring power of second chances, however elusive they may seem. The city that never sleeps continues its relentless rhythm, but in the quiet village of Millbridge, Nadia Khalil has found a fragile peace, a tentative freedom, a glimmer of hope for a future free from the shadows of her past. The unfinished story of Nadia and Tom is a testament to the human capacity for resilience, the enduring power of love, and the complex dance between redemption and forgiveness. The ending is not a finality, but a quiet contemplation of the road ahead, the road still unpaved, the journey still to be lived. Chapter 6: New York's Embrace. The humid New York air hung heavy, a palpable presence even in the early morning hours. The city, a concrete jungle teeming with life, roared to wakefulness, oblivious to the quiet contemplation taking place in Nadia's small apartment in Queens. The rhythmic thrum of traffic, the distant wail of a siren, these were the city's lullabies, the soundtrack to her life, a life she'd painstakingly built anew, layer upon layer, brick by painstaking brick, after escaping the clutches of Ricky Malone and the shadows of her past. The walls, once adorned with the faint scent of ink and paper, now held the subtle aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the faint trace of her mother's cardamom lace pastries. She looked out the window, watching the city awaken. The yellow cabs darted through the streets like frantic bees, their horns a cacophony that somehow harmonized with the rhythm of the city. Construction workers, their voices a gravelly chorus, began their daily ritual of shaping the skyline. The energy was infectious, a powerful current that pulsed through the veins of the concrete beast. It was a stark contrast to the quiet, almost suffocating serenity of Millbridge, a contrast that sharpened the edges of her memories. Yet, the city held no fear for her anymore. She had faced its darkest corners and emerged, scarred but whole. The resilience of New York was something palpable, something woven into the very fabric of its existence. It was a city that had weathered countless storms, economic downturns, terrorist attacks, natural disasters, and each time it had risen from the ashes, stronger, more defiant, more itself. She remembered the aftermath of 9/11, the city's collective grief, yet also its unwavering resolve. The way people came together, helping each other, rebuilding, that was New York's spirit. It was a city that valued grit and determination, that didn't flinch at adversity. It was a city that had, in a way, made her who she was. Her phone buzzed, pulling her from her reverie. It was her sister, Layla, her voice a familiar comfort on the other end of the line. They spoke of mundane things, the rising cost of groceries, the upcoming family celebration, the latest gossip from the neighborhood. The conversation was a lifeline, a connection to the life she'd left behind, a life that, while sometimes overwhelming, was profoundly important. The underlying current of their conversation was gratitude, gratitude for their new life, their new beginnings. Later that day, Nadia found herself wandering through Central Park, a green oasis in the heart of the concrete jungle. The park, too, bore witness to the city's resilience. It was a place where people of all backgrounds, all walks of life, found solace and community. She watched children chase pigeons, lovers whisper secrets, artists paint landscapes. The park was a microcosm of the city itself, diverse, dynamic, and eternally resilient. The laughter of children, the murmur of conversation, the rustling of leaves, these were the sounds of healing, the sounds of renewal. That evening, she met with her old friend, Marco, a former associate from her days in the forging business. He had gone legit, using his skills to create intricate, bespoke invitations for high-end events. Their conversation was a careful dance around their shared past, a recognition of the paths they diverged from, yet a testament to their enduring friendship. Marco's success was a reflection of the city's capacity for transformation, for allowing people to reinvent themselves, to shed their past and embrace a new future. Their talk drifted to the city's ever-changing landscape, the constant ebb and flow of gentrification, the displacement of long-time residents. It was a complex, multifaceted issue, one that spoke to both the city's vibrant evolution and its inherent inequalities. New York was a city of contrasts, of dazzling wealth juxtaposed with stark poverty. Yet, even amidst these disparities, the city's enduring spirit remained, a beacon of hope in the face of adversity. The resilience of its people, their ability to adapt and overcome, was the force that kept the city alive, vibrant, and perpetually evolving. Nadia thought of Tom. The memory was a bittersweet cocktail, a potent blend of regret, longing, and a profound understanding. Their relationship had been a whirlwind of passion and peril, a testament to the risks and rewards of love in a city as unforgiving as New York. Yet, their story was also a testament to the city's ability to absorb, to contain, to ultimately move forward. Even the most intense emotions, the deepest betrayals, were swallowed by the city's relentless pulse, becoming part of its rich, complex narrative. She thought about Ricky Malone, his influence waning but not entirely gone. His absence was felt more as a quiet threat than a true escape, a lingering shadow in the periphery. The city, however, had a way of neutralizing even the most powerful figures, absorbing their power into its own vast, unyielding presence. Even Ricky's reign of terror had eventually succumbed to the relentless rhythm of the city, swallowed whole by its ceaseless evolution. Over the following weeks, Nadia immersed herself in her new life. She volunteered at a community center, working with underprivileged children, finding purpose and fulfillment in her work. She saw the city through new eyes, eyes that were no longer clouded by fear or desperation. She observed the city's resilience not just in its grand monuments and iconic skyscrapers, but in the small acts of kindness, the quiet gestures of solidarity, the unwavering spirit of its inhabitants. New York was a city of second chances, a city that offered forgiveness, if only one was willing to embrace it. Nadia had found her redemption, her forgiveness, not in escaping the city but in embracing it, in becoming a part of its intricate tapestry. The city's energy, its relentless dynamism, was now a source of strength, not a threat. The city's resilience, she realized, was mirrored in her own, a testament to the human spirit's ability to endure, to adapt, and to ultimately thrive, even in the face of unimaginable challenges. The city that never sleeps, she understood, had finally given her a reason to stay awake, a reason to embrace the new dawn. Her past was a part of her, a chapter that could never be erased, but it was no longer the defining story of her life. The future, unwritten and uncertain, stretched before her, a testament to the enduring power of hope and the unyielding resilience of both the city and herself. The scent of roasting chestnuts drifted from a nearby vendor, a familiar autumnal aroma that tugged at a nostalgic chord within her. Nadia paused, watching a street performer juggle flaming torches, his movements fluid and effortless, a testament to years of dedication and practice. The skill, the commitment, the resilience, it was a microcosm of the city's own spirit. She'd found her own form of juggling, a precarious balancing act between her past and her present, her old life and her new one, a dance she performed daily, often with a heart pounding in her chest like a frantic drum. But the dance had become more graceful, more confident. The fear, once a constant companion, had begun to recede, replaced by a quiet determination, a quiet strength that she hadn't known she possessed. She'd rebuilt her life, brick by painstaking brick, in this city that had both tested and transformed her. New York hadn't offered her a handout, it had challenged her, pushed her to her limits, and then, when she faltered, it had offered a hand, a lifeline, a chance to rise again. She thought of Layla, her sister, and their shared struggles, their collective triumphs. They had come to this city with nothing, their dreams fragile as butterfly wings, yet their spirit unbroken. Layla, with her innate optimism and unwavering faith in their future, had been the anchor that had kept them grounded during the darkest hours. They had faced deportation threats, financial hardship, the ever-present fear of being discovered, yet they had persevered. Their resilience was a testament to the human spirit's incredible capacity to endure, to adapt, to ultimately thrive. Nadia's story wasn't just her own. It was the story of countless immigrants who had arrived in this city with nothing but hope and a fierce determination to build a better life. It was a story of grit, resilience, and the enduring power of the human spirit. It was a testament to the city's ability to transform, to provide opportunity, even to those who had walked on its darkest paths. The newsstands lining the streets were filled with stories of crime, corruption, and despair, a stark reminder of the city's complexities. Yet, amidst the headlines of violence and injustice, Nadia saw stories of hope, of redemption, of triumph over adversity. She saw them in the faces of the immigrants who worked tirelessly to build their businesses, in the unwavering dedication of community activists, in the resilience of those who had faced unimaginable loss and emerged stronger. She started volunteering at the community center more often, finding solace and purpose in working with the children. Their energy, their innocence, their unyielding optimism were infectious. She taught them art, storytelling, and the importance of perseverance. She shared her experiences, not as a cautionary tale, but as a testament to the power of hope, the importance of believing in oneself, and the unwavering strength of the human spirit. Many of the children were also immigrants, their families having fled violence, persecution, or poverty. Their stories were diverse, their experiences varied, but their shared spirit of resilience resonated deeply with Nadia. She saw in them a reflection of her own journey, a testament to the enduring human capacity to overcome adversity. One evening, after a particularly tiring day at the community center, Nadia found herself sitting on a bench in Washington Square Park, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange, purple, and pink. The city's skyline, a symphony of glass and steel, shimmered against the fading light. It was a breathtaking sight, a testament to human ambition, innovation, and resilience. But for Nadia, it was more than just a beautiful cityscape. It was a symbol of hope, a reminder of the countless possibilities that lay before her and the children she worked with. She realized that her story, her journey, could serve as an inspiration to others. It was a story of transformation, a testament to the power of second chances, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can endure and dreams can be realized. It was a story about the city that had both broken and mended her, a city that had challenged her, tested her, and ultimately embraced her. New York City had become more than just a place to live. It was a reflection of her own resilience, a mirror to her own strength. She thought about Tom. The memory still evoked a complex mix of emotions: love, longing, regret, and a deep understanding. Their relationship had been a whirlwind, a dangerous dance on the edge of a precipice, but it had also been a profound awakening. She had learned to trust her instincts, to recognize her own strength, to believe in her ability to survive, even thrive, amidst the city's chaos. Their bittersweet separation, a necessary sacrifice for the sake of her family and her own safety, had been a turning point. It had forced her to confront her fears, to acknowledge her vulnerabilities, and ultimately, to embrace her own resilience. Ricky Malone remained a shadowy presence, a reminder of her past, but his power over her had been broken. His influence had diminished, replaced by her own growing strength and independence. She was no longer the frightened, vulnerable girl who had arrived in New York. She had become a woman forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the city's harsh realities, and ultimately, transformed by its resilience. She spent the following months solidifying her new life, immersing herself in her community work, helping others navigate the complexities of immigration, and finding solace in the simple act of giving back. She continued to hone her artistic skills, creating beautiful and intricate works that reflected the city's dynamism and the diversity of its people. Her art became a way to process her experiences, to express her gratitude, and to inspire hope in others. Nadia's story became a source of inspiration for countless others, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. She became a symbol of hope for aspiring artists, a mentor for struggling immigrants, and a beacon of strength for those facing unimaginable challenges. Her legacy was not merely her skill as a forger, but the extraordinary journey of transformation and resilience that she embodied. New York City, a city that had both tested and ultimately embraced her, became the backdrop to her enduring story of triumph. Her life, woven into the fabric of the city, became a reminder that even in the heart of a concrete jungle, hope, resilience, and the human spirit could flourish. Her legacy was a testament to the enduring power of hope, a testament to the city that never sleeps, and a testament to a woman who learned to live and thrive within its embrace. The sting of betrayal still lingered, a phantom pain that pulsed beneath the surface of Tom's professional life. The case with Nadia, the intricate web of deceit and unexpected romance, had left an indelible mark. It wasn't just the near miss with death, the adrenaline-fueled chases across the city, or the agonizing choice between duty and desire. It was the profound realization that the lines between right and wrong blurred far more readily than he'd ever imagined. He'd encountered criminals who possessed a strange sort of honor, and law enforcement officers whose actions were questionable at best. The experience had shattered his naive view of the world, revealing its stark complexities. He'd spent weeks after the near-fatal confrontation with Ricky Malone grappling with the aftermath. The physical recovery was swift, but the emotional scars proved more stubborn. He'd undergone mandatory therapy, initially resisting the idea, but ultimately finding it unexpectedly beneficial. Talking about Nadia, about the impossible choices he'd faced, helped him to process the trauma and begin to heal. The sessions helped him to acknowledge the vulnerability he'd experienced, a vulnerability he'd previously dismissed as weakness. The department, naturally, had kept a close eye on him following the incident, conducting thorough background checks and psychological evaluations. Whispers followed him in the precinct, a mix of admiration and suspicion. Some officers viewed him as a reckless hothead who jeopardized the integrity of the operation. Others saw him as a courageous officer who'd gone above and beyond the call of duty, even if his methods were unorthodox. He knew his methods were unconventional, but his success rate spoke for itself. His superior, Captain Miller, a grizzled veteran with decades of experience on the force, had taken him aside for a private conversation shortly after his return to active duty. Miller, a man who rarely expressed emotion, acknowledged the complexities of Tom's case. "Rivera," he said, his voice low and gravelly, "what happened? It wasn't textbook. But you got the job done. And that's what matters." Miller's tacit approval was more significant than any formal commendation. The experience with Nadia fundamentally shifted Tom's approach to undercover work. He was more cautious, more perceptive, more attuned to the subtle nuances of human behavior. He learned to read between the lines, to decipher the unspoken messages, the subtle shifts in body language, the fleeting expressions that betrayed a person's true intentions. He'd become a more intuitive detective, less reliant on rigid procedure and more focused on understanding the psychology of criminals. He started spending more time in the city's less glamorous underbelly, frequenting the bars and clubs Nadia had introduced him to, not as a detective in pursuit of a lead, but as an observer, a student of human nature. He'd listen to the conversations, observe the interactions, absorb the atmosphere. He learned to recognize the patterns of deception, the subtle cues that signaled a lie, the micro-expressions that revealed hidden truths. One such evening, he found himself in a dimly lit jazz club in Harlem, nursing a glass of bourbon. A conversation between two men at the next table caught his attention. They were discussing a potential heist, their words carefully chosen, laced with coded language. Tom, initially just observing, gradually began to piece together their plan, recognizing subtle cues that would have escaped a less experienced detective. Their hushed tones, the nervous glances exchanged, the way they frequently touched their pockets, these details, once insignificant, now spoke volumes. He knew that intervening directly was too risky, so he subtly alerted his team, ensuring that they could monitor the suspects without revealing their presence. The meticulous planning, fueled by his newfound awareness, allowed his team to successfully apprehend the suspects before they could carry out their plan. This case, and many others that followed, demonstrated his transformation into a more effective, more intuitive detective. He'd become an expert at navigating the morally gray areas of the criminal underworld. He still abided by the law, but he understood that sometimes the pursuit of justice demanded unconventional approaches. His understanding of the city itself deepened. He began to appreciate the intricate social structures, the hidden networks of influence, the complex relationships between different criminal organizations. He saw beyond the stereotypes, recognizing the individual stories behind the crimes, the poverty, the desperation, the societal factors that contributed to the cycle of violence. His work also took him to places he had never been before, from the opulent penthouses of Manhattan's elite to the cramped, overcrowded tenements of Brooklyn's less fortunate. He began to understand the vast disparities of wealth and opportunity within the city, recognizing that crime wasn't simply a matter of individual choices but a complex reflection of systemic inequalities. He developed a deeper understanding of the economic and social factors that fueled criminal activity. This broadened perspective not only improved his investigative skills but also enriched his approach to law enforcement. He started collaborating more closely with social workers and community organizations, recognizing the vital role they played in preventing crime and addressing the underlying issues that contributed to it. He started advocating for social programs aimed at improving education, job training, and access to affordable housing in underserved communities. He even began to lecture at the police academy, sharing his experiences with younger officers, emphasizing the importance of empathy, intuition, and understanding the human element in crime fighting. He stressed the importance of not just arresting criminals, but also addressing the root causes of crime. His lessons were unconventional, drawing heavily from his time undercover and his relationship with Nadia. He emphasized the importance of adaptability, of understanding the world from different perspectives, and of acknowledging the moral ambiguities inherent in law enforcement. His changed perspective wasn't solely born from his experiences with Nadia. It also stemmed from his own introspection and self-reflection. He understood that while he operated within the confines of the law, the world he was policing operated in a realm beyond simple binaries. He learned to question, to doubt, and to remain ever vigilant against the seduction of power, both his own and that of the system he represented. The memory of Nadia, however, remained a constant undercurrent. It wasn't just romantic longing, it was a reminder of the human cost of his work, of the blurred lines that defined his profession. He'd carried her lessons with him, using her understanding of deception and her knowledge of the city's underbelly to enhance his own detective skills. His approach, once purely procedural, had become deeply human, infused with empathy and an understanding that often lay beyond the purview of the law. Tom's professional growth wasn't simply a matter of acquiring more experience and technical skills. It was a fundamental transformation of his worldview. The case with Nadia had acted as a crucible, forging him into a more perceptive, more intuitive, and more empathetic detective, capable of navigating the city's complexities with a newfound awareness and understanding. He was a better officer, a more complete person, because of the experience, however painful and ethically challenging it had been. The city, once a mere backdrop to his work, had become a teacher, a testing ground, and ultimately, a catalyst for his professional evolution. He understood that his role was not just about solving crimes, it was about understanding the human condition that contributed to them, a condition that he now saw with a much clearer, if sometimes unsettling, vision. The city that never sleeps had, in a sense, kept him awake, compelling him to a deeper, more profound understanding of his work and himself. The hum of the city, a constant thrumming beneath the surface of daily life, held a million untold stories. Tom, now acutely aware of this, found himself drawn to the quiet corners, the hidden alleys, the places where the city's heartbeat slowed, revealing its more complex rhythms. He saw the homeless man huddled in a doorway, the young mother struggling with groceries, the elderly couple holding hands on a park bench, each a microcosm of a larger, unseen narrative. He'd learned that the city's crimes weren't isolated incidents but symptoms of a deeper malaise, a tapestry woven from poverty, desperation, and systemic inequality. His new approach involved more than simply solving cases. It involved understanding the context, the human drama that played out on the city's stage. He spent hours in the archives, poring over old police reports, searching for patterns, for connections, for the recurring threads that bound seemingly disparate events. He discovered that many crimes, initially perceived as isolated incidents, were actually connected, part of a larger network of criminal activity that extended far beyond the individual perpetrators. He began to see the city not as a collection of individual cases, but as a complex ecosystem of interconnected stories. His work led him to the bustling Chinatown markets, the vibrant energy a stark contrast to the hushed tones and clandestine meetings he'd witnessed in the city's underbelly. He observed the intricate social structures within the community, the unspoken rules, the mutual support, and the subtle ways in which disputes were resolved. He learned that many conflicts were handled within the community, without the intervention of law enforcement. This challenged his assumptions about the nature of crime, revealing the limitations of a purely law enforcement-based approach. One case involved a series of seemingly random robberies in the East Village. Initially, the crimes seemed unrelated, the perpetrators seemingly opportunistic. But Tom, armed with his new perspective, noticed subtle similarities: a specific type of lockpick, a distinctive method of entry, a consistent time frame. He delved into the social fabric of the neighborhood, speaking to shop owners, residents, and local community leaders. He discovered a network of interconnected individuals, all connected to a single source: a struggling artist who had fallen into debt and was forced to turn to crime to support his family. The artist, overwhelmed by despair, had never considered the wider consequences of his actions. Tom, instead of simply arresting him, worked with social workers to provide the artist with legal aid, financial assistance, and counseling. The man, relieved and remorseful, pledged to turn his life around. Another case involved a string of art thefts from affluent apartments on the Upper East Side. The thief was sophisticated, evading security systems with ease. The initial investigation focused on professional art thieves, but Tom's intuition led him in a different direction. He discovered that the thefts were not motivated by profit but by revenge. The thief was a former gallery assistant who had been unjustly fired and felt betrayed by the art world's elite. He targeted specific pieces of art, those that represented the success and privilege he felt he'd been denied. Instead of focusing solely on apprehending the thief, Tom worked to find a resolution that addressed the underlying issue of injustice. He facilitated a conversation between the thief and his former employer, mediating a compromise that included financial compensation and an apology. He spent time in the Bronx, a borough often overlooked in the city's narrative, observing the realities of life in underserved communities. He met with community leaders, social workers, and residents, listening to their stories, understanding their challenges. He saw the impact of poverty, lack of opportunity, and inadequate resources on crime rates. He understood that crime wasn't simply a choice but a consequence of systemic failures. His work with community organizations grew beyond mere observation. He became a vocal advocate for increased funding for social programs, better schools, affordable housing, and job training initiatives. He understood that arresting individuals was only addressing the symptoms, not the underlying causes of crime. He collaborated with social workers and community leaders to create crime prevention programs that focused on addressing the root causes of criminal behavior. Tom's evenings were often spent not in dimly lit bars, but in community centers, participating in youth programs, mentoring at-risk teenagers, and organizing neighborhood watch initiatives. He believed that building trust between law enforcement and the community was crucial in tackling crime effectively. He understood the power of empathy, of truly understanding the lives of those he was sworn to protect and serve. He'd learned that the city's unseen stories held the key to unlocking a more effective and humane approach to law enforcement. His lectures at the police academy became legendary. He didn't just teach tactics and procedures. He taught his fellow officers about empathy, community engagement, and the importance of addressing systemic inequalities. He emphasized the need to see individuals as complex human beings with their own stories, their own struggles, rather than simply as criminals or suspects. His unconventional methods were initially met with skepticism, but his success rate and his dedication to community policing gradually won over his colleagues. Tom's journey through the city's unseen stories transformed him, not only professionally but personally. The memory of Nadia, her resilience, and her understanding of the city's hidden currents continued to shape his perspective. He acknowledged the moral ambiguities he'd encountered, the gray areas where law and justice sometimes collided. He recognized that the city's stories were interwoven, connected by threads of poverty, opportunity, and the human capacity for both good and evil. He was no longer simply a detective solving crimes. He was a participant in the city's ongoing narrative, striving to understand its intricacies and contribute to a more just and equitable future. He knew that he couldn't solve all the city's problems, but he could make a difference, one story, one neighborhood, one individual at a time. The city's embrace was no longer just a metaphor. It was a complex, ongoing relationship that required understanding, empathy, and unwavering commitment. The city that never sleeps was a teacher, and Tom, a lifelong student, was finally beginning to understand its lessons. He continued to walk its streets, not just as a detective, but as a citizen, acutely aware of the unseen stories that whispered all around him, stories that held the key to a more just and compassionate future for all. The city, in its endless complexity, had become a part of him, and he, a part of it. The relationship was imperfect, at times challenging, but ultimately, profoundly meaningful. And in the quiet moments, amidst the city's endless hum, Tom could hear, not just the sounds of sirens and street noise, but the soft whispers of the city's untold narratives, a symphony of human experience that continually redefined his understanding of justice and his role within it. The air hung thick with the scent of rain and exhaust fumes, a familiar perfume in the city that never sleeps. Tom watched the dawn break over the East River, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a breathtaking spectacle that somehow felt both comforting and unsettling. The adrenaline of the past few days, the near-death experiences, the betrayal, the exhilarating chase across the city, it all receded, leaving behind a profound sense of exhaustion and a quiet satisfaction. He'd won, but at a cost. Nadia was gone, vanished into the labyrinthine streets of the city, her family's safety prioritized above all else. The bittersweet taste of victory lingered, a reminder of the sacrifices made in the pursuit of justice. He thought of her, her face etched in his memory, the fierce determination in her eyes, the subtle tremor in her hands, the unwavering loyalty that had ultimately saved him. He'd fallen in love with a phantom, a woman who lived in the shadows, a master of deception, yet also someone possessing a depth of empathy he rarely encountered in his line of work. Their love story was a paradox, a dangerous dance between two opposing worlds, a testament to the unpredictable nature of human connection. He considered the city's role in their story. It had been both a backdrop and a character, a canvas onto which their lives were painted in strokes of passion, danger, and ultimately, heartbreak. The city had witnessed their clandestine meetings in dimly lit bars, the hurried exchanges in hidden printing dens, the breathless escapes across crowded streets. It was a silent conspirator, a witness to their love affair and their desperate struggle for survival. But even in the aftermath of such intense drama, the city's pulse beat on, unwavering, relentless. The sounds of the morning rush hour, the blare of car horns, the rumble of subway trains, the chatter of commuters, gradually filled the quiet space, a reminder that life continues, regardless of personal tragedies. The city, he realized, had this remarkable ability to absorb, to contain, to move on. It was a city of survivors, a city that constantly reinvented itself, shedding its old skin and embracing the new. Tom's own transformation continued. His experiences with Nadia, with Ricky Malone, and with the myriad of characters within the city's underbelly, had fundamentally altered his perception of crime and justice. He had come to understand that the line between right and wrong was often blurred, that people were motivated by a complexity of factors beyond simple greed or malice. He carried the weight of these moral ambiguities, the sense of having walked a precarious path, but he emerged with a deeper understanding of the human condition. His new approach to policing, a blend of traditional law enforcement and community engagement, was proving increasingly effective. He saw it reflected in the faces of the people he interacted with, the renewed sense of trust, the collaborative spirit, the willingness to work together to create a safer, more just environment. He focused less on chasing criminals and more on preventing crime, addressing the social and economic factors that fueled it. His work with community organizations, the mentoring programs, the youth initiatives, these were no longer mere sidelines but the heart of his policing philosophy. The city's spirit of resilience, its constant evolution, mirrored his own journey. He was a changed man, more compassionate, more empathetic, more aware of the intricate web of human relationships that formed the fabric of urban life. He had witnessed the darkest corners of the city, the depths of human depravity, but he had also seen its greatest strengths, its generosity, its adaptability, its enduring capacity for hope. The case with Nadia and Ricky had been a turning point. It had tested the limits of his loyalty, his morality, his very sense of self. But it had also given him a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of things, the way in which individual actions ripple outwards, impacting the lives of others in unforeseen ways. He realized that his role as a detective wasn't simply to arrest criminals but to understand the context within which crime occurred, to address the root causes, and to strive for solutions that fostered justice and healing. He thought of the numerous cases he'd solved, each a small victory in the ongoing battle against crime. The young woman trafficked into the city, the elderly couple targeted by a scam artist, the gang of youths involved in petty theft, each a piece in the larger puzzle of urban life. He saw the common threads: poverty, desperation, inequality, and understood the systemic failures that allowed such crimes to flourish. He didn't just enforce the law, he worked to dismantle the structures that created the conditions for crime. The city's energy was infectious, its dynamism a constant reminder of the human spirit's capacity to adapt, to persevere, to find beauty even in the midst of hardship. He walked through the streets, no longer seeing just crime scenes and potential suspects, but stories, lives, struggles. He saw the resilience in the eyes of the homeless, the dreams in the hearts of the immigrants, the hope in the laughter of children playing in the park. The city was a complex tapestry woven from countless threads, some dark and twisted, others vibrant and hopeful. And he, a part of that tapestry, committed to weaving a future where justice and compassion reigned. The memory of Nadia's sacrifice served as a constant reminder of the choices he had to make, the high cost of justice. He understood that sometimes, the most effective action was not to fight but to retreat, to let go, to allow life to unfold in its own time. The city taught him patience, the ability to observe and understand without intervening, the wisdom to know when to act and when to wait. His evenings were no longer spent in dimly lit bars, but in community spaces, working alongside social workers, educators, and community leaders to address the root causes of crime. He taught self-defense classes to young women in vulnerable neighborhoods, mentored at-risk youth, and organized community clean-up projects. He was a part of the community, not just its protector. His work at the police academy evolved too. He became a mentor to young officers, teaching them the importance of empathy, of understanding the human stories behind the crimes they investigated. He emphasized the need for community policing, for building trust and rapport between law enforcement and the communities they served. His unconventional approach, initially met with resistance, eventually became the norm, a testament to his dedication and unwavering commitment to a more just and humane approach to policing. He often found himself returning to the same quiet spots along the riverbank, watching the city awaken, and observing its rhythm, a rhythm as complex and multifaceted as the human heart. The city embraced him, not as a conqueror, but as a partner in its ongoing narrative, a participant in its continuous quest for justice and redemption. And in the quiet moments, amidst the city's endless hum, he felt a sense of peace, a sense of belonging, a profound connection to the city that never sleeps, a city that had shaped him, challenged him, and ultimately transformed him. The city, with its vibrant energy and its enduring spirit, was now a part of him, just as he was a part of it. Their story continued, a complex, evolving narrative, reflecting the eternal dance between order and chaos, light and darkness, hope and despair, a dance that defined the city and, in turn, the man who called it home. Chapter 7: Redemption's Path. The escape had been harrowing, a blur of alleyways and hurried glances, the city's relentless pulse a constant reminder of the danger that lurked around every corner. She'd left behind everything she knew, her life of shadows, the thrill of deception, the comfort of her family's small apartment nestled amidst the vibrant chaos of Brooklyn. But she carried the weight of her choices, the bitter taste of betrayal, the gnawing guilt of having framed the man she loved. Nadia found herself in a small, unremarkable town in upstate New York, a world away from the glittering skyscrapers and neon lights of Manhattan. The silence was deafening at first, a stark contrast to the city's constant hum, and the vastness of the landscape both liberating and terrifying. Initially, the quiet solitude felt like a prison. The rhythmic ticking of the old grandfather clock in her rented room echoed the relentless beat of her own conscience. She missed the familiar scent of printer ink, the satisfying click of the embossing machine, the adrenaline rush of creating a flawless forgery. The skills she'd honed over years in the criminal underworld, the talents she'd used to craft false identities for others, felt like shackles, a constant reminder of her past life. The weight of her actions pressed down on her, threatening to suffocate her with regret. Sleep offered little respite. Instead, her dreams were filled with the haunting image of Tom's eyes, filled with both love and betrayal. Days bled into weeks, the sharp edges of her grief slowly softening. The small town, with its quiet rhythms and unassuming inhabitants, offered a surprising sense of peace. She found solace in the routine of simple tasks, tending a small vegetable garden behind her cottage, baking bread, learning to knit from an elderly woman at the local community center. The slow, deliberate movements, the focus required for each task, helped to calm the relentless turmoil within her. She began to find a strange sense of satisfaction in the tangible results of her efforts, a contrast to the ephemeral nature of her former work. One day, she stumbled upon a local historical society, a place filled with old documents, faded photographs, and meticulously preserved records. She felt a strange pull towards the archives, a magnetic force drawing her to the dusty shelves and forgotten stories. The librarian, a kind woman with a gentle smile and a wealth of local knowledge, welcomed her with open arms. Nadia found herself drawn to the meticulous process of preserving these historical artifacts, the delicate work of restoring damaged documents, and the painstaking research needed to understand their significance. She began volunteering at the Historical Society, her nimble fingers, once adept at forging signatures and creating fake identities, now skillfully mending torn pages and carefully cataloging fragile documents. The work was demanding, requiring both patience and precision, but Nadia found a strange sense of fulfillment in it. It was a different kind of creation, one that honored the past rather than deceiving the present. She found a sense of purpose, a way to channel her innate skills towards something positive and meaningful. Her meticulous nature, previously employed in the creation of deceptions, now found expression in the preservation of truth. As months turned into years, Nadia's transformation became increasingly evident. The haunted look in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by a quiet confidence and a newfound sense of peace. The small town, once a refuge, had become her sanctuary, a place where she could rebuild her life, away from the shadows of her past. She made genuine connections with the people she met, fostering relationships built on trust and mutual respect. She found a sense of belonging, a sense of community, something she had longed for in the anonymity of the city. The local community embraced her, unaware of her past, drawn to her quiet strength and her dedication to the historical society. Her skills in forgery proved unexpectedly useful. She developed a unique method of restoring damaged historical manuscripts, using her knowledge of inks and papers to replicate missing sections, making the documents whole once again. Her work became renowned among archivists and historians, recognized for its precision and artistry. She published articles on her techniques, sharing her expertise with others and solidifying her reputation as a pioneer in the field. The community center became a hub of creativity. She taught workshops on preserving old documents and photos, passing on her skills and knowledge to others. Her life was no longer about hiding in the shadows, but about shining a light on the past, celebrating history. She even started a small business, offering her restoration services to museums, libraries, and private collectors. Her work not only preserved the past, but it also brought in a sustainable income, giving her financial independence and stability. The fear of financial ruin, the constant pressure of providing for her family, which had driven her to a life of crime, no longer haunted her. She felt a sense of security and self-reliance that had always eluded her. Her past still cast a long shadow, but she chose to let it serve as a lesson and a motivation to create a meaningful life. Her relationship with her family had also evolved. The distance initially created a sense of loneliness, but regular communication and occasional visits helped to maintain a bond based on understanding and forgiveness. Her transformation gave her the confidence to express her regrets, seeking their understanding and forgiveness for the path she had chosen. Her family, relieved to see her out of the clutches of the criminal underworld and thriving in her newfound vocation, responded with acceptance and pride. They had initially worried about her disappearance, but now, seeing her settled and successful, were relieved she had found peace and purpose. Her story became an example of redemption, showing that even those who make mistakes can find a path to rehabilitation and make a positive contribution to society. The small town was her canvas, and her life a testament to the power of transformation. She was no longer Nadia Khalil, the gifted forger. She was Nadia Khalil, the dedicated archivist, the skilled restorer, a woman who found redemption in the quiet preservation of history, leaving behind the dark shadows of her past for a brighter, more fulfilling future. The city that never sleeps had been left behind, replaced by the tranquility of nature and the quiet satisfaction of a life dedicated to something bigger than herself. The echoes of her past still lingered, a subtle reminder of the choices she had made, but her future was now defined not by deception, but by dedication, not by darkness, but by light. The escape from the city had left Tom reeling, not just from the physical exertion but from the emotional turmoil. He'd been betrayed, framed by the woman he loved, a woman he believed he understood. The betrayal cut deeper than any physical wound, leaving him questioning everything he thought he knew about trust, loyalty, and love. The subsequent investigation, a cold, methodical process devoid of the usual adrenaline-fueled chases and dramatic confrontations, felt strangely isolating. It was a solitary pursuit, a relentless digging through evidence, a meticulous piecing together of fragmented truths. He was no longer the confident, charismatic undercover officer. He was a man adrift, haunted by doubt and riddled with self-doubt. The initial anger, a fiery rage that had consumed him after Nadia's betrayal, gradually subsided, replaced by a gnawing emptiness. The thrill of the chase, the satisfaction of bringing criminals to justice, felt muted, replaced by a profound sense of disillusionment. His work, once a source of purpose and pride, now seemed pointless, a hollow ritual. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of human experiences, felt cold and indifferent, a concrete jungle reflecting his own internal desolation. His superiors, while outwardly supportive, couldn't fully comprehend the depth of his emotional turmoil. They saw the results, the meticulous case file, the successful apprehension of Ricky Malone, the dismantling of the criminal syndicate, but they couldn't see the scars hidden beneath the surface. The accolades and praise felt hollow, meaningless against the backdrop of his personal devastation. His nights were filled with restless sleep, punctuated by vivid nightmares that replayed Nadia's betrayal in countless variations, each more agonizing than the last. The investigation's success brought no sense of closure. In fact, it amplified his internal conflict. The successful prosecution of Ricky Malone, a victory on paper, felt like a Pyrrhic win. He had achieved justice, but at a devastating personal cost. He was haunted by the image of Nadia, her face a mixture of fear and determination as she framed him. He knew she had acted out of love and loyalty to her family, but that knowledge did little to alleviate the pain of her betrayal. His moral compass, once firmly fixed, felt askew. The black and white world of law enforcement, with its clear-cut rules and defined lines of good and evil, had become a blurred canvas of shades of gray. He wrestled with the ethical dilemmas his profession presented, the compromises, the occasional bending of rules for the greater good. He'd always operated within a strict moral code, but Nadia's actions forced him to question the very foundation of his beliefs. He found himself drawn to philosophical texts, searching for answers in the writings of great thinkers. He explored the concept of utilitarianism, the pursuit of the greatest good for the greatest number, and wondered if Nadia's actions, however morally questionable, could be justified in this context. He considered Kant's categorical imperative, the principle of acting only according to maxims that could be universal laws. Could his own actions, his dedication to justice, always meet this standard? He found no easy answers, only more questions. His interactions with his colleagues, once a source of camaraderie and support, became strained. He found himself unable to connect with them on a deeper level, his experience with Nadia creating an invisible barrier between him and the rest of the force. The casual jokes, the shared meals, the easy banter, all felt superficial, a stark contrast to the profound emotional depth of his own internal struggle. He sought solace in solitude, spending hours walking the streets of New York, observing the city's inhabitants, their stories unfolding before him like a silent movie. He saw the struggles of the ordinary people, their dreams and aspirations, their disappointments and setbacks. He saw the city's underbelly, the desperation, the poverty, the injustices that fueled the criminal underworld. He saw the complexity of human nature, the capacity for both great good and terrible evil, the constant tension between light and darkness. His internal conflict extended beyond his personal relationship with Nadia. The very nature of his job, the constant exposure to crime and violence, challenged his faith in humanity. He'd always believed in the inherent goodness of people and their capacity for redemption, but his experiences had chipped away at this belief. He questioned the effectiveness of the justice system, the long-term impact of his work, and even the validity of his own role within the system. Was he really making a difference? Or was he simply a cog in a vast, impersonal machine? He began to engage in self-reflection, examining his own actions and motivations. He confronted his own prejudices, his biases, the ways in which his personal beliefs influenced his work. He acknowledged the moral ambiguities of his profession, the compromises he'd made, and the potential for error inherent in his line of work. He delved into self-analysis, dissecting his own moral code, questioning his assumptions and challenging his beliefs. The process was painful, emotionally draining, but ultimately cathartic. It was a journey of self-discovery, a stripping away of illusions, a confrontation with his own fallibility. He emerged from this period of introspection with a renewed sense of purpose, but with a more nuanced understanding of morality and ethics. He realized that the world wasn't simply divided into good and evil, right and wrong. It was a complex, messy tapestry woven with threads of gray, a spectrum of human experience. He learned to navigate the ambiguities, to make difficult choices, to accept the consequences of his actions, even the ones that caused him personal pain. His moral compass, though shaken, was not broken. It had simply been recalibrated, refined by the crucible of experience. He was no longer the naive idealist who entered the force with unwavering faith in justice. He was a man who understood the complexities of his profession, the limitations of the system, and the human capacity for both good and evil. He carried the weight of his past experiences, the scars of betrayal and disillusionment, but they served as reminders of the importance of integrity, compassion, and the unwavering pursuit of justice, even in the face of uncertainty and adversity. The city, with its relentless pulse, its hidden shadows, and its complex web of human relationships, would always present challenges, but Tom was ready to face them, armed not just with his training and experience, but with a more profound understanding of himself and the moral complexities of the world he inhabited. His journey, far from being over, had just begun, a path toward a more informed and compassionate approach to law enforcement, guided by a recalibrated moral compass forged in the fires of betrayal and disillusionment. The weight of the past pressed down on Nadia like the humid New York air in July. The successful framing of Ricky Malone, the dismantling of his operation, the subsequent accolades, none of it brought her peace. The victory felt hollow, tainted by the knowledge of her betrayal, the calculated risk she'd taken to save Tom, and ultimately, her family. She had played a dangerous game, a high-stakes poker match with fate, and she had won. But the cost was immeasurable. Sleep offered little respite. Her dreams were a chaotic jumble of images: Tom's anguished face as he realized her deception, the cold steel of Ricky's gaze, the terrified eyes of her younger siblings. Each night, the weight of her actions replayed itself, a relentless cycle of guilt and self-recrimination. She'd envisioned a life free from the shadows of the criminal underworld, a life where she could openly love Tom, where her family could live without fear. Yet here she was, haunted by the very shadows she had tried so desperately to escape. The city, once a symbol of opportunity and resilience, now felt like a cage. Its vibrant energy, its pulsating rhythm, seemed to mock her solitude. The streets, once familiar pathways, now felt alien, echoing with the silence of her guilt. The bustling crowds, the hurried footsteps, the cacophony of city life, all served as a constant reminder of her isolation, of the chasm that separated her from the man she loved. Her work, once a source of both income and purpose, felt morally compromised. The delicate strokes of her brush, once a means of crafting beautiful illusions, now felt like instruments of deception. She felt a profound sense of disconnect between her artistic talent and the dark purposes it had served. The thrill of creating a perfect forgery, the satisfaction of outsmarting her clients, were replaced by a deep sense of unease, a lingering unease that gnawed at her conscience. She attempted to find solace in her family. They remained blissfully unaware of her involvement in the criminal underworld, shielded from the truth by her carefully constructed facade. Their unwavering love, their simple joys, provided a momentary respite from the turmoil within her. Yet, even within the sanctuary of her family, she felt a sense of profound loneliness. The secret she carried, the weight of her betrayal, created an insurmountable barrier between her and those she loved most. Unlike Tom, Nadia didn't have the luxury of self-reflection through philosophical texts. Her introspection took a more visceral form. She found herself drawn to the quiet corners of the city, empty parks, secluded libraries, forgotten churches, seeking solace in the solitude and the stillness. There, surrounded by a quiet contemplation, she revisited her past, confronting the choices that led her to this crossroads. Her childhood in a small, impoverished village in Morocco, her desperate desire to provide a better life for her family, the relentless pressure to succeed in a new and unforgiving land, these memories surged forth, casting a different light on her choices. The city, with all its dark allure, had seemed the only path to survival, a way to escape the grinding poverty that had defined her early life. She remembered her mother's weary face, the constant worry etched into her brow, the endless sacrifices made to ensure a future for her children. She remembered the sacrifices her siblings made, each in their own way, to support their family. These memories were a potent antidote to the self-recrimination, reminding her of the powerful motivations behind her actions. Her past was not an excuse, but an explanation. It didn't justify her betrayal of Tom, but it shed light on the circumstances that had led her down that path. It provided a context for her choices, a framework within which she could begin to make sense of the complex web of actions and consequences. Forgiveness, she realized, was not merely for Tom, but for herself. It was an act of self-compassion, a recognition of her own human fallibility. The journey toward forgiveness was a gradual process, a slow unwinding of guilt, a gradual acceptance of her past actions. The city, which had once been a labyrinth of shadows, began to reveal its softer aspects. She started to notice the quiet acts of kindness, the small gestures of generosity, the moments of unexpected beauty that were easily overlooked amidst the city's relentless energy. The city that had once represented only danger and desperation now seemed to reflect the complexities of her own internal landscape. Nadia's path to redemption wasn't a straight line. It was a winding road fraught with uncertainty, filled with moments of doubt, self-questioning, and a yearning for a life free from the shadows she had become so accustomed to. The journey was long and arduous, but it was a journey toward a more authentic life, a life founded on self-acceptance, forgiveness, and a commitment to building a future unburdened by the weight of her past. Tom, too, felt the weight of the past, but in a different way. His path to redemption was not one of forgiveness for a specific act, but a reevaluation of his own beliefs and the moral landscape of his profession. The case, the arrest, the successful prosecution of Malone, they were all part of it, yet they felt insignificant compared to the internal upheaval he'd experienced. His life, once defined by the clear-cut rules of law enforcement, now existed in shades of gray. The black and white world of good versus evil had become infinitely more nuanced, challenging his previously steadfast moral compass. He saw the human element in every case, the intricate motivations behind every crime, the struggles of individuals caught in the grip of circumstances beyond their control. He revisited his own actions, his methods, the compromises he'd made in the name of justice. He questioned the efficacy of the system, the impact of his work, his own role within it all. Was he truly making a difference, or simply perpetuating a cycle of violence and retribution? These questions gnawed at him, compelling a deep and painful self-reflection. Unlike Nadia, his was a journey of intellectual and moral reckoning. He immersed himself in philosophical debates, exploring the intricacies of ethics and morality, seeking answers in the writings of great thinkers, in the wisdom of history, in the stories of others who wrestled with similar moral dilemmas. He found no easy answers, but the process itself was cathartic. The experience had stripped him of his naive idealism, replacing it with a more profound understanding of human nature, of the complexities of justice, and the ambiguous nature of morality. He came to accept that the world was not simply divided into good and evil, right and wrong. He recognized the shades of gray, the moral ambiguities, the difficult choices that shape every life. His colleagues, initially distanced by his emotional turmoil, eventually came to understand the profound impact of his experience. His newfound empathy, his nuanced understanding of the human condition, made him a better detective, a more effective officer, and a more compassionate human being. His journey had been one of profound transformation, a shedding of illusions, a painful but ultimately necessary process of self-discovery. Both Nadia and Tom carried the weight of their past, their individual journeys intertwined yet distinct. They carried the scars of betrayal, disillusionment, and the moral complexities of their lives. Their paths were a testament to the enduring human capacity for self-reflection, forgiveness, and the pursuit of redemption, even amidst the chaos and uncertainties of life in a city that never sleeps. Their stories, woven together in the fabric of a shared experience, served as a powerful reminder of the complexities of human relationships, the enduring power of love, and the potential for growth and transformation, even in the darkest of circumstances. The city lights blurred through Nadia's rain-streaked window, mirroring the hazy uncertainty within her. Forgiveness, she'd realized, wasn't a single, momentous act. It was a slow, painstaking process, like peeling back the layers of an onion, each layer revealing a new layer of pain, a new layer of understanding. Forgiving Tom was relatively easy. She understood the constraints of his job, the pressure to perform, the inherent ambiguities of his role. He had acted within the confines of his duty, even if those confines had led him to believe she was a betrayer. It was forgiving herself that proved a far more arduous task. The nights were the worst. The silence in her small apartment, usually a comfort, now throbbed with the echoes of her past decisions. The rhythmic tick-tock of the old clock on the wall became a relentless percussion of guilt. She found herself searching for solace in the strangest places: the hushed reverence of a late-night mass, the rhythmic sway of a salsa band in a dimly lit club, the quiet concentration of a woman knitting in the park. These were moments of respite, fleeting glimpses of peace amidst the storm of her self-recrimination. She started sketching again, not forgeries, but landscapes. The stark lines of the Brooklyn Bridge at dawn, the vibrant hues of a Central Park sunset, the intricate details of a forgotten brownstone, these became her therapy, her way of expressing the emotions she couldn't articulate. The act of creation, devoid of its former deceptive purpose, became a form of self-expression, a channel for her anxieties and her burgeoning hope. The brushstrokes were hesitant at first, stiff and unsure, mirroring the uncertain path she was forging within herself. But gradually, as the months passed, the strokes became bolder, more confident, reflecting her growing sense of self-acceptance. Her family, blissfully unaware of her past, remained her anchor. Their laughter, their mundane routines, their simple affection, formed a protective bubble around her, shielding her from the tempest of her guilt. She found herself appreciating the small things, the quiet moments, the everyday joys that she had previously taken for granted. Their unwavering love reminded her of her own inherent worth, that her past actions didn't define her entirely. She was more than the sum of her mistakes. She was a daughter, a sister, a woman who loved fiercely and deeply. Tom's journey was different, but equally transformative. The weight of his actions, the realization that he'd been manipulated, the profound betrayal he'd experienced, all of this forced him into a period of intense self-reflection. His once rigid worldview had crumbled, replaced by a deeper understanding of the complexities of human behavior. The clear lines between justice and revenge had blurred, leaving him in a moral gray area. He started reading philosophy, devouring books on ethics, morality, and the nature of justice. He sought guidance not in the law books, but in the writings of philosophers and theologians, trying to reconcile his experiences with his beliefs. His colleagues watched with concern. His usually sharp mind seemed clouded, his usually decisive demeanor hesitant. He was withdrawn, spending hours poring over case files, not for investigation purposes, but for self-analysis. He was dissecting not just the crimes he'd investigated, but the moral implications of his own role in the process. He started questioning the assumptions that underpinned his profession, the very foundations of his identity as a law enforcement officer. He had always believed in justice, in the power of the law to right wrongs, but the Nadia Khalil case had shattered that certainty. He saw the system's shortcomings, the injustices embedded within it, the potential for abuse and manipulation. He questioned whether his methods had been ethically sound, whether he'd always acted in accordance with his values. He was facing a crisis of faith, not in a religious sense, but in his professional integrity. The philosophical texts offered little solace in the beginning. They raised more questions than they answered, leading him down a path of intellectual and moral questioning. But gradually, as he wrestled with these ideas, he began to develop a new perspective. He recognized that justice was not simply a matter of arresting criminals. It was a complex interplay of factors, including individual circumstances, social contexts, and the potential for human error. He started to see the world in shades of gray, abandoning the black and white dichotomy of his former worldview. He recognized the moral ambiguities inherent in his profession, the difficult choices he and other officers had to make every day. He developed a deeper empathy for the people he investigated, understanding that their actions were rarely the result of simple wickedness but rather a confluence of circumstances, choices, and the inherent vulnerabilities of the human condition. Both Nadia and Tom's journeys were intertwined, their paths converging and diverging, mirroring the complexities of their relationship and the challenges they faced. Nadia's self-forgiveness was a gradual shedding of guilt, a slow acceptance of her past, a movement toward a more authentic self. Tom's redemption was a reevaluation of his values, a profound intellectual and moral awakening. Neither found easy answers, nor immediate solace. Their healing was a process, not a destination. The scars of their shared experience would remain, but they would also serve as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, its capacity for change, and its potential for redemption. The city lights, once a symbol of their shared danger, now illuminated a path toward a more hopeful future, a future built on forgiveness, self-acceptance, and a new understanding of the complexities of life, love, and the pursuit of a more meaningful existence. The rain had stopped, and a tentative sun peeked through the clouds, a promise of a brighter day. The tentative sunlight, filtering through the gaps in the city's concrete canyons, felt different now. It wasn't just the warmth on Nadia's skin, it was a sense of shift, a subtle change in the atmospheric pressure of her life. The rain had washed away more than just the grime of the city, it had cleansed something within her, a residue of guilt and self-recrimination. The lingering scent of petrichor mingled with the exhaust fumes, a strangely comforting paradox that mirrored the duality of her existence. She found herself drawn back to the easel, the canvas a blank page yearning for expression. No longer were her brushstrokes hesitant, tentative explorations of a world she feared to engage with. Instead, they were confident, bold strokes that captured the vibrancy of a street scene, the raw energy of a bustling market, the quiet dignity of an elderly woman tending her window box. The forgery was gone, replaced by a raw honesty that poured onto the canvas, a visual diary of her transformation. The colors were brighter, bolder, more alive, reflecting the burgeoning hope within her. She painted the city, but not the city of shadows and deceit. She painted the city of resilience, of second chances, of unexpected beauty. The paintings became a form of therapy, a conversation she was having with herself, a visual articulation of her journey toward forgiveness. Each stroke was a step forward, a release of pent-up emotions, a reclaiming of her identity beyond the shadow of her past. She started selling some of her work at a small gallery in the East Village, a world away from the dimly lit backrooms where she once plied her illicit trade. The money wasn't much, but it was enough, and it represented a hard-won independence, a tangible symbol of her new life. Her family, still blissfully unaware of the depths of her past, remained her unwavering support system. They celebrated her artistic success, their pride a warm balm to her soul. They didn't need to know the details. Their acceptance was enough, an unspoken understanding that transcended words. She saw the love in their eyes, the unwavering faith in her, and it filled her with a profound sense of gratitude. It was a love that nourished her spirit, a love that allowed her to finally heal. She learned to cherish these everyday moments, the simple acts of kindness, the quiet moments of shared laughter, the comforting weight of familial connection. They were the anchors that kept her grounded, the steady presence that allowed her to navigate the choppy waters of her emotional journey. Tom's path to redemption was far more arduous. The moral ambiguities of his role as an undercover officer continued to gnaw at his conscience. The weight of his actions, the knowledge that he had been manipulated, the sheer betrayal he'd experienced, all of this left him adrift in a sea of doubt and uncertainty. The city, once his hunting ground, now seemed to press in on him, the relentless energy of the streets a stark contrast to the internal turmoil he felt. He spent months poring over philosophical texts, seeking answers in the writings of great thinkers. He wasn't looking for legal justification, he was searching for moral clarity. The books offered no easy answers, but they forced him to confront his own biases, his own assumptions, the inherent flaws within the system he served. He began to see the complexities of justice, the subtle nuances of right and wrong, the human element behind every crime. It was a painful process, a dismantling of his own worldview, a reevaluation of his core beliefs. He started attending support groups for police officers struggling with moral dilemmas, finding solace in the shared experiences of his peers. The camaraderie was unexpectedly healing, helping him to understand that he wasn't alone in his struggles, that the moral gray areas he encountered were a common experience in his profession. He even began writing a journal, exploring his moral compass and the way his experiences had shifted his perspective on justice and morality. His entries were raw, introspective, filled with self-doubt and self-reflection. It was a difficult, but necessary, part of his healing process. The once pristine image he held of the law was tarnished, replaced by a deeper, more nuanced understanding of its limitations and its potential for misuse. He saw that justice wasn't always served by arresting criminals. Sometimes, it was about recognizing the complexities of human behavior, the mitigating circumstances, the potential for redemption. He started to question his own actions, not with self-recrimination, but with a desire for self-improvement, a yearning to become a better officer, a more just servant of the law. He contacted Nadia, not to apologize, for he realized apologies wouldn't suffice, but to express his understanding, his newfound empathy for the difficult choices she'd made. Their first conversation was hesitant, tentative, punctuated by silences thick with unspoken emotions. But as they talked, they found common ground not in a shared past, but in a shared future, a future built on mutual respect and understanding. They discovered that both had undergone significant personal transformations. Their initial attraction had been tinged with danger and deceit. Now, it had the potential to transform into something deeper, something genuine. This shared trauma had forged an unusual bond between them. The understanding of their respective positions and the recognition of the human complexities of their situation had brought them closer in a way the initial excitement never could. It wasn't a reconciliation in the traditional sense, but a shared recognition of their shared humanity. There were no grand pronouncements of forgiveness, no theatrical displays of affection. Instead, there was a quiet acknowledgement of their past, a mutual understanding of the challenges they faced, and a shared determination to move forward. Their future together remained uncertain, fraught with the complexities of their different worlds. But the tentative sun that had peeked through the clouds on that fateful day held the promise of a new beginning. Both Nadia and Tom realized that their paths to redemption were ongoing, not a destination, but a journey of continuous self-discovery. The city still held its shadows, its dangers, its moral ambiguities. But for Nadia and Tom, the city also held the promise of a new dawn, a chance to build a life grounded in honesty, integrity, and the enduring power of the human spirit's capacity for change. The scars of their past experiences would remain, but they would serve as a reminder of their resilience, their capacity for growth, and the unexpected beauty that can emerge from even the darkest of times. Their story wasn't just one of redemption, it was a testament to the enduring power of forgiveness, self-acceptance, and the possibility of a more meaningful existence, even in the most unforgiving of urban landscapes. The city lights no longer blurred in their eyes, but shone with a renewed clarity, illuminating a path toward a brighter future, a future built on trust, self-awareness, and the understanding that even in a city that never sleeps, even amidst the moral gray areas of life, the human spirit has an incredible capacity for growth and healing. The future was uncertain, but for the first time, it held a glimmer of hope, a promise of a new beginning. Chapter 8: The City's Heartbeat. The city hummed, a vast, complex organism throbbing with a life of its own. It wasn't just the incessant cacophony of sirens, car horns, and chattering voices. It was a deeper rhythm, a pulsating heartbeat felt in the bone-jarring rumble of the subway, the rhythmic sway of pedestrians navigating crowded sidewalks, the ceaseless ebb and flow of traffic. This was the city's song, a symphony of chaos and order, a relentless ballet of human interaction played out against the backdrop of steel and glass. It was a melody Nadia had once known intimately, a soundtrack to her clandestine dealings, the hushed whispers in dimly lit bars, the hurried footsteps in echoing alleyways. Now, however, the tune felt different. The music still pulsed with a raw, untamed energy, but it held a new layer of understanding, a subtler harmony. She walked through Central Park, the carefully manicured green a stark contrast to the raw, concrete jungle that surrounded it. The park was a pocket of calm amidst the city's relentless energy, a sanctuary where the rhythm slowed, becoming a gentler, more deliberate tempo. She watched children chase pigeons, their laughter echoing in the crisp air, a chorus of pure joy. Couples strolled hand in hand, their whispered conversations a counterpoint to the rustling leaves. Elderly men played chess, their quiet concentration a meditative counterpoint to the city's frenetic pulse. Each scene was a vignette, a small piece of the city's larger narrative, a testament to the myriad lives unfolding within its concrete embrace. The change in Nadia wasn't just an internal shift, it was reflected in her art. Her paintings, once meticulously crafted forgeries, now burst with life, vibrant and unrestrained. The city was her muse, its energy her inspiration. She painted the grimy alleyways bathed in the neon glow of streetlights, the bustling markets overflowing with the sights, sounds, and smells of 1,000 different cultures, the quiet moments of contemplation found in hidden courtyards. She captured the city's duality, its shadow-filled corners alongside its breathtaking beauty, its contradictions and complexities rendered in strokes of bold color and surprising light. Her work drew attention, not just from art lovers but from those who recognized the raw honesty that pulsed from each canvas. It was the city's heartbeat captured in oil and canvas, a portrait of its soul. The gallery owner, a shrewd woman with an eye for talent, understood the power of Nadia's work. She recognized the narrative embedded in each brushstroke, the story woven into the very fabric of the paintings. This wasn't just art, it was a journey, a testament to resilience, to transformation, to the human spirit's ability to navigate the labyrinthine streets of life and emerge stronger, more vibrant, and more authentic. Tom, too, was experiencing a transformation, though his was a far more internal journey. The city, which once seemed a boundless arena for his pursuit of justice, now felt different, less a hunting ground and more a reflection of his inner turmoil. The constant motion, the relentless energy, once a source of adrenaline, now felt overwhelming, a dizzying reminder of the moral ambiguities that plagued him. He found himself drawn to the quiet corners of the city, the hidden gardens, the forgotten cemeteries. These spaces, in their stillness, offered a respite from the chaos, a moment to reflect on the events that had shaped him. He began to appreciate the subtleties of the city's rhythm, the quiet moments that punctuated the incessant noise, the hidden beauty that often went unnoticed in the rush of everyday life. He spent hours in the New York Public Library, immersing himself in literature, seeking answers in the lives of fictional characters, finding solace in their struggles and triumphs. He revisited his journal, revisiting his self-doubts, his reflections on morality and justice. It wasn't just a catalog of past events, but a living document, an ongoing dialogue with himself. The entries became more introspective, less concerned with self-recrimination and more focused on self-understanding, on learning from his mistakes, and on finding a new purpose in his life. His work in the NYPD was altered too. He was no longer driven by the same aggressive pursuit of justice, but by a deeper, more nuanced understanding of its complexities. He approached his investigations with a newfound empathy, recognizing the human element in every crime, the mitigating circumstances, the potential for redemption. He began to see the failures within the system, and his aim shifted towards creating structural change rather than merely reacting to individual instances of crime. This change extended beyond his work. He started volunteering at a local community center, working with at-risk youth, mentoring them and providing guidance, a quiet, subtle way to give back to the city that had challenged him and transformed him. The city's rhythm, once a soundtrack to Nadia's deceit and Tom's pursuit of justice, was now a shared experience. They found themselves drawn to the same quiet spaces, the same hidden pockets of calm amidst the urban chaos. They'd meet in the conservatory garden, the scent of roses mingling with the echoes of their shared past, a silent acknowledgement of their intertwined destinies. The conversations were different, less about the thrill of the chase, the tension of their undercover relationship, and more about quiet moments of shared understanding. It wasn't a romantic rekindling, but a deeper connection forged in the crucible of shared trauma and mutual respect. Their encounters were rare, carefully planned, always fleeting. Their worlds remained separate, but the city itself was the silent witness to their evolving relationship. They found common ground in the city's diversity, in its capacity for both immense beauty and heartbreaking sorrow. They discussed her art, his struggles, the city's relentless energy, its capacity for both great joy and profound loss. The city became a shared metaphor for their individual journeys, a landscape that reflected the complexities of their shared past and the possibilities of their uncertain future. The city continued its relentless pulse, its energy unwavering, its rhythm constant. But for Nadia and Tom, the city's heartbeat had taken on a new meaning. It was no longer a background score to a life of deception and danger, but a symphony of hope, a testament to resilience, a promise of a new beginning. The scars remained, the memories lingered, but the rhythm had changed, evolving into a more hopeful, more harmonious tune, a melody born from the ashes of their past, a testament to the power of transformation, even in the heart of the city that never sleeps. The city, in all its chaotic beauty, had been both their battleground and their sanctuary, a place of shadows and light, a space where two lives, once intertwined in danger, found unexpected redemption and a fragile, yet hopeful, new beginning. The city's rhythm, once a threat, was now a promise, a constant reminder that even in the darkness, there is always the possibility of light, the enduring hope of a new dawn. The gallery opening was a whirlwind of flashing cameras and hushed conversations. Nadia, in a simple black dress that did little to detract from her captivating presence, moved through the crowd, a quiet observer amidst the swirling chaos. Her paintings, vibrant explosions of color and emotion, commanded attention, each canvas a microcosm of the city's soul. She'd captured the city's grit and glamour, its darkness and light, its relentless pulse and unexpected quiet moments. It was a collection that spoke of transformation, of resilience, of the enduring human spirit. As she circulated, she noticed a familiar face in the crowd, a wiry, intense man who seemed perpetually on the edge of a nervous breakdown. It was Leo, a mid-level accountant for Ricky Malone, a man Nadia had used as a conduit for several of her forgeries. He was a small cog in a large, intricate machine, yet his presence sent a shiver down her spine. His pale skin, usually slicked back hair, now seemed disheveled, and his eyes, normally guarded, displayed a palpable unease. He was looking at her paintings, his gaze lingering on a particular piece, a stark depiction of a rain-slicked alleyway, the neon signs blurring into streaks of vibrant color. The alleyway was oddly familiar, almost eerily so, recalling a specific rendezvous with Tom during their undercover operation. The subtle shift in Leo's demeanor was telling. His nervous fidgeting, the way he kept glancing over his shoulder, suggested a level of anxiety that went beyond the usual anxieties of social gatherings. It suggested he knew something that connected him to the world Nadia had so carefully tried to leave behind. His eyes met hers for a brief, unsettling moment, a silent communication passing between them, a recognition that transcended their limited past interactions. It was a silent acknowledgement of shared secrets, a subtle understanding of the interconnectedness of their lives. Later, while cleaning her brushes, the details of that fleeting interaction gnawed at Nadia. She realized Leo's anxiety wasn't just about her art. It was about something more sinister, something that touched upon the underbelly of the city, the hidden currents that flowed beneath the surface of its bustling life. It was a connection, however tenuous, to Ricky Malone's operation and to the events that had so dramatically changed her life. She replayed the evening in her mind, studying every nuance of Leo's behavior, seeking clues, attempting to decipher the message he'd tried to convey. The following days were consumed by a growing sense of unease. She found herself drawn back to the locations from her past, the dimly lit bars, the hidden printing dens, the familiar corners of the city that had been the backdrop to her clandestine life. Each location was a fragment of a larger puzzle, a piece of the complex web that connected her to Ricky Malone and the city's criminal underbelly. She revisited her past forgeries, examining the details, searching for subtle patterns or clues that she might have missed. The forgeries weren't just documents, they were breadcrumbs, a trail that led into the city's labyrinthine heart. Her investigation took her deep into the city's undercurrents, revealing connections she never imagined existed. A seemingly innocuous coffee shop near her apartment turned out to be a regular meeting place for Malone's associates. A seemingly ordinary delivery service was used to transport illicit goods. A seemingly harmless accountant was a key player in a money laundering scheme. The city was a vast tapestry woven with threads of deception, each seemingly separate event linked to another, creating a complex network of criminal activity. These connections, once invisible, were now revealed, highlighting the precarious balance between order and chaos, law and crime, legality and deceit. Her investigation also revealed unexpected connections to Tom's past cases. A seemingly unrelated murder investigation, one Tom had closed months ago, contained a crucial piece of information: the name of a minor player in Malone's organization, someone who had helped transport forged documents for Nadia. The connection was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it solidified the web of intertwined lives that characterized the city's criminal underworld. It demonstrated how a single act, even a seemingly insignificant forgery, could have far-reaching consequences. As she delved deeper, the city's heartbeat became more ominous, its rhythm a menacing drumbeat. The city's relentless energy, once a source of inspiration, now felt like a suffocating pressure. She found herself reflecting on the nature of chance and coincidence, how seemingly random events could intersect and alter the course of a life. The city, in its chaotic brilliance, seemed to be deliberately weaving a narrative, revealing the hidden links and the unexpected consequences of past actions. One evening, while reviewing some old files, a photograph caught her eye. It was a grainy image taken at a distance, but she recognized the figure instantly: Leo, standing next to a man she knew only as Silas, a notorious arms dealer known to be one of Ricky Malone's close associates. The photo was taken outside a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The location rang a bell. She had been to that warehouse once, dropping off forged documents. This revelation was chilling. Leo's anxiety at the gallery wasn't about her art. It was about something far more dangerous. The city, which had once felt like a refuge, now felt like a hunting ground. Nadia was aware that every step she took was being watched, every conversation monitored. She lived in a constant state of heightened awareness, always looking over her shoulder, anticipating betrayal. The anonymity of the city, once a shield, now felt like a trap. The city's vastness, its anonymity, was both its greatest asset and its most dangerous liability. She was entangled in a web of hidden connections, a complex network of deceit and betrayal, its threads intricately woven into the fabric of the city itself. The realization of her entanglement within this clandestine network brought with it a renewed sense of purpose. The previous chapters had focused on her personal transformation, her art, her rekindled connection, however fragile, with Tom. But now the focus had shifted. Her own survival, and the protection of those she loved, depended on untangling this complex web of relationships. She had to understand the connections, the intricate links that bound these criminals together, to expose them and ultimately ensure her own freedom. Her next move was calculated, precise. She decided to use her skills, the very skills that had once landed her in trouble, to her advantage. She created a new forgery, a meticulously crafted document, designed to expose Malone's operation, to highlight the connections between him and his associates, and most importantly, to show how Silas was involved. This was more than just another forgery. It was a meticulously constructed plan, a strategic maneuver in a high-stakes game, a chess piece designed to disrupt the delicate balance of power within the city's criminal underworld. This new forgery was not merely a fake document, but a meticulously crafted weapon. She knew that planting this document in the right place, at the right time, was crucial. It had to reach the right hands, the hands of someone in a position of authority, someone who would believe her, who would act on her information. She had to carefully consider the timing, the location, and the method of delivery, ensuring the document reached its target without attracting unwanted attention. The city, once her hiding place, became her battleground, every corner, every shadow, a potential ally or enemy. The act of forging this crucial document felt different. It wasn't fueled by the need for money or the thrill of deception. This time, it was driven by a profound sense of self-preservation, a desperate need to protect herself and those she cared about. The city's relentless pulse, once a comforting rhythm, now served as a reminder of the ever-present danger, the constant threat lurking around every corner. The stakes had never been higher. The city, in all its complexity and danger, would once again be the stage for her fight for survival. The hidden connections, once a source of mystery and intrigue, were now weapons, tools she would use to carve her own path to freedom, one carefully forged document at a time. The city, as ever, held its breath. The warehouse loomed, a hulking silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. Nadia approached cautiously, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The air hung heavy with the scent of diesel and decay, a stark contrast to the vibrant gallery opening she'd attended just days before. She clutched the forged document, a thin packet of paper that held the weight of her future. This wasn't just another forgery. It was a meticulously crafted key, designed to unlock a door leading to her freedom. The entrance was guarded, a burly figure with a face like a granite boulder standing sentinel. Nadia felt a familiar tightening in her chest, the adrenaline surge that accompanied every high-stakes gamble. She knew the guard's routine, his blind spots, the rhythm of his patrol. She'd observed him for days, studying his movements, anticipating his reactions. It was the same meticulous observation she applied to her art, the same sharp eye for detail that made her forgeries so convincing. This time, however, the canvas wasn't paper, it was the city itself. She slipped past him with the practiced ease of a phantom, her movements fluid and silent. The interior was a labyrinth of shadows and forgotten machinery, the air thick with dust and the metallic tang of rust. Each footstep echoed in the cavernous space, amplifying the tension. She navigated the maze-like corridors, her senses heightened, her every instinct screaming caution. The city's secrets whispered around her, a chorus of hidden voices. She found the target location, a small, unmarked office tucked away in a forgotten corner of the warehouse. The door was locked, but Nadia had anticipated this. She produced a small, almost invisible device from her purse, a sophisticated lock-picking tool she'd acquired from a contact during her time working for Malone. Her fingers, nimble and precise, worked with the practiced skill of a surgeon, the click of the lock a tiny victory in the silent battle. Inside, the office was dimly lit, cluttered with files and documents. The air hung heavy with the scent of stale cigarettes and desperation. Nadia placed the forged document, a meticulously crafted police report detailing Malone's extensive network, implicating Silas and several others, on the desk, beneath a pile of seemingly innocuous paperwork. The placement was strategic, calculated to be discovered at the opportune moment, a carefully planned domino in a cascade of events. This wasn't a casual act of defiance. It was a carefully orchestrated maneuver in a deadly game. Her escape was as meticulous as her entry. She retraced her steps, her heart pounding, every nerve ending on high alert. She slipped past the guard unnoticed, melting back into the anonymity of the city's night. The urban landscape, once a source of fear, now offered a cloak of protection. The darkness was her ally, the city's pulse her rhythmic heartbeat. The following days were a whirlwind of anxious waiting. Nadia kept a low profile, her routine deliberately mundane, a stark contrast to the intensity of her recent actions. She focused on her art, finding solace in the familiar rhythm of brushstrokes and colors. The city's energy, once a source of inspiration, remained a constant reminder of the precarious balance she walked. The news broke a week later. A series of raids on Malone's operations sent shockwaves through the city's underworld. The arrests were swift and decisive, the evidence irrefutable. The forged police report, her meticulously crafted weapon, had done its work. The intricate web that connected Malone, Silas, and their associates had unraveled, revealing the extent of their criminal enterprise. Tom, surprisingly, wasn't involved in the raids. He'd been pulled off the case, a bureaucratic move shrouded in official secrecy. Nadia knew it was a protective measure, a way to keep him safe from Malone's wrath, or from potential repercussions from within the department. She felt a pang of guilt, knowing her actions had placed him in harm's way, yet also a surge of relief, knowing he was safe. Their next encounter was unplanned, accidental. She spotted him across the street, a solitary figure in the bustling city. Their eyes met, a silent acknowledgement of the shared peril, the bond that transcended their opposing worlds. He didn't approach, he couldn't. His silence spoke volumes. There were still too many unknowns, too many risks. Nadia understood. Their love story, born amidst shadows and deceit, was now destined to remain unfinished. She watched him disappear into the city's anonymity, feeling a familiar tug of loss, the ache of a love sacrificed for survival. The city, once their clandestine meeting place, was now a silent witness to their bittersweet farewell. The aftermath was a slow, arduous process. The legal battles were complex, the legal ramifications far-reaching. Nadia had to navigate the intricate maze of the justice system, facing potential prosecution for her forgeries even though she'd used her skills for a greater good. The city, with its complex layers of law and disorder, tested her resilience. She emerged bruised, but unbroken, a survivor in a world that demanded relentless adaptability. She continued her art, her canvases now infused with a deeper understanding of the city's complexities. Her paintings, once vibrant expressions of urban life, now reflected the shadows and the light, the intricate dance between order and chaos. The city's secrets, once a source of danger, were now a testament to her resilience, a narrative woven into the vibrant fabric of her artistic expression. The city's heartbeat, once a relentless drumbeat of danger, settled into a more measured rhythm. Nadia had played her hand, a risky gamble that had paid off. She had exposed a criminal empire, protected those she loved, and ultimately found a path to her own freedom. The city remained her home, its streets a testament to her resilience, its secrets forever etched into the soul of a woman who dared to challenge the shadows and emerge into the light. The city, with its endless stories and unpredictable turns, would forever be a part of her story, a narrative woven into the very fabric of her being. The city breathed, and Nadia, its silent survivor, breathed with it. The weeks that followed were a blur of legal maneuvering and hushed phone calls. Nadia, despite her success in bringing down Malone, found herself caught in the undertow of the city's justice system. The forged police report, her masterpiece of deception, was a double-edged sword. While it had dismantled a criminal network, it also highlighted her own precarious position. She walked a tightrope, constantly looking over her shoulder, acutely aware that the city, so generous in its anonymity, could just as easily turn and devour her. She sought legal counsel, a sharp-tongued woman named Ms. Anya Sharma, whose reputation for navigating the city's labyrinthine legal system preceded her. Ms. Sharma, with her steely gaze and precise words, assessed Nadia's situation with clinical detachment. "You played a dangerous game, Ms. Khalil," she'd said, her voice devoid of sentiment. "And now you're paying the price. We need to tread carefully." The price, Nadia knew, was potentially steep: prosecution for forgery, years behind bars, the shattering of her carefully constructed life. Her days were a cycle of meetings with Ms. Sharma, reviewing documents, strategizing, and waiting. The city, once a canvas for her intricate forgeries, now felt like a cage. The vibrant energy that once fueled her creativity was replaced by a pervasive anxiety, a constant hum of fear that vibrated beneath the surface of her daily life. Even the familiar comfort of her art offered little solace. The colors seemed dull, the brush strokes hesitant. One rainy Tuesday afternoon, she found herself drawn to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, seeking refuge in its hallowed halls. The grandeur of the museum, the quiet contemplation of the masterpieces, offered a temporary escape from the weight of her worries. Lost in the hushed reverence of the galleries, she stumbled upon a familiar figure, Detective Tom Rivera. He stood before a Monet, his profile etched against the soft light filtering through the arched windows. He seemed lost in thought, his posture relaxed, a stark contrast to the tense, guarded demeanor she'd come to associate with him. Their eyes met across the crowded room, a silent acknowledgement that spanned the chasm of their opposing worlds. It was an unexpected encounter, a brush of fate amidst the hallowed halls of art. Neither of them moved, held captive by a shared history etched in unspoken words and stolen moments. The air crackled between them, thick with unspoken emotions, regret, longing, and a lingering sense of danger. Tom, despite the distance, conveyed a sense of profound relief. He offered a slight nod, a subtle gesture of recognition, before turning his attention back to the painting. Nadia, equally moved, felt a wave of relief wash over her, a validation that their connection hadn't completely vanished in the wake of the storm. Their encounter was brief, devoid of conversation, yet it resonated deeply. It was a testament to the city's capacity to bring people together in unexpected ways, to forge connections that time and circumstance couldn't entirely erase. It was a flicker of hope, a reminder that even amidst the chaos and danger, love, in its most fragile form, could persist. Later, while walking home, she ran into Silas. Silas, once a formidable figure in Malone's operation, was now a shadow of his former self, his swagger replaced by a haunted weariness. He was released on bail, a pale imitation of the man who once ruled a chunk of the city's underworld. He stopped her, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of shame and admiration. "I saw you in the museum," he began, his voice barely a whisper. "With the detective." Nadia's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure. "It was coincidental," she replied, her voice carefully neutral. Silas nodded, his gaze fixed on the ground. "You did what you had to do, Nadia. You saved me. And I owe you my life." His words were unexpected, a surprising admission from a man who'd once seemed incapable of remorse. He spoke of his gratitude, of the weight of his actions, his regret echoing in the damp evening air. He was a broken man, stripped of his power and influence, acutely aware of the consequences of his choices. Nadia saw the vulnerability beneath the hardened exterior. Their conversation was brief, a fleeting encounter in the city's labyrinthine streets, but it served to further illustrate the city's paradoxical nature. The same city that could bring people together in unexpected ways could also tear them apart, leaving behind a trail of broken lives and shattered dreams. Over the following weeks, Nadia and Tom found themselves drawn to each other again, though their meetings remained clandestine, secretive. The shared experience, the danger they had faced together, created an unbreakable bond, a silent understanding that transcended their opposing worlds. They met in quiet corners of the city, exchanging fleeting glances and hushed words, carefully avoiding detection. The city itself became their silent confidant, the backdrop to a clandestine romance that balanced on the edge of a knife. The dimly lit cafes, the hidden alleyways, the bustling streets, all became witnesses to their rekindled affection, their shared struggle to navigate the treacherous waters of their forbidden love. Their relationship was delicate, yet resilient, mirroring the city's own complex and unpredictable nature. One evening, while meeting Tom near a deserted pier overlooking the Hudson River, Nadia confessed her fears about the future. The threat of prosecution still loomed, the weight of her actions pressing down on her. Tom, with his usual quiet strength, reassured her, offering solace and support. He confessed his own turmoil about his compromised position, his inability to approach Nadia openly without jeopardizing his career, and potentially putting her further at risk. Their conversation, though laced with anxiety, was filled with a newfound sense of trust and understanding. Their love was a fragile thing, built on shared danger and mutual respect. The city, with all its inherent risks, became a symbol of their resilience. They navigated its treacherous currents, their love story unfolding amidst the urban tapestry, a testament to their enduring connection. The unexpected encounters, the serendipitous meetings, and the shared experiences were reminders that amidst chaos and uncertainty, love and connection could blossom, creating a vibrant narrative against the ever-changing backdrop of the city's relentless heartbeat. Their story was far from over. It was merely beginning to take shape, weaving a new thread into the rich, complex fabric of the city's ever-evolving story. The city breathed, and Nadia and Tom, its reluctant lovers, breathed with it. The city, a concrete jungle teeming with ambition and despair, had a way of swallowing whole lives and spitting out fragments. Nadia had seen it happen countless times, the slow erosion of dreams under the relentless pressure of survival. Yet, the city also possessed an uncanny ability to regenerate, to reinvent itself after each blow. The scars remained, etched into the urban landscape, but they were woven into the fabric of its resilience, a testament to its enduring spirit. This was the city's heartbeat, a relentless rhythm of destruction and rebirth. Nadia's own life mirrored this urban paradox. The legal battle hung over her head, a sword of Damocles poised to strike at any moment. Ms. Sharma's warnings echoed in her mind, a constant reminder of her precarious position. Yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, a strange sense of peace settled over her. The takedown of Ricky Malone, despite the personal cost, had unleashed a sense of liberation. She had faced the city's darkness and emerged, battered but not broken. This newfound strength wasn't born out of arrogance but a quiet understanding. She understood the city's rules, a harsh, unforgiving code where loyalty and betrayal were two sides of the same coin. She had played the game, and she had won, but at a price. The city had demanded its tribute, and Nadia had paid it in the form of her own freedom, her own sense of security. She now existed in the gray area, neither entirely safe nor completely exposed. It was a precarious existence, a tightrope walk across the city's fractured landscape. Her clandestine meetings with Tom continued, fueled by a mutual understanding of their precarious situations. They navigated the city's undercurrents with a shared sense of urgency, their rendezvous a secret dance amid the urban chaos. They were ghosts in the machine, their love story whispered in dimly lit corners, a forbidden romance blooming in the heart of a city that never slept. The city, in its indifference, served as a protective veil, shrouding their encounters in its anonymity. They found solace in the quiet moments, in the stolen glances, in the unspoken promises exchanged between two souls bound by a shared past and an uncertain future. One evening, they met in a hidden jazz club in Greenwich Village, the smoky atmosphere a fitting backdrop to their clandestine meeting. The music, a blend of soulful melodies and rhythmic beats, filled the air, a comforting counterpoint to the anxieties that gnawed at their hearts. As they talked, Nadia noticed the weariness etched on Tom's face, the weight of his undercover work, the constant threat of exposure. He confessed his struggle to reconcile his duty with his feelings, the internal conflict tearing him apart. He spoke of the ethical dilemmas, the compromises he had made, the sacrifices he was willing to make to protect her. Nadia mirrored his sentiments. The line between right and wrong blurred, the city's moral compass spinning wildly. Their conversation was a testament to their resilience, their ability to weather the storm together. The city, with its myriad challenges, had become their crucible, forging their connection into an unbreakable bond. It was a shared experience, a shared struggle that surpassed the boundaries of their separate worlds. The city's resilience was not limited to its physical infrastructure or its ability to rebound from disaster. It lay in the spirit of its inhabitants, their capacity to endure, to adapt, to reinvent themselves. Nadia saw this resilience reflected in the faces of the city's underdogs, the immigrants, the hustlers, the dreamers who clung to their hopes despite the odds. They were the city's heart, its beating pulse. She saw it in Silas, his redemption a testament to the city's capacity for second chances. While he remained a figure shrouded in shadows, his remorse was genuine, his efforts to rebuild his life a microcosm of the city's own transformative power. Silas's story was a stark reminder that even the most hardened criminals could find a path to redemption, an echo of the city's own relentless ability to rise from the ashes. The city's resilience, however, wasn't without its casualties. Nadia witnessed the human cost of urban survival, the broken dreams, the shattered lives left in the wake of ambition and despair. She saw it in the vacant eyes of the homeless, in the weariness of the working class, in the desperation of those who had lost their way in the city's labyrinthine streets. The city's success came at a price, a constant tension between progress and human suffering. Yet it persevered, its relentless rhythm pulsing through the concrete canyons, a symphony of life and death. In the quiet moments, Nadia found herself reflecting on the paradoxical nature of the city's heart. It was a heart that beat with a fierce energy, a relentless pursuit of progress, yet also a heart burdened by inequality, suffering, and the scars of its own history. It was a city of stark contrasts, a juxtaposition of beauty and brutality, wealth and poverty, hope and despair. This was the city's true essence, a complicated tapestry woven from threads of resilience and vulnerability, triumph and tragedy. Nadia's journey through the city's labyrinthine legal system was far from over. Ms. Sharma continued to work tirelessly, navigating the intricate web of legal procedures, strategizing, preparing for the potential showdown in court. The city's legal machine, with its grinding gears and bureaucratic complexities, was a daunting opponent, a test of Nadia's resilience. Yet, with each hurdle overcome, her confidence grew. She was adapting, evolving, just as the city itself did. She found unexpected allies in the most unlikely of places. A former colleague of Tom's, a detective disillusioned with the system, offered discreet help, providing information and insights that proved invaluable. This unexpected alliance highlighted the city's hidden networks, the unspoken alliances and collaborations that operated beneath the surface of its official institutions. Even as she faced the imminent threat of prosecution, Nadia's art found a new purpose. She used her skills to create a series of paintings, capturing the raw energy of the city, its relentless pulse, its hidden beauty. The paintings were not just works of art, they were a reflection of her own journey, her own resilience. They were a testament to her ability to transform pain into beauty, darkness into light. The city, with its inherent challenges, became a muse, inspiring her creative spirit, prompting her to explore its multifaceted personality through the medium of art. The paintings, a reflection of her internal world, became a beacon, a reminder of her inner strength and resilience. They also served as a means of healing, a way of processing her complex emotions and making sense of the whirlwind of her life. As the days turned into weeks, Nadia and Tom's clandestine romance deepened. Their love story, born amid danger and deception, blossomed into something profound, a testament to their unwavering commitment to each other. The city, with its unpredictable nature, served as a constant reminder of the fragility of their love, yet their connection remained steadfast, mirroring the resilience of the city itself. Their story, intertwined with the city's heartbeat, was a testament to the enduring power of human connection, the ability of love to flourish even amidst adversity. It was a story of survival, resilience, and the unwavering power of the human spirit to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. The city's pulse continued, and their love story, a new thread in the city's rich tapestry, beat in harmony with it. The city breathed, and they, its reluctant lovers, breathed with it. Their future remained uncertain, a question mark hanging in the city's smoky, vibrant air. But as they stood hand in hand, gazing at the city's skyline, they knew, deep in their hearts, that they would face whatever came their way, together. Chapter 9: Lessons Learned. The weight of her decision pressed down on Nadia like the city's relentless humidity. Framing Tom, even to save her family, felt like a betrayal, a crack in the foundation of their fragile bond. The act itself was a violation of her own moral code, a transgression that echoed in the quiet corners of her conscience. She had always operated in the shadows, a ghost in the machine, but this was different. This was a deliberate act of deception, a conscious choice to compromise her own integrity for the sake of survival. The irony wasn't lost on her. She, a master forger, had spent years crafting illusions, creating false identities to shield others from the consequences of their actions. Now, she was the one forced to live within the confines of a carefully constructed lie, a lie that threatened to shatter everything she held dear. The city, a silent witness to her struggles, seemed to amplify the weight of her predicament, its relentless energy a stark contrast to the quiet turmoil within her. Sleep became a luxury she could rarely afford. The images of Tom's face, etched with worry and concern, haunted her waking hours. His quiet strength, the unspoken promises they'd exchanged in dimly lit bars and hidden printing dens, were now overshadowed by the looming threat of his imprisonment, a direct consequence of her actions. The guilt gnawed at her, a persistent ache that mirrored the physical exhaustion she felt. Her family, the very reason she had embarked on this treacherous path, remained oblivious to the true depth of her sacrifice. She saw their hope, their naive trust in her, and it reinforced her determination to protect them, even if it meant sacrificing her own freedom, her own happiness. The burden of their well-being rested heavily on her shoulders, a responsibility she would not shirk, regardless of the personal cost. She sought solace in her art, finding solace in the act of creation. Her brushes danced across the canvas, transforming the chaotic emotions within her into vibrant strokes of color, a visual representation of the inner conflict that raged within her. The city, with its sprawling energy, became her muse, its chaotic beauty mirroring the complex tapestry of her own life. Each brushstroke was a prayer, a plea for forgiveness, a silent testament to the burden she carried. Her meetings with Tom became less frequent, their stolen moments even more precious. The unspoken tension between them hung heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the chasm that had opened between them. Their conversations were laced with a cautiousness that had never been there before, a subtle shift in their dynamic, a reflection of their altered reality. The trust, once unwavering, now felt fragile, threatened by the weight of her deception. The legal battle continued, a slow, agonizing process that stretched Nadia's resilience to its limits. Ms. Sharma, her ever-reliable lawyer, fought tirelessly, but the legal system, with its intricate complexities and bureaucratic hurdles, felt like an insurmountable obstacle. Nadia witnessed firsthand the city's indifference to the plight of the vulnerable, its machinery grinding on, oblivious to the human cost of its processes. The city's underbelly, once a source of income and a familiar landscape, now felt alien and treacherous. The faces she had once recognized, the clients she had served, were now potential threats, their loyalty questionable, their alliances fluid. The constant threat of exposure hung over her head, a dark cloud that cast a shadow over everything she did. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat, every stranger a possible informant. The city, once her refuge, had transformed into a menacing labyrinth. She found herself relying more on Silas, his quiet strength a surprising source of support. His remorse, genuine and deep-seated, resonated with her own struggle. He offered practical help, using his knowledge of the city's hidden networks to provide information, to navigate the dangerous currents of the underworld. Their unlikely alliance, forged in mutual understanding and shared guilt, became a lifeline, a testament to the unexpected connections that could be found even in the darkest corners of the city. The climax of the legal battle arrived unexpectedly, a swift and brutal confrontation that left Nadia shaken but unbowed. The courtroom, a stage for the city's justice system, was a battleground, a place where truth and lies clashed, where the city's power was on full display. The weight of the evidence, both real and fabricated, rested heavily in the balance. The city held its breath, as if even its restless pulse had slowed to witness the unfolding drama. The verdict, when it came, was a bittersweet victory. Nadia was spared imprisonment, but the price was high. Her freedom came at the cost of her reputation, her professional life, and her relationship with Tom. The city, with its unforgiving laws and its relentless pursuit of justice, had extracted its due. The victory was hollow, a reminder of the sacrifices she had made, the compromises she had accepted. In the aftermath, she found herself alone, her family safe but unaware of the full extent of her actions. The city's relentless energy continued, unfazed by her personal turmoil. The city that never sleeps, in its indifference, moved on, leaving Nadia to grapple with the aftermath of her choices, with the profound and lasting consequences of loyalty. The cost, as she knew only too well, was far greater than she had ever imagined. The city had taken its toll, and Nadia, scarred but resolute, began the long, arduous journey of rebuilding her life, her future shrouded in uncertainty, but her heart holding on to the fragile embers of hope. The city's rhythm continued, a relentless pulse, and Nadia, once again, found herself caught in its intoxicating and unforgiving embrace. The acquittal felt less like a victory and more like a reprieve, a temporary pause in the relentless pursuit of justice, or perhaps injustice. Nadia had walked a tightrope, balancing her family's safety on the razor's edge of her carefully constructed lies. The illusion of control she meticulously cultivated had shattered, leaving her exposed, vulnerable, and profoundly alone. The courtroom, with its sterile atmosphere and the cold, hard pronouncements of the judge, had become a microcosm of the city itself, a place where power reigned supreme and the fate of individuals was often decided by forces beyond their control. Leaving the courthouse, the city's cacophony assaulted her senses. The honking taxis, the screeching brakes, the relentless chatter of a million conversations, all a stark contrast to the hushed tension within the courtroom walls. The city, which she'd once navigated with such practiced ease, now felt alien and threatening. Each shadow seemed to conceal a potential enemy, each stranger a possible informant. The illusion of safety, a fragile construct built on years of carefully planned deception, had evaporated. Silas was waiting, his face etched with concern. His quiet support, a constant presence in the tumultuous weeks leading up to the trial, had become a lifeline. He understood the precariousness of her situation, the weight of her burden, better than anyone. He didn't offer platitudes or empty reassurances. Instead, he offered practical help, connecting her with people who could help her disappear, to vanish from the city that had become both her refuge and her prison. His knowledge of the city's hidden networks, its clandestine routes and safe houses, was invaluable. He was a shadow himself, a silent guardian, operating in the same murky underworld she once inhabited. The escape was carefully orchestrated, a ballet of deception and subterfuge, played out against the backdrop of the city's relentless energy. They moved like ghosts, flitting through back alleys and deserted streets, avoiding surveillance, anticipating each potential threat. The city, once a familiar landscape, was now a maze of potential dangers, each corner hiding a lurking peril. Nadia's skills, once used to create illusions, were now employed to erase her existence, to melt into the anonymity of the urban landscape. Their destination was a small town nestled in the Catskill Mountains, a world away from the concrete jungle of Manhattan. The transition was jarring, a stark contrast to the relentless energy of the city. The silence was profound, broken only by the sounds of nature, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, the distant hooting of an owl. It was a stark contrast to the constant barrage of noise that had been the soundtrack of her life. It was an attempt at a new beginning, a chance to rebuild, but the shadows of the past still lingered, casting long, dark fingers across her present. The relative peace of the countryside, however, offered little solace. The memories of Tom, the weight of her betrayal, the constant fear of exposure, these things followed her, like persistent whispers in the quiet solitude. She replayed their last meeting in her mind, a poignant farewell shrouded in unspoken emotions and a painful awareness of their irreconcilable worlds. The intensity of their connection had burned so brightly, only to be extinguished by the harsh realities of their opposing lives. The family, blissfully unaware of the depths of her actions, found a semblance of peace in their new environment. Their naive trust in her, their unwavering love, was a heavy burden, a constant reminder of the sacrifice she had made. The guilt intensified, adding to the weight of her loneliness. The illusion of control she'd always sought, even in the most dangerous situations, was permanently shattered. She mastered the art of deception, the creation of false identities, but she couldn't control the unpredictable currents of fate. The legal battle, the escape, the new life, each step had been a gamble, a testament to her ability to adapt and survive. Yet, she realized that even her considerable skills were no match for the unpredictable forces that shape human destinies. The art of forgery, once her source of income and a testament to her creative talent, became a painful reminder of her past. The tools she'd once wielded with such precision now lay idle, gathering dust in a forgotten corner of the small cottage she shared with her family. Her brushes and paints, symbols of her creativity, were symbols of a life she could no longer return to. The city, her former muse, had vanished. It was replaced by the serene but somehow alien beauty of the countryside. As days turned into weeks, a quiet acceptance settled over her. The city, with its relentless energy and unforgiving nature, had exacted a heavy price. But she had survived. She had protected her family. The scars remained, deep and indelible, a testament to the sacrifices made and the compromises accepted. The illusion of control was gone, replaced by a more profound understanding, the acceptance that life, especially a life lived on the fringes, is inherently unpredictable, a constant negotiation between chaos and control, between hope and despair. In the quiet solitude of the mountains, she began to rebuild, not the illusion of control, but a life defined by resilience, a life where survival itself was a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. The future remained uncertain, shrouded in the quiet stillness of the countryside, yet a fragile hope began to bloom, a tender shoot pushing its way through the hard-packed earth. The city, once a vibrant, dangerous labyrinth, was now just a distant memory, a part of her past, but not her future. The price of loyalty had been paid, and Nadia Khalil, scarred but resolute, faced an uncertain horizon with a quiet determination, her gaze fixed not on the past, but on the fragile promise of a new dawn. The silence of the Catskills was deceptive. It didn't erase the echoes of the city, the constant hum of betrayal that resonated within her. The betrayal wasn't just Tom's, though the sting of his arrest, his stunned disbelief when she'd framed him, still burned. It was Ricky's too, the insidious manipulation that had forced her hand, the unspoken threats that hung over her family like a shroud. It was even, in a way, her own. She had betrayed herself, her own ideals, in the desperate scramble for survival. The idyllic landscape, with its rolling hills and gentle streams, offered a stark contrast to the harsh realities she'd left behind. But the beauty felt hollow, a gilded cage built on the foundation of lies. She looked at her family, her children playing innocently in the yard, their laughter a fragile melody against the silent symphony of her guilt. Their unquestioning love was a suffocating weight, a constant reminder of the lengths she had gone to protect them. She saw Silas too, watching from a distance. There was concern in his eyes, compassion, but also something else, a subtle understanding of the unspoken price she'd paid. The nature of betrayal, she realized, was multifaceted, a complex tapestry woven from fear, loyalty, and the desperate need to survive. It wasn't simply a matter of breaking a trust, it was a slow erosion, a gradual chipping away at the foundations of a relationship. With Tom, it had been a betrayal born of necessity, a desperate gamble to save the lives of her family. Yet, it had left a chasm between them, an unbridgeable gulf carved by the harsh realities of their opposing worlds. His pain, she knew, mirrored her own. He had trusted her implicitly, had loved her fiercely, only to be betrayed by the very woman he had vowed to protect. But Ricky's betrayal was of a different order, cold and calculated. He hadn't loved her. He hadn't even respected her. He'd used her, manipulated her, exploiting her skills and her desperation to further his own nefarious schemes. The realization struck her with a chilling clarity. Ricky's betrayal had been a slow, insidious process, a gradual tightening of the noose, culminating in the desperate act of framing Tom. She hadn't just betrayed Tom, she'd become a pawn in Ricky's larger game, a tool to be used and discarded at his whim. And then there was her own self-betrayal. The woman she'd become, hardened by the streets, skilled in deceit, was a far cry from the idealistic young woman who'd arrived in New York with dreams of a better life. The moral lines she'd once held dear had blurred, softened by the harsh realities of survival. She had sacrificed her principles, her integrity, in the name of protecting her family. This internal conflict, this constant wrestling with her conscience, was perhaps the most profound betrayal of all. It was a betrayal she might never forgive herself for. The days bled into weeks, the weeks into months. The initial shock wore off, replaced by a quiet resignation. She tried to find solace in the simplicity of her new life, in the routines of cooking, cleaning, and caring for her family. But the ghosts of the past still lingered. She'd see Tom's face in the crowds, though crowds were rare here, hear his voice in the rustling leaves. The scent of his cologne would haunt her dreams, a phantom touch that awakened the ache in her heart. Silas, ever observant, sensed her inner turmoil. He didn't pry, didn't press for details. He simply provided a silent presence, a steadfast support. He understood the unspoken language of the underworld, the unspoken debts, and the unforgiving nature of betrayal. He was a mirror, reflecting back to her the shadow she'd become, without judgment. His presence, while comforting, also served as a reminder of the life she'd left behind, the life that still clung to her like a second skin. She started painting again, slowly, hesitantly at first. The vibrant colors of the city she'd once mimicked in her forgeries had been muted, softened by the serene hues of the countryside. The images weren't of high-stakes heists or shadowy figures in dimly lit bars. They were landscapes, soft scenes of the rolling hills, capturing the quiet beauty that had become her unexpected sanctuary. But even in her art, the shadows of betrayal lingered. The subtle strokes, the subtle contrasts, hinted at the complexity of her emotions, the hidden turmoil that still simmered beneath the surface. Each painting was a testament to her resilience, a silent acknowledgement of the sacrifices she'd made, the burdens she carried. They were a way of processing the past, of finding peace amidst the turmoil. One day, she received an anonymous package. Inside was a single photograph. It was a candid shot of her, taken during one of their clandestine meetings with Tom. The image showed them together, an unlikely pairing, a moment of quiet intimacy that stood in stark contrast to the tumultuous events that followed. It was a reminder of the love that had been, the trust that had been broken, the irrevocable changes that had been wrought. The betrayal, she realized, wasn't just something that had happened to her, it was something that had irrevocably changed her. It had reshaped her identity, her perception of trust, her understanding of human nature. It had forced her to confront the darkest aspects of herself, the compromises she'd made, the sacrifices she'd been willing to endure. In the quiet solitude of the mountains, she began to understand the nature of forgiveness, not just for others, but for herself. It wasn't a simple act of letting go. It was a complex process, a slow unfolding, a gradual acceptance of the past and its indelible impact on her present. It was the realization that betrayal, in all its forms, was an inherent part of the human condition, a dark shadow that lurked in the corners of even the most idyllic landscapes. The city, once a source of both danger and opportunity, was now a distant memory, a chapter closed but not forgotten. The future remained uncertain, but there was a quiet strength within her, a resilience born from adversity. The scars remained, but they were no longer a source of shame or guilt. They were a testament to her survival, a reminder of the lessons learned, the price of loyalty, and the enduring power of the human spirit. The mountains, initially a refuge, had slowly become her unexpected sanctuary, a quiet landscape where she could finally begin to heal, to forgive, and to rebuild her life, not on the foundation of illusion, but on the solid ground of resilience and quiet acceptance. The city was a memory, a tapestry woven from threads of betrayal, love, and the ultimately unpredictable nature of life itself. And in the quiet stillness of the countryside, she began to weave a new pattern, a new life, thread by thread. The anonymous photograph served as a catalyst, stirring a dormant ember of anger within her. It wasn't just the betrayal of Tom, the agonizing sting of his arrest, his bewildered face as she played her part in his downfall. It was the realization that Ricky had manipulated her, used her, discarded her like a broken tool. The initial shock of her escape, the sanctuary of the Catskills, had dulled the sharper edges of resentment, but the photograph, a stark reminder of her complicity in Tom's suffering, rekindled the fire. She'd played her part, brilliantly, flawlessly in the eyes of the law. She'd built a solid case against Tom. She'd crafted the illusion of betrayal with the skill of an artist creating a masterpiece. But this wasn't a painting to admire. It was a life she'd damaged, perhaps irreparably. Justice, she mused, was a fickle mistress. It danced on the edges of legality, morality, and revenge, often blurring the lines until they were indistinguishable. In the legal sense, she'd perhaps achieved a sort of justice. Ricky was still out there, operating in the shadows, but Tom was safe. safe but broken. The legal system had served its purpose, but it hadn't dealt with the raw, emotional wound of betrayal, of broken trust, of shattered love. Silas, sensing her shift in mood, approached cautiously. He knew the city's underbelly. He knew the language of vengeance, the unspoken oaths, the weight of unwritten debts. He sat beside her, watching as she stared intently at the photograph, her eyes reflecting the turmoil within. He knew better than to interrupt. He understood the silent language of grief, the slow burn of injustice, the complex dance between personal justice and legal retribution. "He's still out there," she said, her voice barely a whisper, the words escaping like a sigh of resentment, the ghost of a long-suppressed scream. "Ricky. He's walking free." Silas nodded, a silent acknowledgement. He understood. The pursuit of justice wasn't always a clean, straightforward path, paved with clear-cut rules and definitive resolutions. Sometimes it meandered through labyrinthine corridors of moral ambiguity, leading to unexpected crossroads and unsatisfying conclusions. The legal framework offered a semblance of order, a framework within which justice could be sought, but it couldn't fully address the visceral ache of betrayal, the emotional cost of sacrifice, the unfillable void left by shattered trust. "He won't get away with this," she murmured, her voice hardening, a steel edge replacing the previous quiet resignation. The photograph was more than a memory, it was a battle plan. It was a challenge. Silas simply raised an eyebrow, a silent question hanging in the air. He understood her intent without the need for words. The pursuit of justice, in its most primal form, transcended the confines of the courtroom, the reach of the law. It was a personal quest, a private war, fought not in the halls of power but in the shadows, the alleyways, the hidden corners of the city. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Nadia, fueled by a potent cocktail of anger and determination, began to meticulously gather information. She dusted off her old skills, the techniques she'd honed over years of forging identities, and applied them to a new purpose, exposing Ricky. She tapped into her network of contacts, the whispers and rumors that circulated through the city's underworld, piecing together clues, constructing a mosaic of Ricky's activities, his alliances, his vulnerabilities. Her methods were unconventional, bordering on illegal, but she operated outside the confines of the law. She was hunting a predator, and she was willing to play by his rules. The legal system had failed her, failed Tom, and she wouldn't rely on it to bring Ricky to justice. This was a personal pursuit, driven by a burning desire for retribution, a desperate need to restore a sense of balance in a world that had been irrevocably tilted. She delved into the intricate web of financial transactions, tracing money trails through shell corporations and offshore accounts, using her knowledge of forgery to expose falsified documents, to unmask Ricky's intricate schemes. She spent hours in dimly lit libraries, poring over corporate records, scrutinizing financial statements, piecing together the puzzle of Ricky's empire. It wasn't easy. Ricky was a ghost, a shadow, constantly shifting his position, changing his tactics, always one step ahead. But Nadia was tenacious, relentless in her pursuit. She was driven by the memory of Tom's arrest, his heartbroken expression, the raw pain in his eyes. It fueled her every action, sharpened her focus, honed her skills to a razor's edge. The investigation took her from the quiet serenity of the Catskills to the bustling energy of the city, from clandestine meetings in deserted warehouses to anonymous exchanges in dimly lit bars. She was operating in a moral gray area, blurring the lines between right and wrong, but she never wavered. Her commitment to exposing Ricky was unwavering, fueled by a desire for justice that extended beyond the confines of the legal system. She encountered danger at every turn, the constant threat of exposure, the ever-present fear of betrayal. But she persevered, her resolve strengthened by her anger, her determination hardened by her experience. This was not just a matter of law or order. This was a battle for her own soul, a fight for her sense of justice, a quest for retribution. The legal system had failed Tom, but Nadia refused to allow it to fail her. In the end, it wasn't a dramatic showdown, no explosive confrontation. It was a slow, painstaking unraveling, a methodical dismantling of Ricky's empire, a quiet accumulation of evidence that left Ricky exposed, vulnerable, unable to hide in the shadows any longer. The information was passed anonymously to the right people, the people who knew how to deal with the city's shadowy figures. The satisfaction she felt wasn't the same as the thrill of a successful forgery or the adrenaline rush of a close call. It was a different kind of victory, a quieter, more profound sense of justice. It wasn't the same as the satisfaction of a clean arrest. This was the quieter ache of seeing someone brought low by the force of truth, not the brutality of the law. Nadia had pursued justice, not through the legal system, but through her own unique methods. She danced with the shadows, played the game by Ricky's rules, and emerged victorious. But the victory felt bittersweet, tainted by the sacrifices she'd made, the compromises she'd endured, the trust she had shattered, and the love she had lost. The pursuit of justice, she realized, wasn't a simple path. It was a winding road, fraught with peril, where the line between right and wrong was often blurred, and the price of victory could be heartbreakingly high. She had avenged Tom, but at what cost? Only time would tell if the healing she'd started in the quiet sanctuary of the mountains would ever be complete. The crisp mountain air, once a balm to her wounded spirit, now felt thin and insufficient. The quiet solitude of the Catskills, initially a haven, had become a crucible, forcing her to confront the wreckage of her life. The avenging angel she had become felt more like a hollow shell, the victory over Ricky a Pyrrhic one, leaving a bitter taste of regret. She had played the game, outmaneuvered her enemy, but in doing so, she had further distanced herself from the man she loved, and possibly from the possibility of a future with him. Tom's arrest, her role in it, and the subsequent events, felt less like a calculated act and more like a catastrophic accident, one from which the pieces seemed irretrievably broken. She looked out at the valley, the vast expanse mirroring the emptiness she felt inside. The legal system had offered a veneer of justice, but it hadn't addressed the deep, personal wounds. She had avenged Tom, delivered a blow to Ricky, but the cost was steep. The chasm between her and Tom felt insurmountable, a vast gulf carved by betrayal and mistrust. The very skills that had served her so well in the criminal underworld had also become the instruments of her downfall, alienating her from the man she loved. Her expertise in forging identities had ironically forged a barrier between herself and the one honest connection she craved. The thought of Tom haunted her, his bewildered gaze, his silent acceptance of his fate, the unspoken accusations that hung heavy in the air between them even from afar. Had he ever truly understood her motivations? Had he glimpsed the desperation that drove her, the fierce loyalty to her family that blinded her to the consequences of her actions? The realization struck her with the force of a physical blow. She had never truly explained herself to him, not fully, not in a way that could bridge the gulf between their worlds. She had operated in shadows, a forger of identities, always hiding behind masks, never allowing herself to be fully known. This self-imposed isolation, this calculated secrecy, had always been a part of her survival strategy. But in the aftermath of her actions, it felt like a cage of her own making. Her talent had been a weapon, a means of both survival and self-destruction. It had allowed her to provide for her family, to navigate the treacherous world she inhabited, but it had also blinded her to the importance of genuine connection, of honest communication, of the simple act of vulnerability. The road to redemption, she realized, wouldn't be paved with grand gestures or dramatic pronouncements. It would be a slow, painstaking process of self-reflection, of confronting the shadows of her past, and accepting the consequences of her choices. It was about understanding that justice was not just about punishing the guilty, but about finding peace with herself. It demanded a complete and utter honesty, not just with others but, more importantly, with herself. This journey demanded more than just facing her actions, it meant examining her motivations. The desperate need to provide for her family, to keep them safe, had been her guiding principle. It was a love so profound it could both justify and condemn her choices. Was it enough? Could that love, fierce and protective as it was, excuse the deceit, the betrayal, the pain she inflicted on others? The question hung unanswered, a heavy weight on her conscience. The healing process started with forgiveness, not just for others but, most importantly, for herself. She had to forgive herself for the choices she had made, for the damage she had caused. This wasn't a simple act. It was a grueling process, a relentless battle against self-recrimination. She had to accept that she was not simply a product of her circumstances, but a complex individual capable of both great cruelty and profound compassion. She had to reconcile the woman who forged identities for criminals and the woman who yearned for love and acceptance. The path to redemption would require confronting the scars she had inflicted upon her own soul. The guilt gnawed at her. The image of Tom's face, etched with disbelief and pain, served as a constant reminder of her failures. But she wouldn't let that guilt define her. She would transform it, channel it into a force for positive change, a driving force towards personal growth and self-improvement. The journey would be arduous, and there was no guarantee of success. There was no magical formula for healing the wounds of betrayal, repairing shattered trust, or rekindling a love extinguished by circumstance. But Nadia was prepared to fight for her redemption, not for external validation, but for her own peace of mind, for the hope of rebuilding her life, and perhaps, someday, reuniting with the man she loved. She began to sketch out a plan, not a plan of revenge or retribution, but a plan for rebuilding. She would use her skills, not to further the ends of criminals, but to help those who were vulnerable, those who needed a second chance. She would use her talent for forging identities to help others to start anew, to escape the clutches of their pasts. It was a small act, a quiet rebellion against the darkness that had once consumed her, a subtle but powerful statement that she was determined to change the narrative of her life. This new path wouldn't erase her past, but it would offer a way forward, a way to make amends, not through grand gestures, but through quiet acts of kindness and compassion. It would be a testament to her capacity for growth, her unwavering hope for a future free from the shadows of her past life. She would use her experience not as a mark of shame, but as a tool for creating something good, something meaningful. The task ahead was daunting, the road long and winding, but she felt a spark of hope, a sense of purpose she hadn't experienced since her escape from the city. She started with small steps, contacting old friends, making amends where possible, reaching out to those who had been hurt by her actions. The process was humbling, painful, and sometimes intensely difficult, but with each act of reconciliation, she felt the weight on her shoulders lessen, the shadows of her past begin to recede. She understood that true redemption wasn't a destination but a journey, a lifelong process of self-improvement and atonement. There would be setbacks, moments of doubt, times when the guilt would threaten to overwhelm her. But she would persevere. She had survived the unforgiving streets of New York, outwitted ruthless criminals, and escaped the clutches of the law. She had faced her own demons and emerged victorious. She knew she could face this challenge too. The mountains witnessed her quiet transformation, her slow but determined climb toward a better self. The silent sentinels of the Catskills provided a backdrop to her personal growth. The air was clean, the air was clear, and with each passing day, Nadia breathed a little easier, the weight of her past slightly lifted by the hope of a future redeemed. It wasn't a quick fix, nor an instant erasure of her past sins, but a slow burn, a steady progress toward a life where her abilities could serve others instead of furthering the machinations of the criminal underworld. Her redemption would be a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the remarkable capacity for change, and the unwavering hope for a second chance. The path to redemption was not a straight line. It was a winding road, marked by twists, turns, and unexpected detours. There would be days when the weight of her past threatened to overwhelm her, days when the memories of betrayal and deception would feel almost unbearable. But she had learned that the journey toward redemption was not about erasing the past, but about integrating it into the fabric of her future. It was about acknowledging her mistakes, taking responsibility for her actions, and making amends where possible. The transformation wouldn't be instant or effortless. It would require courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment to personal growth. But Nadia was ready to embark on this transformative journey. She would use her skills not to perpetuate darkness, but to illuminate the path towards a brighter future for herself and others. The lessons learned were hard-won, the price of redemption heavy, but Nadia was prepared to pay it. Her journey was a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, its capacity for both profound darkness and remarkable light. The possibility of redemption, a fragile but tenacious flame, flickered within her, fueled by hope, forgiveness, and the unwavering belief that even in the darkest of times, a new dawn can break. Chapter 10, Epilogue. The scent of wood smoke and pine hung in the crisp autumn air, a stark contrast to the acrid stench of city streets she'd left behind. 3 months had passed since her escape from New York, 3 months of solitude punctuated by the rhythmic rustling of leaves and the distant call of a hawk. The Catskills, once a refuge, now felt like a crucible, forging a new Nadia from the ashes of her old life. The thrill of the chase, the adrenaline rush of deception, had faded, leaving behind a quiet emptiness, a vast space to be filled with the slow, painstaking work of self-forgiveness. She had traded the frantic energy of the city for the tranquil stillness of the mountains, but the silence wasn't peaceful. It was a stark landscape mirroring the turmoil within. The legal battles were over, the charges against her dropped due to a lack of sufficient evidence, a technicality that felt both fortunate and ironic. Ricky was behind bars, his reign of terror brought to a screeching halt, yet the victory felt hollow, tainted by the knowledge of her own complicity. She had played a dangerous game, a deadly dance with fate, and the music had ended with a bittersweet silence. The memory of Tom's arrest, his bewildered eyes, remained a vivid scar. Their clandestine meetings, once a refuge from their respective realities, now existed as bittersweet echoes in the halls of her memory. Their passionate romance, a forbidden fruit blossoming in the shadows of the city, had wilted under the weight of betrayal and circumstance. He remained in her thoughts, a ghost of a future, a lingering scent of what might have been. She wondered if he ever truly understood the desperation that fueled her actions, the fierce love for her family that had propelled her into the murky world of forgery. Had he ever seen beyond the carefully constructed mask she wore, glimpsed the vulnerable woman hidden beneath layers of deceit? The question gnawed at her conscience. She had built her life on deception, creating false identities for others, yet she had failed to reveal her true self to the one person who mattered most. The irony was not lost on her. The master forger had been unable to forge an honest connection with the man she loved. Her skills, honed in the crucible of the criminal underworld, had become the very tools that had driven a wedge between them. The price of survival, it seemed, was an isolating loneliness. But the Catskills held a different kind of rhythm, a slow, steady pulse that seeped into her very being. She had found solace in the simple acts of tending her small garden, planting seeds of hope in the fertile soil. The daily routine, the quiet solitude, allowed her to examine her life, her choices, her motivations with a clarity she had never possessed before. The anger, the fear, the guilt, these emotions, once overwhelming, were now being channeled into something more productive, something more positive. The idea of redemption, once a distant dream, now felt like a tangible possibility. It wasn't a simple act of atonement, not a sudden erasure of her past misdeeds. It was a slow, painful process, a daily struggle against self-doubt, a relentless fight for self-acceptance. She was learning to confront the shadows she had carried for so long, to integrate the darkness into the tapestry of her being. The city had taught her to survive, to adapt, to manipulate, but the mountains were teaching her to live. The work of self-forgiveness was arduous, a constant battle against the insidious whispers of guilt and self-recrimination. There were days when the memories threatened to overwhelm her, days when the pain felt unbearable, days when the future seemed shrouded in darkness. But in those moments, she clung to the small acts of kindness she performed, the seeds of hope she planted, the quiet gestures of reconciliation. She reached out to those she had harmed, offering apologies, making amends where possible. The responses were varied: anger, confusion, forgiveness. Each encounter was a step forward on her arduous journey, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. She understood that true redemption wasn't about erasing the past, but about integrating it into the narrative of her future. It was about accepting the consequences of her choices, learning from her mistakes, and using her experiences to create positive change. The skills that had once served the criminal underworld could now be used to help others. She started small, assisting undocumented immigrants, forging legal papers, building new identities for those who were desperate to escape the shadows. The work was demanding, emotionally taxing, but deeply fulfilling. It gave her a sense of purpose, a feeling of usefulness that transcended the guilt and self-loathing. Each new identity she created was a small act of rebellion against the darkness of her past, a subtle but powerful statement of her commitment to a life of honesty and compassion. She began to write, pouring her experiences into a journal, transforming her pain into words, her guilt into stories. The act of writing was therapeutic, a way of processing her emotions, confronting her demons, and forging a narrative that reflected her transformation. The stories were not about her. They were about the lives she touched, the people she helped, the city that had shaped her and ultimately helped her escape to this quiet refuge. The writing became a form of self-therapy, a way to exorcise the demons of her past while honoring the humanity she found in the lives of others. The city that never sleeps had finally given her the opportunity to rest. The quiet hum of the mountains allowed her time to contemplate and reflect on her journey, on the love she lost, on the life she salvaged. She found a new rhythm here, a slower pace, a more deliberate way of life. The mountains were a silent witness to her transformation, a peaceful backdrop to her slow and painstaking journey toward redemption. The city, once a source of both danger and excitement, now existed as a distant memory, a chapter closed but not forgotten. It was a part of her story, but it no longer defined her. She had survived the unforgiving streets, outwitted ruthless criminals, and escaped the clutches of the law. But her greatest challenge had been, and continued to be, conquering the demons within. The path to redemption was a long and winding one, but Nadia was prepared to walk it, one step at a time. The future remained uncertain, but the mountains offered a sense of hope, a promise of a new dawn, a chance to finally build a life free from the shadows of the past. The journey towards redemption had begun, and in the stillness of the mountains, she found the strength to continue. The crisp morning air carried the scent of wood smoke and damp earth, a fragrance far removed from the exhaust fumes and desperation of New York City. Nadia sat on her porch, a steaming mug of herbal tea warming her hands. The view stretched before her, an endless panorama of rolling hills painted in the vibrant hues of autumn. It was a landscape of peace, a stark contrast to the tempestuous world she had left behind. Yet, despite the tranquility, a persistent unease lingered, a subtle tremor beneath the surface of her newfound calm. 3 months. 3 months since she had fled the city, leaving behind a life forged in the fires of deception and fueled by a desperate love. The legal battles were over, the charges dropped due to a lack of conclusive evidence, a fortunate loophole that left her both relieved and unsettled. Ricky Malone was imprisoned, his reign of terror ended, but the victory felt hollow, tainted by her own complicity in his downfall. She had played a dangerous game, a deadly game of cat and mouse with fate, and in the end she had won, but at what cost? The escape had been exhilarating, the rush of adrenaline a potent drug masking the deep-seated fear and self-loathing. Now, the adrenaline had faded, leaving behind a gnawing emptiness, a vast void where excitement and purpose once thrived. The silence of the Catskills, once a refuge, now felt like a suffocating blanket, amplifying the whispers of her conscience. The most pressing question, the one that haunted her waking hours and invaded her dreams, was the one concerning Tom. His arrest, his stunned disbelief, the raw hurt in his eyes, these images remained etched into her memory, a constant, throbbing reminder of the price of her choices. She had framed him, using her skills as a forger to build a case against him, all to save herself and her family. Had he ever understood her motives? Had he ever forgiven her? The thought brought a fresh wave of anguish. Their clandestine meetings, once filled with the forbidden thrill of their passionate romance, now felt like distant memories, bittersweet echoes of a life that could have been. They had danced on the edge of danger, their love a fragile flower blooming in the cracks of their opposing worlds. But the shadows had overtaken them, their love story ending not in a blaze of glory, but in the chilling silence of a betrayal. She wondered if he'd ever see beyond her expertly constructed facade, the lies she had woven into the fabric of their relationship. Had he ever glimpsed the desperate woman beneath the hardened exterior, the woman driven by love and a fierce instinct for survival? Beyond Tom, other questions gnawed at her. Would her family ever truly understand the lengths she had gone to protect them? Would her mother, so fiercely loyal and blindly trusting, ever reconcile her daughter's actions with the image she held of Nadia? Would her younger sister, who had always looked up to her, ever fully comprehend the choices that had led Nadia to this solitary existence? These were questions that lacked easy answers, questions that required more than simple apologies or explanations. And then there was the question of herself. Who was she really? Beyond the carefully constructed masks she had worn for years, the myriad identities she had forged for others, what remained? Was there an authentic Nadia Khalil buried beneath the layers of deception? The woman who had mastered the art of forgery, who had lived a double life in the dangerous heart of the city, was she a lost cause or capable of redemption? Was she truly capable of forging a new identity, one built on honesty and integrity, or was she forever condemned to live in the shadows of her past? The Catskills offered solace, a chance to heal, to reflect, to confront the ghosts of her past. But the process was arduous, a slow, painstaking journey of self-discovery and self-forgiveness. Each sunrise brought a new opportunity for introspection, a new chance to confront the darkness within. She tended her small garden, finding comfort in the repetitive motions of planting and nurturing, mirroring the slow growth of her own healing. The stillness of the mountains allowed her to examine her choices with a clarity that the chaotic energy of the city had never permitted. The process was not linear. There were days of overwhelming despair, days when the guilt threatened to consume her. She found solace in the simple acts of kindness, reaching out to those she had harmed, offering apologies and making amends where possible. The responses were varied: anger, disbelief, acceptance, forgiveness. Each encounter was a painful but crucial step forward. She learned that true redemption wasn't an erasure of the past, but an integration of it into the narrative of her future. She began to write, pouring her experiences into a journal, transforming her pain into words, her guilt into stories. It was a cathartic process, a way of exorcising her demons and finding meaning in her suffering. The stories were not about her, but about the people she had encountered, the lives she had touched, the city that had both wounded and ultimately liberated her. The act of writing became a form of therapy, a way of creating a new narrative, one that redefined her identity and forged a path towards self-acceptance. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of life and death, of excitement and despair, now existed as a distant memory, a landscape of both triumph and tragedy. She had outwitted ruthless criminals, navigated the treacherous terrain of the criminal underworld, and escaped the clutches of the law. But her greatest battle, the one that remained unresolved, was the fight for her own soul. The path to redemption was a long and winding one, filled with uncertainties and unanswered questions. Yet, in the quiet solitude of the Catskills, she found a measure of peace, a glimmer of hope. The mountains were her silent witness, her patient companion on the journey towards a future that was still undefined, a future that held both the promise of forgiveness and the daunting challenge of self-discovery. The unanswered questions lingered, a testament to the complexity of life, but in their ambiguity, she found a space for growth, a possibility for hope. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, Nadia felt a flicker of something akin to peace. The future remained unwritten, a blank page waiting to be filled with the story of her redemption. The train rattled along the Hudson line, a rhythmic counterpoint to the quiet churn of Nadia's thoughts. She gazed out the window, the familiar cityscape unfolding before her like a faded photograph. The skyscrapers, once symbols of ambition and opportunity, now seemed less imposing, their sharp edges softened by distance and time. 3 months in the Catskills had changed her perspective, had given her the space to breathe, to reflect, to see the city not as a battleground, but as a vast, intricate organism, teeming with untold stories, hidden lives, and enduring mysteries. It was a city that swallowed people whole, that chewed them up and spat them out, leaving behind only echoes of their existence. She thought of the countless faces she'd encountered, the hardened criminals, the desperate immigrants, the weary cops, the ambitious entrepreneurs. Each one a universe unto themselves, each one carrying a burden of secrets, hopes, and regrets. The city was a canvas painted with the vibrant strokes of joy and despair, a symphony of laughter and sorrow. She remembered the clandestine meetings with Tom, the stolen moments of intimacy in dimly lit bars and hidden printing dens. Their love had been a dangerous game, a fragile flower blooming in the cracks of their opposing worlds. The city had been their accomplice, their silent witness to their forbidden passion. Now, the city held him captive, a prisoner in its unforgiving embrace. She wondered if he'd ever forgive her, if he'd ever understand her motives, the desperate need to protect her family, the weight of loyalty pressing down on her. The city held more than just personal memories. It held a collective consciousness, a silent history etched into its very fabric. She thought of the countless crimes committed within its boundaries, the unsolved mysteries that continued to fester, unseen and unheard, beneath the surface of daily life. The city was a repository of secrets, a labyrinth of hidden pathways, a stage for countless dramas playing out simultaneously. Every alley, every building, every street corner held its own story, waiting to be discovered, waiting to be told. The train pulled into Grand Central Station, the cavernous space echoing with the sounds of hurried footsteps and hushed conversations. The city's energy surged through her, a wave of both familiarity and apprehension. It was a city she knew intimately, a city that had shaped her, molded her, broken her, and ultimately set her free. But it was also a city of unknowns, a city that held secrets deeper than she could ever imagine. Nadia's apartment was exactly as she had left it, a testament to the chaos that had defined her life. She'd kept it, not out of sentimentality, but as a reminder of what she had escaped. The printing press, once a tool of deception, now stood silent, a monument to a life she had left behind. The scent of ink lingered faintly in the air, a ghost of her past. The city's rhythm was a relentless drumbeat, a symphony of car horns, sirens, and distant shouts. It was a far cry from the quiet solitude of the Catskills, yet, in a strange way, she felt more at peace now, more at ease with the choices she had made. She had made amends, apologized where necessary, and accepted the consequences of her actions. The guilt still lingered, a shadow that followed her, but it no longer consumed her. She spent her days walking the streets, revisiting old haunts, observing the city with a fresh perspective. She saw the human element in the city's pulse, the smiles of children playing in the park, the weary faces of the homeless huddled in doorways, the lovers holding hands amidst the bustling crowds. She was observing the characters in their own storylines, the minor stories that make up a city's larger narrative. Each face held a story, a narrative woven from joys and sorrows, triumphs and defeats. And each story was a piece of the city's enduring mystery. She revisited the bar where she had met Tom, the dimly lit space now filled with a different crowd, a different energy. She imagined him there, amidst the sea of faces, his sharp eyes scanning the room, his mind always working, always searching. The bar represented their initial meeting, and now a memory of a relationship that ended abruptly, with a bitter taste of betrayal lingering on her tongue. The city, she realized, was a reflection of her own soul, complex, contradictory, beautiful, and brutal. It was a place where love and betrayal intertwined, where hope and despair danced hand in hand. It was a place where she had made mistakes, where she had learned valuable lessons, and where she had ultimately found a measure of redemption. The city had tested her, pushed her to her limits, but it had also awakened a strength within her that she never knew she possessed. She found herself drawn back to the printing press, her fingers tracing the worn metal, feeling the ghost of her past life. The press was a symbol of her skills, her talent, her ability to create and deceive. But it was also a symbol of her past self, the woman who had lived in the shadows, who had forged identities for others, who had manipulated and betrayed. She didn't destroy it. She couldn't. It was a part of her story, a reminder of the path she had traveled. Instead, she cleaned it, oiled it, and began to experiment, trying out new techniques, creating new designs. She wasn't forging identities anymore, but she was creating something beautiful, something honest. She was forging a new path for herself, a path paved with creativity and self-acceptance. The city held its breath, a silent observer of her transformation. It was still a place of shadows and secrets, but now Nadia saw it not as a threat, but as a canvas, a stage upon which she could rewrite her own story. The city's mystery remained, an unyielding enigma, but she was no longer afraid of its darkness. She was part of it, and it was part of her. The city was her story, and she, its enduring character. Its mysteries were hers to unravel, not with deceit, but with a newfound clarity, and the determination to forge her own future, one carefully crafted stroke at a time, in the heart of the city that never sleeps. The city, her canvas, her challenge, her home. The scent of rain, sharp and clean, mingled with the exhaust fumes of 1,000 taxis, a familiar perfume of New York City. Nadia stood on the rooftop of her building, the familiar cityscape spread before her, a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow. 3 months had passed since the tumultuous events that had reshaped her life, 3 months of quiet reflection in the tranquil embrace of the Catskills, and now she was back. The city hadn't changed, but she had. The weight of her past actions, the burden of her secrets, felt lighter, though not entirely gone. The ghost of Tom still haunted her, a lingering echo in the quiet moments, a phantom touch on her skin. But the fear, the consuming terror that had once gripped her, had begun to loosen its hold. She thought of Ricky Malone, the broker, his face a mask of ruthless ambition, his eyes reflecting the cold gleam of avarice. He was still out there, a predator lurking in the shadows, but his power, once so immense, now seemed diminished, diluted by the distance she had put between them. She had outwitted him, played him like a pawn in a game of high-stakes deception, a game she had almost lost. She owed her survival to Tom, to his unwavering belief in her, even when she had betrayed him. That betrayal remained a bitter pill, a constant reminder of her compromised morality. Yet, there was a resilience within her, a newfound strength forged in the crucible of her experiences. She had faced the consequences of her choices, embraced the fallout, and emerged, not unscathed, but transformed. The forgeries, the lies, the manipulations, they were all part of her past, but they no longer defined her. She had begun to reimagine her future, to create a narrative that spoke of redemption, not ruin. The city thrummed beneath her feet, a symphony of sounds and movements, a chaotic ballet of human lives. She saw the city not as a battleground, but as a complex ecosystem, a teeming metropolis where hope and despair coexisted, where dreams were born and shattered, where lives intersected and diverged. She saw herself reflected in its myriad faces, a small part of its vast and intricate tapestry. She revisited familiar places, the hidden printing dens, the dimly lit bars where she had met Tom, the alleyways where fear had once gripped her heart. These places held memories, both sweet and bitter, reminders of a life she had left behind. But the memories no longer held the same power. They were ghosts, shadows from a past she had wrestled free from. The city itself felt different now, less menacing, more forgiving. It had tested her, challenged her, forced her to confront her darkest impulses, but in doing so, it had also revealed an unexpected strength. She found herself drawn to the abandoned lot near her apartment where she used to meet Tom. The graffiti-covered walls seemed to whisper tales of forgotten encounters, of stolen kisses and whispered promises. The memories returned in waves, vivid and intense, bringing a bittersweet ache to her chest. She had loved him fiercely, a love born in secrecy and nurtured in the shadows. A dangerous love, a fragile blossom, brutally pruned by her betrayal. She closed her eyes, imagining Tom's face, his eyes full of a mixture of love and sorrow. She wondered if he ever truly understood her motives, the desperate need to protect her family, the crushing weight of her loyalty to them. She had chosen family over love, a choice that still echoed in the silence of her heart. But she also thought of her family, her parents, her siblings. Their faces, etched with worry and hope, filled her mind. She had risked everything for them, and she wouldn't regret that. Their faces were a constant reminder of why she had lived a double life, why she had walked the treacherous paths she had walked. Their futures were inextricably woven with hers. Their well-being was her compass, her guiding star. Her new life wasn't devoid of danger. The city remained a place where shadows lurked and secrets whispered, but the fear had diminished. The fear had been replaced by a cautious optimism, a belief in her ability to navigate its complexities, to carve out her own space, to build a future free from the dark machinations of the underworld. The city was her canvas, and she, the artist, armed with a new palette of colors, ready to paint a different kind of masterpiece. She spent her days working in a small art studio, surrounded by the scent of paint and canvas. She was creating art now, not forgeries, translating the complexities of the city onto canvas, capturing its essence in a storm of color and light. Her art was an expression of her transformation, a reflection of her journey from darkness to light. It was a testament to her resilience, a symbol of her redemption. The city remained a relentless force, a vibrant, chaotic energy that never slept, a canvas on which countless stories unfolded. She, Nadia Khalil, once a master forger of identities, was now forging her own destiny, one brushstroke at a time, her art a testament to her survival, her love, her loyalty, and ultimately, her forgiveness of self. The city's mysteries were still there, its secrets still whispered in the shadows, but she was no longer afraid. She was a part of its fabric, inextricably woven into its complex tapestry, a thread of resilience, a testament to the enduring human spirit in the face of adversity. She had survived. She had endured. And she had found a measure of peace, not in forgetting, but in accepting and understanding. The city that never sleeps had tested her, broken her, and then, surprisingly, set her free. The lingering impression wasn't of betrayal or fear, but of resilience, of love, of the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome, to adapt, and to create, in the heart of a city that never ceases to amaze and astound. The city's pulse, once a frightening rhythm, was now a comforting beat, a reminder of her own enduring heart. The city was her story now, and she, its unforgettable character. The end. The taxi's yellow glare cut through the pre-dawn gloom as Nadia watched the cityscape recede. The Catskills had offered respite, a balm for a soul scorched by betrayal and deception, but the pull of New York, its relentless rhythm and chaotic energy, was inescapable. It was in her blood, woven into the fabric of her being, as much a part of her as the Arabic script tattooed subtly on her wrist. Leaving it hadn't been a severing, but a temporary pause, a necessary breath before plunging back into the currents of its unforgiving, yet captivating, embrace. She had chosen to return, not out of defiance or a reckless disregard for her safety, but because the city held her past, her family, and, surprisingly, a flicker of hope for a future she was determined to build, one brick at a time. The art studio was a small sanctuary, a quiet refuge in the heart of the urban maelstrom. The scent of linseed oil and turpentine replaced the metallic tang of ink and the sharp bite of fear that had once permeated her existence. The canvases, once blank, now held the vibrant hues of her reimagined life, a tapestry of forgiveness, resilience, and cautious optimism. Her paintings weren't mere depictions of the city's skyline. They were emotional landscapes, visceral expressions of her journey. The sharp angles of skyscrapers reflected the harsh realities she had faced, while the soft glow of streetlights hinted at the kindness she had unexpectedly encountered along the way. One piece, a chaotic swirl of blues and grays, depicted the alleyway where she'd first met Tom, the vibrant colors bleeding into muted shades, mirroring the transition from passion to pain, from hope to despair, and finally, to a tentative acceptance. Another, a splash of fiery oranges and reds against a backdrop of midnight blue, represented the adrenaline-fueled heist, a testament to her courage, her willingness to risk everything for the man she loved. But her art wasn't solely a retrospective. It was a forward-looking statement, a declaration of her intention to forge a new identity, one unburdened by the weight of her past. The city, which had once felt like a cage, now felt like a canvas. She was no longer just reacting to its forces, she was actively shaping her own narrative within its complex, ever-shifting framework. The memory of Tom remained, a persistent undercurrent in her life, a poignant reminder of a love both fierce and fragile. She didn't regret her choice, the agonizing decision to protect her family, even at the cost of their relationship. But the echoes of his laughter, the warmth of his touch, the shared moments of vulnerability and intimacy, still tugged at her heart. She carried him with her, not as a burden, but as a reminder of the capacity for love, even amidst the darkest of circumstances. Perhaps someday, far in the future, when the scars of the past had faded, she could find a way to reconcile with their history, a possibility that now felt distant but not impossible. Her family, however, was always at the forefront of her mind. Their faces, etched with relief and gratitude, were the driving force behind her new life. The fear for their safety, once a relentless, suffocating weight, now felt manageable, a manageable risk within the larger context of a city that teems with both peril and opportunity. The nights were still fraught with anxiety, but the days were filled with a newfound sense of purpose, a sense of belonging she had never truly experienced before. The city, she realized, was a reflection of humanity itself, a tapestry woven with threads of darkness and light, hope and despair, vulnerability and resilience. It was a place of constant change, a kaleidoscope of stories unfolding, intersecting, and diverging, a relentless narrative that never paused for breath. She was just one thread within that vast, intricate tapestry, her story a small part of the city's ongoing saga. She wasn't defined by her past actions, but by the choices she made in the present, the choices that shaped her future. The hidden printing dens, the dimly lit bars, the alleyways that had once served as the backdrop to her illicit activities, now felt like relics of a former life, distant echoes in the vast expanse of the city's memory. She encountered the occasional flash of recognition, a fleeting glimpse in the eyes of someone who had glimpsed her in her past life, a life she had skillfully left behind. But these moments were fleeting, overshadowed by the sense of anonymity that the city so generously afforded its inhabitants. The city had embraced her transformation, accepting her new identity as readily as it had accepted her previous one. She noticed a subtle shift in her interaction with the city's underbelly. The individuals she once associated with, the figures who populated the darker corners of the city, seemed to treat her with a grudging respect, a recognition of the strategic brilliance that had allowed her to escape their grasp. Ricky Malone's absence was felt, a silent acknowledgement of his failure, his inability to fully extinguish the flame of her defiance. The city, in its own way, had rewarded her courage, her audacity, her willingness to push back against the forces that sought to control her. Her art started to gain recognition, exhibited in smaller galleries, then larger ones. Her paintings, once an expression of her personal journey, became a voice for the countless others who navigated the city's treacherous currents, their stories intertwined with hers, their experiences reflecting the universal themes of resilience, hope, and the enduring human spirit. Her art became a testament to the city's ongoing narrative, a visual representation of the city's ever-evolving soul. The rain, she now realized, wasn't just a gloomy backdrop, but a cleansing force, washing away the grime and despair, revealing the city's vibrant spirit beneath. The city that never sleeps was a constant reminder that life was never static, that change, both painful and liberating, was an inevitable part of the urban experience. And in accepting this relentless evolution, in embracing the ever-changing rhythm of the city's heart, Nadia Khalil had finally found a measure of peace, a sense of belonging, and a purpose that extended far beyond the confines of her past. The city's story continued, and so did hers, interwoven, inseparable, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit amidst the relentless pulse of urban life. The end.